Καλημέρα σας.
Good morning. Please take your seats in order to begin. Dear friends, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, the second day of the 10th Annual Conference of ELLOK, titled Man at the Center, today we are going to talk about the European Cancer Code. We will talk about the role of screening, the problem of smoking and obesity, the psychological and mental health of cancer patients, and we will talk about comprehensive cancer care. We will talk about European best practices and the experience of patients, highlighting the need for a comprehensive human-centered approach. Our conference is under the auspices of the Ministry of Health, also under the auspices of Union for International Cancer Control, European Cancer Organization, OCAN International, Association of European Cancer Leagues. Also, we are under the auspices of the following scientific societies: Medical Oncologists of Greece, Pathologists of Greece, Hematologic Society, Urinology Society, Radiology Oncology Society, Hellenic Society of Surgical Oncology, Society of Nuclear Medicine, Hellenic Society of Lung Cancer, National Association of Greek Nurses, Hellenic Association of Health Visitors. It is under the auspices of the Federation of Pharma Companies, Pharma Innovation Forum Greece, Hellenic Association of CROs, and the National Center of Documentation and Electronic Content. The official media partners are the news Code Daily and Athens Macedonia News Agency. Our platinum sponsors are Armadura, AstraZeneca, Brains, CMT Προοπτική, Gilead, MSD, Servier. Our gold sponsors are AbbVie, Bayer, Bristol Myers Squibb, Coronis, LP, Genesis Pharma, GSK, Integris Pharma, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, Papapostolou Varian, Swix Biopharma, Pharmaserv Lilly, Winmedica. Our silver sponsors are Affidea, Amgen, Anabiosis, Astellas, Boehringer and Ingelheim, Dasin Sankyo, GC Healthcare, Gnomon Informatics, HIPAA, Ipsen, Nova ICT, Novartis, Pfizer, Pierre Fab, Roche, Takeda. Our official media partners are All About Health, Capital Health GR, Vuli TV, Daily Pharma News, Health Daily, Health Mark, Health Pharma, Health Update, Health Web, Iatronet, INDCs, Medley, Health Next Generation, OnMed, Plan B, Daily Health, virus.com.gr, το αύριο της υγείας, and our audiovisual partner is Connect Elas. We would also like to thank the volunteers from the Alma Zois Association. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kapetanakis, the President of the Hellenic Cancer Federation. Minister, guests, speakers, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that we are welcoming you on the second day of our 10th annual conference titled People at the Center, Bridging Pathways of Care. Minister, it is true that traditionally from the podium you always make important announcements. 1 year ago in our conference you announced the beginning of the National Cancer Registry and the implementation of the digital transformation of cancer care. This had been a request of the cancer community for many years, not as a technical tool that we were missing, but as the basis for documented health policy, design, assessment, and support to patients. A few months later, last summer, during our forum, you announced that ELLOK will be the national cancer mission hub for our country, focusing not in theory but in the everyday life of cancer patients. At the same time, you announced a series of initiatives that aimed at improving the everyday life of cancer patients and their access to services, such as the shipment of high-cost drugs to their home, the creation of a hotline in order to book appointments, and the ability to access the appointment booking platform through My Health, and the creation of a new framework in our country for clinical trials. All these announcements are not individual measures. They are part of a transformation that has already started. But these steps must now gain momentum, continuity, and improve the everyday life of cancer patients. The title of our conference is People at the Center, Bridging Pathways of Care. And this is why we need to integrate all these measures into a national strategy for cancer that will be based on the European Beating Cancer Plan, and it will guarantee the consistency and continuity of cancer care regardless of the political leadership. At the same time, it will focus on the fields where interventions should be made, taking into account the international geopolitical landscape. Since there is miscommunication between the US and the EU, while the EU proposals for the new mutual financial framework raise concerns about how we will support the health pillar in the future. Also, when it comes to drugs, we need a new approach that will help restore balance in the system and ensure access of patients to novel treatments in the future as well. On that note, welcome, Minister. Thank you for your presence in our 10th annual conference. Please join us on stage.
I do apologize for being late. I had a difficult start of the day, and I will have to leave for Patras shortly. I don't like being late. Dear President of ELLOK, dear President of KESI, dear Mr. Dimopoulos, dear friends, Zenia, dear Secretary General, dear Mrs. Dimopoulou, ladies and gentlemen. It is always with great pleasure that I participate at ELLOK conference. I enjoy working with you, mainly because you have found a magical way, even if you have to manage cancer, either you yourself or members of your family, you do it in such a way that is very feisty, but at the same time very civilized, which is not always how things are done in Greece. And this is why I try to satisfy all your requests. You always convey to me your real needs, and as far as our resources allow for it, we always want to satisfy your requests. So let's see where we are. During the last 2 years, enough and important steps forward have been made. I want to mention something that we did yesterday in the ministry with the results of the program Προλαμβάνω, which is one of the best things that we did when it comes to public health. From those programs, Προλαμβάνω, related to the prevention of breast cancer, colorectal cancer, and cervical cancer, thousands of human lives have been saved. And I am dead serious when I say thousands of people. If we were to add up, we have found cancers 180,000 people. And today, those people are receiving care and treatment due to this huge change, the prevention program called in Greek prolambano. So with the change of the way that we have organized the appointments in the public hospitals through this application, My Health app, we have seen that there has been an increase in the access of patients to a specialized doctor in order to have access to medication and to follow-up, which is a rather important step into increasing the quality of life. The electronic health record is a wonderful tool of public health, and at the same time we have the National Cancer Registry that we have presented it here to the previous conference of ELLOK. And we have seen that physicians do use it more and more. However, there is a bill that will be given to public consultation in 10 days. There is an article according to which the National Cancer Registry will become an application that could be downloaded to the mobile phones, both for patients and physicians, and that will be more user-friendly. This is why, because we want to encourage the use of digital technology, not only among the cancer patients, and they can share a lot of experiences amongst them as to which has been the real management of the various forms of cancer for them and their families, but also amongst physicians. We want physicians to be able to exchange information easier, to exchange tests, screening tests, and we believe that this is a very important tool. The digital oncological cancers are a reality since last June, and this is, of course, a huge step into tackling cancer in Greece. We have also been designing, in collaboration with the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, in the program of public investment of the ministry for the period to 2026 to 2030, we will fund the National Action Plan for Cancer, which is a great dream of us and a huge responsibility. And within the next weeks, we will start the funding of this National Cancer Action Plan. And you will be heading, Mr. Kapetanakis, since you have the trust of the cancer patients in Greece. I couldn't imagine someone better who could bring together the intra-ministerial need to design a national action plan that at the end of the day will allow us to understand the full picture and will guide us as to which will be our goal and which will be the steps to go there. This would be something much more than just a registry. This will allow us to manage cancer in a holistic way. Because we never have to forget that an organized state that respects citizens and patients can help them as much as it can to manage the consequences that this new reality cancer brings to the lives of people. I believe that since we collaborate in a very good way, we will be able to present something wonderful that will allow us to introduce a framework that I'm sure that also the next government will be able to follow it as a real roadmap in order to improve the lives of people. The biomarkers will be compensated, reimbursed. The new center at Papanikolaou Hospital will be ready until Easter. The hospital Sotiria and its radiology center will be given to the public until 30th of June, would be the best radiotherapy center in Greece with the best possible technology. The first cancer clinic in Lamia in central Greece will be ready also after Easter. All those steps towards tackling cancer in Greece are very important. This is an unprecedented era for Greece when it comes to fighting cancer. And last but not least is our effort to shape a framework for providing care to public hospitals, because this is the only way that patients can afford those treatments. If we were to see the increase for the hospital drugs, the cost of hospital drugs between 2023 and 2024, there was a zero increase, but for 2024 to 2025, there has been a 10% increase. That 10% is just for cancer medicine. According to the registry of patients that need specialized, expensive immunotherapies and radiotherapies, there has been an increase of those patients, almost double the numbers, from 12,000 to 21,000 patients, meaning that given the time, we will need more and more specialized treatments that will put under stress the health budget, the budget that we have for medicine. So, in order to be able to tackle that cost, we should be able to produce and manufacture those kinds of medicine. And new technology will allow us to do, and the public sector should be leading that effort, and very quickly so. And this is something that we want to build a new institutional framework that will allow also the next ministers to continue. Because we want to have a real impact, real results that will allow us to tackle this challenge and to make this sustainable. So we work very hard and we bring about results, and we will keep continuing. I do apologize for being late. You will excuse me, I cannot stay with you for a lot of time. The comment has been off the mic. We do apologize. When it comes to Western Macedonia, we have been conducting a study about cancer in this area and what we should really do. This study is implemented right now. The findings are rather important, and of course, the scientific data will allow us to tackle these new challenges. For example, how are we going to provide in situ in this area more resources and more public health structures for cancer patients, since they are bigger from the country average. I have already discussed with Mr. Papathanasis, who is responsible for the plan for the just energy transition. There are resources for public health according to this plan, and I repeat, in a very organized manner, we are focusing on Western Macedonia. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Minister, for your opening remarks. And now let's move on to the first round table. I would like to invite Ms. Efi Koutsouvelli, Chair of the European Federation for Medical Physics. She's the moderator. Well, I would like to ask her to invite all panelists on stage. Good morning. I will be speaking in English because we have English speakers in this round table.
Everybody to this round table, which will be focusing on the European Code Against Cancer, its 5th edition. I'm very pleased to introduce our speakers who bring diverse expertise from clinical practice, public health and policy. I'm the president of the European Federation of Medical Physicists. For those who do not know, medical physicists are part of a multidisciplinary team within the hospital settings, and we also work in industry and national regulations. I would like to welcome Juha-Pekka Turunen from Finland. He's a medical doctor specialized in clinical pathology with special competency in health administration. He's the newly elected president of the Association of European Cancer League, and he was president of the Nordic Cancer Union, and he's also a member of the steering committee of the first national cancer strategy in Finland. Professor Meletios Athanasios Dimopoulos is already on the stage. He is the chairman of the Department of Clinical Therapeutics at the University of Athens School of Medicine. He also served with great distinction as rector of the University of Athens for many years, and he currently serves on the scientific advisory boards of numerous European and international networks and scientific societies. Professor Dimitrios Boumbas from Greece, also a medical doctor, chairs the Executive Committee of National Central Health Council. His expertise is in molecular immunology and internal medicine, and he chairs the 4th Department of Medicine at the Attica University Hospital, and he is also president of the Athens Medical Society. And the last one is Eduardo Pisani. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Volcan International, a global non-profit organization in the field of cancer policy. He knows well the functioning of the European Union and of international organizations in the area of health and pharmaceutical policy and legislation, and he has strategic advisory and board roles with international and European organizations. To begin this roundtable, I'd like to invite Professor Turunen to give a brief introduction to the European Code Against Cancer, the 5th edition, and to outline the rollout of its international versions in national languages planned, I think, for tomorrow.
Kalimera. Very nice to be here in Athens. I'm from cold Helsinki, which is minus 20 degrees and snow. So it's pleasant to be here. I have some slides. Probably we start them. So today's topic is about the European Code Against Cancer. Thank you. And as we all know, it's a huge task for us to alleviate the cancer burden in the whole Europe, since we have a lot of work to do in the future. Cancer is going to be the leading cause of death in Europe in 10 years. Something about European Cancer Leagues. We are so happy that ELLOK has been applied and accepted as a newest member of European Cancer Leagues, which is an association of 35 cancer leagues in 28 European countries, which have a head office in Brussels. One important thing is that we are non-profit cancer organizations. We don't accept support from tobacco industry or any other companies which produce harmful products or services to our health. Here in the map you can see the white countries are the ECL members. The new European Code Against Cancer has been already released, but tomorrow it's the World Cancer Day, and there's a lot of focus on this tomorrow, since it will be released, the translations to European languages the first time, so it should be available for reading in your own language tomorrow. The initiative for this code has been from European Commission, and it's operated by International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC, which is very important since they are doing the most valuable work for cancer risk factors. They are making studies, monographs, etc. So we have the most exact data and scientific evidence that in use. The first version was in 1987, and there's this map on the right corner containing 14 squares with symbols. These are the main risk factor groups that have been found. I just take a few examples from them. Smoking and alcohol. We've been debating a lot about these. The one peculiar thing for most of these risk factors is also that they are risk factors also for many other diseases, for non-communicable diseases. And that makes it even more important. We can prevent diseases also other than cancer with these same operations. This newest edition has the new feature for the first time, so there is recommendations for policymakers. So we should study that in detail together. Then just a few examples, what does it mean for the ECL and European cancer societies, just like ELLOK, and we will discuss about your thoughts in the future. But ECL is an official supporter for this code, and it has been used a lot. Actually, it's a kind of basis for prevention. Some examples from Italy. There are a lot of campaigns making awareness of the code with employers and employees, with specific projects. In my country, in Finland, there's an online platform where we give information, and we have also plenty of projects, especially for young people, trying to prevent smoking and nicotine use. And ECL has also young ambassadors in different countries which also use this cancer prevention among peers. So in brief, this gives a perfect tool for us to think about our operations together in Europe and also in national level and in our societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this description. I would like to ask now our Greek panelists. We've heard the minister some minutes ago. How do you think these European Code recommendations be effectively implemented in Greece, particularly in combination with our national cancer screening programs? We have been all experienced, I believe, some actions of this program. And could you maybe identify challenges and opportunities in its dissemination and adoption in Greece? I would like to ask first Professor Dimopoulos, who may highlight also some recommendations inside this European Code.
First of all, I would like to thank ELLOK for the kind invitation. And I believe, as it was mentioned, this is a very comprehensive and a very detailed guideline for the general population. And it is important to stress the fact that by implementing some of these measures, we will not only reduce the incidence of cancer, but also will affect other diseases, because that there is a significant interplay between inflammation, autoimmunity, and cancer. And as it was said, except from the smoking, the overweight and obesity is an issue that has been highlighted in recent years. For example, endometrial cancer is becoming the leading cancer of in women of the gynecologic cancer, and it is clearly related to obesity. And already there are data to indicate that by using GLP-1 agonists and reducing obesity, you may affect the incidence of endometrial cancer. So you see there is a significant interplay. So physical activity, diet, alcohol, well known. Breastfeeding, for the first time, I think there is a recommendation to have breastfeeding for as long as possible. Sun exposure, cancer-causing factors, air pollution, cancer-causing infections, and we will have experts that will talk to us about the HPV, hormone replacement therapy, and there is a very recent paper in the Journal of American Medical Association indicating that there may be a role of prevention of ovarian cancer by removing the tubes, because we know that ovarian cancer starts in the tubes and leaving the ovary, especially in individuals that have a high risk due to genetic factors. So I believe that there is a very comprehensive guidance that should be implemented, and already in Greece, as it was said, for the last few years, we have massive screening programs that have already had an impact. They have reduced, they have detected asymptomatic patients with colon cancer, with breast cancer. I believe there should be more awareness about the role of low-dose CT in smokers, and to continue to implement and to reinforce screening with pap tests, with molecular testing for HPV. So I believe that, and as we know, in the United States, recently the American Cancer Society indicating that there has been a dramatic decrease in the mortality from cancer. In Europe, we have similar data, 2% decrease as compared to 2 years ago. And I believe that we are on the right path with collaboration of patients' organizations, comprehensive cancer physicians, researchers, basic scientists, pharmaceutical industry, and with the help of AI, we should have an enhancement of early detection and prevention. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I would like to add the chair of the Central Health Board of Greece for our foreign visitors. This is an advisory board to the Minister of Health, which advises the Minister for issues related to good clinical practice and also education, graduate education and continuous medical education. The Central Health Board has become aware for the need to create a prevention culture within the medical professionals. We didn't have such a culture. If you look at the curricula of the medical schools, prevention is moved to the side. So the Central Health Board has had regular meetings with the deans of the medical schools in the country and tried to elicit their help to incorporate prevention into the medical curriculum. At the same time, the Central Health Board collaborates closely with the Scientific Society, and at this point I would like to thank the Oncologic Society of Greece for the very fertile collaboration that we had. With the scientific societies, not only with oncologists, but also with other specialties, we push and we ask them to update their curricula regularly. Of course, the medical curricula in Greece, there is an inflexible mechanism that regulates. We'll try to change it now at the Central Health Board. In any case, we try to strengthen the prevention and the cancer care within the curricula across specialties, which includes internal medicine, pediatrics, and so on. A final thing is, in the medical exams, we have made an effort to increase the number of questions that relate to the cancer prevention, but not only cancer prevention, but also infection prevention in the medical exams of internal medicine, of oncologists, cardiologists, as a way to increase the sensitivity of the medical professionals. So in sum, the Central Health Board is listening to the medical society, is evaluating the data, and with meetings like this, tries to provide the best advice to the Minister of Health, who relies on our advice in setting the priorities. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And I would like to highlight, because we had for many years a collaboration with Professor Boubas from our position as medical physicists, medical physics societies, that what he said about the updating and revision of the core curricula of all professionals to include this cancer prevention is very important, and currently the European Federation of Medical Physicists, together with the Radiology, European Radiology Society, Radiotherapy, ESTRO, and Nuclear Medicine Society, we are updating our curricula for the medical physics expert, and this is a very important indication and consultation to include also all the cancer prevention topic. So to continue, and I'm not sure about the time because we were delayed a little bit, I would like to ask our Italian panelists, sorry, I'm saying your origin, Eduardo, based on your international experience in healthcare across countries with diverse cultures, customs, and behaviors, because we know this exists in Europe, what guidance or practical steps would you recommend to increase public awareness of the European Code recommendations in Greece? We have the Mediterranean culture.
Yes, yeah. Kalimera, and thank you again very much for the opportunity. There are two things that come out of this new European Code Against Cancer that I would like immediately to bring to everybody's attention. First thing, it says on page 1 that 40% of cancer cases are preventable. Second thing, it says that we have to move from awareness to social action and behavioral action, which translated for me into practical terms means that it's no longer like the 10 commandments, you know, don't kill, don't lie, etc., but there is also an integrated approach with the social ecosystem around the individual behavior. So that is why the implementation phase, to your point, is becoming so important. IARC, which originated the Code Against Cancer, has made a survey across Europe to check, just before the launch of the new code, what was the level of awareness amongst the population of Europe of the Code Against Cancer, and it's very, very low. Very low. It's disappointing that various generations, from the younger to the older, are not really understanding what are the positive implications and the value of respecting or meeting and implementing exactly these various items on the code. One thing which happened, therefore, is that the Code Against Cancer has been also integrated into the EU public policy action and into specifically EU cancer policy action. This has generated a number of projects, and I would like to mention one for those that answers specifically your question. Selfishly, I have to say that Allcan is part of this project, which is known as 4P-CAN. So you can find it on the internet, and it is almost a social journey to prevention, to the implementation of cancer prevention measures. 4P-CAN is a very short acronym for a very long title, so I'm sorry, it would take more than the entire panel to read the name of the project. Personalized cancer primary prevention research through citizen participation and digitally enabled social innovation. This is the scope of the program, which aims to identify barriers primarily of a regulatory nature and of a socio-economic level. Now, the implementation stage has been translated into social behavior science experiments. And experiments have been carried out in selected countries, primarily in Eastern Europe, through living labs. I don't know if this expression rings a bell. Living labs are communities, workshops that identify the root causes of certain behaviors. Why do we not eat appropriately? Why do we not exercise? Or why do we drink so much and why do we smoke so much in this community? And the analysis, the social behavioral analysis, is fascinating because it demonstrates that it is really a network, an ecosystem, which is deriving from families and groups of families and friends that determines certain behaviors. Now, the 5 countries which have undergone these quote-unquote experiments and tests, as I was saying, are primarily in Eastern Europe, Romania, Bulgaria. Also non-EU countries have been included, like Moldova, Montenegro. But the experiments are, and the pilots are perfectly transferable to Greece and to any other country for that matter, and that's exactly the purpose of the whole program, is to demonstrate that by bringing together communities and by bringing together networks of communities, social and behavioral change can happen. Now, in closing, there is also a policy dimension associated to that, because the implementation and the integration of these code against cancer and all the various items in it has to be integrated into guidelines, primarily health policy guidelines, but also clinical in some cases. There is a part that focuses on the clinical dimension here, HPV vaccination, etc. And these has to be translated into policies. There is a working group, a work package in jargon that will translate ICAC recommendations into national legislation, and that's the responsibility of all CAN. So we will mediate, so to speak, between IARC and national frameworks, legislative frameworks, in order to implement precisely this code. Thank you.
Thank you. I would take the opportunity for this last phrase that we have to involve regulators, national legislation and all this, to ask my last question to all of you. For the first time, the European Code is aimed not only to individuals, but also at policymakers. This is very important. From your perspective, which stakeholders must be actively engaged to ensure a successful uptake of the recommendations? For example, which are the responsibilities of the ministries, healthcare professionals, patient groups, media, pharmaceutical companies, together, of course, or under a European coordination? Based also on your experience in the Nordic countries, I will start from you, Juha.
Thank you. This is a very big question. So for the policymakers, I think this idea of health in all policies is extremely important, since the health is maintained and regulated also other than social and welfare and health sectors. For example, how do we build our cities and how we make the exercising more easy? For example, do we have sunscreen buildings that we don't get ultraviolet radiation, etc., etc. So there are plenty of things. For the Nordic point of view, I think we understand that these cancer strategies are very important. They give us the direction also for the legislation and for implementation of those goals that we are settling. And it's very important to ask at the national level the stakeholders to the conversation. I think the cultures are different in Europe, so there are no standard rules. But I think we have to work very hardly for that, and I think the cancer societies have a lot in these discussions, since they and we are expressing what is important for the patients, and that is the basis for this work.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I believe that in each country there are agency ministries that have the task to reinforce the prevention of cancer. For example, the Ministry of Agriculture, they have to check the food products, usually agricultural products coming from countries like India, Asia, Africa, that there are no regulations about the use of pesticides, so we don't know exactly what's coming. The climate crisis, as we know, causes hazards that are not expected, and there are hidden dangers that they not be so apparent, such as, tobacco, alcohol, obesity. So the stakeholders may be even larger, and in each ministry, maybe there should be a sort of a cancer prevention committee that would focus on the particular aspects of the ministry. For example, the water. I mean, we heard, for example, that in the island of Aegina, the people should not drink the water. I mean, who will check all these hazards that are silent and not easily, obvious to all of us? Thank you.
I will only concentrate on the increased awareness that you brought up as it relates to a southern European country like Greece. In Greece, there are close to 30,000 pharmacies dispersed throughout the country. I see a lot of leaflets about different things, but I don't see anything about prevention medicine. So this is something that we need, and also we increase their awareness of the pharmacists and the dentists and other health professionals. The second is there are other opportunities to intervene at the school level and with the teachers, but also at the churches. Southern European countries, they have more church goers. So I will try to elicit their help to spread the word and to increase the awareness. I'm a little bit afraid about the media, because the media, they're bombarding the citizens with a lot of health information, and at the same you have a fatigue, and they close their ears. So I will just be a little bit more selective and go in areas that people have not used before. So in summary, schools, churches, or other areas in the society that they get together and get not only the physicians, but also pharmacists, dentists, and other care professionals aboard. And of course, something that has not been said is, since the patients are closer to the society, get some input from the patients, and I'm sure this will come from this meeting, how to increase the awareness about the prevention. A final word is, if I find the cancer, am I able to lead this journey of the patient from prevention to treatment to a successful end? I'm not sure that we have all the pathways in place to assure that we'll have a happy end. The ministry talked about the encouraging results, but there are still improvements that we have to make.
I think we all agree that it is a stratified strategy which is required, depending on the target group, and depending also on the kind of personalized, tailored messages that have to be addressed to various stakeholder groups. For instance, if we speak about policymakers, I think that the return on investment of prevention measures is also clear. And by the way, as part of the analysis of this 4P-CAN project, there is also a chapter dedicated to the economic indirect costs of morbidity and mortality. So there are certain arguments which have got to do with health economics that can be submitted to policymakers. On the other side of the spectrum, and I build on your comments, there is a community-based approach that obviously is very different from what policymakers have to understand and have to learn. It seems from this social behavioral science that young people consider all this list of things that cannot be done, don't drink, don't smoke, etc., almost as a condemnation to prison. And I'm not exaggerating, I'm paraphrasing perhaps the results, but the figures are very clear. Therefore, put it this way, the response has to be very much tailored to that generation and has to be very much driven towards a positive attitude as opposed to you will die if you smoke, or you will get cancer if you drink too much, etc., etc., etc. The messages have to be completely different and have to be constructive. In closing, and again, from a strategic perspective, a national cancer control plan must have as chapter number 1 prevention measures, prevention intervention. So it's all in there where not only these measures are integrated, but an action plan to implement them can be developed further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. I think we are okay with time. I think we showed in this round table this multidisciplinary approach we should all have together, of course, with the ministries, the regulators. While I was coming here to this round table, I showed to my son, 22 years old, these European Code guidelines, because, we have to convince the young generation, because the key message is important from all of you. We have to work to the young generation. I was showing, let's say, some actions, increase the taxes in smoke or alcohol, and he told me, okay in smoke, but no in alcohol, keep it low. So, we should invest, because also from my role as president of the European Federation of Medical Physics, I like to invest to the young people. So by training them, by educating them with all these means you previously mentioned, it could be a key starting point to succeed, let's say, our ultimate goal. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists for their interventions. Now I would like to ask the moderator of the next round panel, Mrs. Theodora Psaltopoulou, Professor of Epidemiology and Preventive Medicine to the Medical School of Athens, to take the floor. Mrs. Psaltopoulou, the floor is yours. Good morning. Due to the delayed arrival of the minister, we will try to be a bit succinct. Really, the cervical cancer is maybe the most characteristic example of the efficacy of the early intervention when it comes to screening with the smear test and with the SPV test, as well as with prevention that can be done through the vaccination in younger ages of both girls and boys. Moreover, it is very important to organize such roundtables in order to understand the new guidelines as they have been published in the United States in trauma, but also to identify in Greece how these scientific developments have been incorporated in our country, or if they are realized up to a point. For example, with the program Prolavano, the prevention screening program that has been taking place. We have the pleasure to have with us Mrs. Kramvari, the Secretary General for Public Health, Mr. Theodoros Agorastos, who is a professor of obstetrics and gynecology and president of the Greek HPV Society, Mrs. Georgia Kourlaba, who is an associate professor of nursing, of public health nursing, Mrs. Menia Koukogianni, who is a co-founder of the non-profit organization Karkinaki and responsible for the work group of ELLOK for cancer in children and teenagers and young adults, Mrs. Despina Topali, who is the Secretary General of the BOD of the Medical Sales Representatives of Greece, Mr. Dimitris Bourlivas, who is the CEO and founder of Armatura, and Maria Theodoridou, who is the Secretary of the BOD of ELLOK and President of the Association of Ζώμα των Καρκίνο. However,
to have with us Mr. Rui Medeiros, University Professor, Deputy Director of the Research Center of IPO Porto, and Scientific Coordinator of the Molecular Oncology and Viral Pathology Group, who will give us a talk of around 15 minutes, and he will analyze, and we will examine with him. He will show us the recent advances concerning HPV prevention, detection, therapy, and concerning our generally society and mainly the European perspective. Very nice to be with you. Thank you very much. Please come.
Good morning. Kalimera. Yassas. I learned this recently. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the nice presentation and to be here. I must say I'm very glad to try to help, and congratulations to ELLOK and its whole organization gathering efforts to join this idea to prevent cancer and to treat better our patients. You know, I will present some ideas, our 3 ideas based on our experience. I've been working on ECL, ECHO, with the communities, with the cancer leagues, and overall I'm working on HPV and vaccines for 30 years, even before some of you were born. And it's something interesting because we have accompanied the evolution of all of this, and we are very proud to know nowadays some perspectives, what can be done, what we have as tools on this prevention, that we can prevent the cancer. And the idea to prevent the cancer, as you heard before on the European Code Against Cancer, and we know it for many years, half of the cancers, 50% of the cancers, can be avoidable, preventable, and we know the guidelines how to proceed. We have also to have some luck, because sometimes it's not enough, but we have those guidelines. But for some cases, and cervical cancer, we can avoid almost 100%. So it's an amazing idea. We can avoid the cancer 100% of cases and turn it as a rare, very rare disease. Of course, because we know by research that there is a virus that is linked to this cancer. For that, we need political will, we need resources, we need the commitment of our society. Everything is out there, and as it is for your ideas, I would like to say more on this. Think on this, on the general ideas on prevention, and you should retain this idea. Prevention is the best way to avoid a nightmare to have a cancer. So we should think on this because it's the best way. We have two ideas, classics, the primary and the secondary prevention. And do we have some tools? Yes, we have tools. How? How can you working like the marathon old classic battle with two arms? How can we avoid the cancer like cervical cancer and other HPV-related cancers? Those two arms or tools are out there. We have screening, we have vaccination, over a field of knowledge and awareness of the population. So we have the tools, we can achieve this if we implement those tools in 100% of the cases. We at the ECL and after the ECHO, the European Cancer Organization, we have tried many years ago to have some guidelines that are very easy to implement. The gender-neutral vaccination, which is what we should think, the screening for over 70% of the population, and the offer of cancer treatment and equitable way to all the population. And of course, the community and professional awareness is a must. So the ideas are out there for many years. We can see similar ideas on WHO proposal, where it's very important to think on the examples that exist nowadays, and those examples can give us a lot of information and how to go. The example of Sweden or some of other Nordic countries is a good example. We have done for The Economist a report on Sweden. It's an excellent example and amazing example. But in our opinion, I'm not sure if it's a good example for most of the other countries, especially for the southern of Europe, because it's a perfect example with everything can be done in the right way. So I can show you other examples, and I can also tell you that I enjoy very much more to unwrap an orange than an apple, the Portucali orange. So Portucali, which Portugal, is a good example for all of you because it's an example of a real-world example of Southern Europe, not so organized as Sweden, but we can do good things and we have indicators. It's very important to have indicators of success. So Portucali can be a good example for all of you. And we have thought on this, why is Portugal? How have we been working on this? And I told you, we have our vaccination HPV approved from 2009, which is long ago. Our molecular-based screening from 2016, so it's long run, but we have also worked in other ways. One is the credibility of messengers. You should have messengers with credibility that our communities and health professions believe on that. The health professionals' engagement, a national consensus, a national health system with efficacy, and overall the political will and decision. It's very important. On the work with the communities, we have done a lot of work on the health professionals, the community, with cancer leagues, with all the organizations we could get together, just to have this field where the plan could work. And also the credibility of messages is a key, and even introducing new ideas like self-sampling, which is now. Also, we try to understand the knowledge of our health professionals and future health professionals to understand the gaps on their knowledge and to proceed. Also, we had the help of some friends. You can see over here Harald Rosen. He was the HPV Nobel Prize, and those credibility of the message are key issues in our procedure. Also, a key element is the national consensus on vaccination, on screening. We have done this as a key. ELLOK can be a good field to work on this. Also, our national health system is, besides all mistakes and problems, it works very well on vaccination. We have the health centers. Our health centers are a huge network with doctors and nurses, and they work pretty well, especially on the health care support. And our population is keen to be vaccinated. You can see here some reports on the COVID-19 vaccination, and the idea is everyone was vaccinated. We believe on vaccination for many years. Our communities do believe in that, and it's something, it's a golden mine we cannot avoid, and you also should work on this, because vaccination is, again, one of the best ways to avoid a nightmare. And of course, other countries, you can see over here at Croatia, do look at Portugal as a good example as what we can do on the real world. And I will show some indicators that I've shown at European Parliament, and those indicators demonstrate what I'm saying now. And those indicators are this. Vaccination over 90%, which is year per year per year, always indicators of excellent procedures, excellent way to go, and our community do accept. And screening, not so bad. It has floating numbers, but it's something is working. It's all over the country. And also, I could say those are our numbers, but at the European level, we have indicators. This is, a new one is coming, and again, Portugal is number 2 on the indicators of policy on screening, policy on cancer screening. So those are examples as we can work, and those are examples, as I told you, to show you Portugal as real world example. So I would like to end with 2 ideas. Yes, is it a HPV cancer-free Europe possible? Portugal says yes. I hope Greece will join the club. And for us, Greece is not only football, not only the birth of civilization, but also other things. Other things, 400, 500 years ago, one of the most important medical doctors we have on our history, Amatus Lusitanis, he went to Dubrovnik, and after his last years were on Thessalonica, or Salonika. He died out there, so probably is out there. So if you have any report of Amatus Lusitanis at Salonika, send me, I would like to have it. Because he is considered one of the first European doctors. He had a lot of clinical reports, and the last books of him were done at Salonika. So to end up my communication and lecture, I would like to say, for us, Greece is not only birth of civilization, but what we are seeing with ELLOK, and your minister told it, it's a civilized way to proceed on cancer prevention and cancer treatment. It's together all efforts, together all all wills and do it in a civilized way, and knowing the examples who can help you and the real world examples. Thank you so much. Efkaristos.
Yes. Thank you for your wonderful scientific talk and for your kind words for Greece and for helping us to see what's going on Portugal and Europe. So, τώρα μιλάω ελληνικά και θα ήθελα να καλωσορίσω.
Let me switch to Greek. I would like to welcome Ms. Kravari, the Secretary General of Public Health, who is right now the best person, the ideal person, to analyze what the Minister said in his opening remarks. What are the most recent results that we have from the Προλαμβάνω project, specifically when it comes to cervical cancer, and are there any percentages of vaccination for boys and girls? Do you know them? Thank you, Ms. Psaltopoulou, for your kind words. Thank you once again, ELLOK, for the invitation to be here today as a panelist. This panel is a very characteristic example on how societies, scientists, and policymakers can meet. We all know that HPV leads to a cancer that can be prevented, and that's the optimistic message, and I would like to start on that optimistic note. Let me say that for the first time in the Ministry of Health, thanks to this comprehensive, free of charge, universal screening program called Προλαμβάνω, we have managed to create an organized prevention pathway for citizens. The screening program for cervical cancer is a crucial part of the Προλαμβάνω project. Let me tell you that the beneficiaries are aged 21 to 66 years old, about 2.5 million women. So far, we have had 325,000 samples for HPV and about 74,000 prescriptions for a smear pap test. This is a good start because screening is just a part of the project. The other part of the project is about vaccination. As we know, vaccination against HPV is part of the national vaccination program for both boys and girls. In order to save time, let me give you the figures. Boys, there is an increasing number of boys that are vaccinated. In 2025 and beginning of 2026, about 112,000 boys have been vaccinated and 106,000 girls. There is an increasing trend, and this is important, especially for boys, because now they are following the recommendations and they understand the added value for them to be vaccinated against HPV. I would like to tell Mr. Agorastos that the challenge for us is to continue taking care and empowering vaccination for girls. It is equally important. It is aligned with the international guidelines, and it is aligned with the WHO strategy to eliminate HPV by 2030. I would like to say that for us, the role of primary care is crucial in order to raise awareness, in order to inform women to continue using of this free of charge screening program. So we will focus on that. We want to provide holistic prevention care, taking into account the comprehensive needs of women. The aim is to increase the vaccination numbers and to include more and more women at the prevention and screening program for cervical cancer. Thank you. We'd like to thank the Secretary General because she presented the most recent data and figures. Because we need these figures in order to take the second step, how to persuade more women to participate in the program. Let's go to Professor Agorastos, one of the most experienced obstetrics and gynecology professor and president of the Hellenic HPV Society. I want to ask you two questions. Throughout the past decades, have you seen any changes in the perspective, the beliefs of women around HPV? And are they more willing to participate in the screening programs? And based on your experience, does the sexual life change after a diagnosis or treatment? Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the invitation, particularly Mr. Kapetanakis and the entire ELLOK team. It is an honor to be here with you. To answer your question, I would like to say a few things that stem from my experience as a clinical physician and as a person and a researcher on the subject. Greek women have not changed their opinion in relation to screening. Pap smear has always been their number one priority. It has always been and it still is. The new development is that thanks to this Prolambano project, has now introduced HPV DNA testing from age 30 to 65, but the ministry did not inform women of what this is. So women that don't know it, they hear about HPV testing and they don't hear about pap smear, so they get confused. This is why we don't have the increased numbers of women that get tested for HPV. So they're not informed, basically. It's not that they are not willing to take it. Secondly, the two pillars to eliminate cervical cancer are vaccination and screening. But we shouldn't put these two, consider them as equally important. Look, correct and full vaccination with 2 boosters or 1 in the future of girls and women up to the age of 17, 18 years old will cover 90% of the risk to develop cervical cancer. Screening comes afterwards for the 10%. So we need to pay particular attention to vaccination, because once women are vaccinated, we have evidence from other EU member countries in which that girls that were fully vaccinated before the age of 17, in Scotland, Sweden, Norway, then once they reached the age of 30, there were 0 percentages of cervical cancer. So even with the vaccination and the herd immunity that will be developed, we might be able to achieve a 0 percentage. In Portugal, you said 93% of vaccinated women. So these high rates of vaccination together with herd immunity makes screening almost useless. So if we are all very much aware of how important vaccination is. In 10 to 15 years, we may not be needing screening. Now, we need to say that, as far as we've heard, in Greece, in 2025, there were more boys getting vaccinated than girls. That's a problem. We've already discussed this. The guidelines of the WHO for the elimination of cervical cancer, which is the fourth most common cancer worldwide, requires 90% of girls getting vaccinated and 70% of women getting HPV tests. We're far away from these percentages in Greece, and we have to make an effort to reach these percentages. The Ministry of Health said that they want to achieve these numbers. Yes, of course, we want boys to get vaccinated as well to prevent themselves from cancer, especially oropharyngeal cancer. But let's not forget that the first HPV-related cancer to a percentage of 98-99% is cervical cancer. Oropharyngeal cancer is at a percentage of 60 to 70%. So let's focus on the ultimate objective to eliminate cervical cancer. And I do wish that the ministry would widen the range of age groups to be vaccinated. People at least up to the age of 26 need to be covered. Thank you, Mr. Agorastos. Let's go to Ms. Georgia Kourlaba, Assistant Professor of Public Health Nursing, who has published, together with her scientific team, Mr. Michos, Ms. Bakopoulou, etc., they have published a paper in an international journal about the data on HPV vaccination in children and teenagers. So, Ms. Kourlaba, please give us some numbers in relation to this type of vaccination. Sexual health is equally important. Ms. Kravari, you didn't answer that question. But, Ms. Kourlaba, what do you believe the role of nurses is as to raising awareness of people as to HPV testing? Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank ELLOK and Mr. Kapetanakis personally for their kind invitation. It is an honor to be a panelist here. When it comes to your question, thank you for the question, Ms. Psaltopoulou. I believe that Professor Agorastos and the Secretary General talked a lot about the importance of vaccination in order to prevent cervical cancer and all HPV-related cancers. Indeed, until recently, there were no officially published data on the vaccination coverage of the population, even though the WHO has indeed set this goal of eliminating cervical cancer. As a professor said, we should have 90% coverage by the age of 15, and this goal should have been achieved by 2030 according to WHO. Based on the data we analyzed from the e-prescription system, the message is optimistic, but there is a lot of room for improvement in order to achieve the WHO goal. Over the past years, there is an increasing trend of vaccination against HPV. Nevertheless, we have not yet reached the target, and we need to organize actions so that in 4 years we are able to achieve the target. We're not that far away from achieving it. So, what does this data say? Girls in 2024, that were up to 15 years old had received the first vaccine at a percentage of 60%. Once we looked at girls that have received the booster as well, so they have received the full vaccination, the percentage is at 50%. So 1 out of 2 girls that reach the age of 15 is fully vaccinated against HPV. When it comes to boys, boys became part of the national vaccination program after girls. They were included after the amendment of 2022. In boys, there is a trend of increase, so the percentage of boys that have started vaccination up to the age of 15 is 40%, and those that have received a booster are 28%. Another important finding of this research is that even though the national vaccination program, after its amendment in 2022, recommends the vaccination at the age of 9 to 11 years old, the percentage of children that get vaccinated at this age is below 20% in both boys and girls. Also, analysis showed many social and geographical inequalities. The percentage of vaccination coverage varies depending on the geography. There are higher vaccination rates in Crete and low vaccination rates, the lowest in Greece, in the islands of the North and Southern Aegean. This is consistent with what we already know, that there are difficulties in access to primary health care in insular and remote areas. We also found out that children born in Greece have higher rates of vaccination coverage compared to children that have been born abroad. And this is also a proof of social inequality. Through this research, we can highlight 2 findings. The first one is the value of digital data for public health. This data can contribute to ongoing monitoring of the vaccination coverage and the identification of gaps that can lead us to design targeted interventions. That's a key finding. And the second important finding is the need to design actions that will further strengthen vaccination rates, will increase vaccination rates because it is the single most important measure to prevent cervical cancer, followed by screening. So, we need to organize awareness-raising actions among parents and teenagers, and that should be a collective effort. All stakeholders should participate. Of course, school nurses can play a key role here, and our faculty can help raise awareness amongst children and parents on the value of vaccination. They shouldn't treat vaccination as a measure to prevent an STD, but as a way to prevent cancer. We can use tools that have already been utilized by the ministry, such as sending SMS to remind parents about vaccination once the child reaches the proposed age. And we can further improve the quality of digital data. We need registries that can contribute to better monitoring of vaccination coverage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your detailed answer. And now I will give the floor to Mrs. Menia Koukogianni. We have known each other since we have worked in pediatric cancer. She is the co-founder of the non-profit organization Καρκίνο, and the question to Mrs. Koukogianni is, which are the next steps of ELLOK in order to increase prevention, awareness raising, and increase the rate of vaccination amongst parents and children? How is ELLOK going to help into increasing those health data? Thank you very much. The truth is that the Hellenic Cancer Federation, ELLOK, last year organized a working group for cancer in pediatric patients, teens, and young adults. And there is also the so-called HPV task force having as a goal to increase cooperation inside Greece and abroad. We participate in the European Cancer Organization in the relevant HPV force of ECHO, and we try to bring the knowledge and the experience in among communities, but also to export our own experience. It is true that we all know that for the last few years, cancer patients' organizations have done a lot of things in order to prevent HPV cancers. ELLOK is going to put an end to cancer. It is all about cancer prevention, not specific forms of cancer, but all forms of cancer. What we have tried to do in ELLOK is to increase training and increase awareness raising. What I haven't heard so far is what we mean when we say increase awareness raising and collaboration and cooperation. We have decided that we have to train in a language that we understand as parents, as caregivers, what HPV is all about and how can we protect ourselves and our children. We have started a Train the Trainers HPV Close the Gap program. Well, ELLOK has been training its members for those specific issues, bearing in mind something very important, the safety of the vaccines. The safety of the vaccination is something that as patients' organization should be fully aware of in order to be able to increase the awareness amongst our members. Political will is considered a given. What Mrs. Boulaba said when it comes to data and registries are very important because we also want to have data and we want to translate our experience and knowledge into real-time action. We want to come closer and inform its community, no matter where they come from, no matter if they have access to big urban centers such as Athens and Thessaloniki, and of course to work closely with the academia, physicians and nurses alike in order to achieve those targets. We mentioned cervical cancer and HPV. We have to generalize and talk about cancer prevention. This should open a new discussion in Greece and not link HPV with our sexual life. There is also a big question, why parents do not vaccinate their children? The truth is that all those misinformation, there are politicians that declare why should we vaccinate children since they don't have sex at such a young age, at such an early age. This is a misinformation, and you understand that misinformation is wider, something bigger and wider than us. Thank you very much. I wish you the best, Mrs. Koukogianni, and I will give the floor to Mrs. Topali, the Secretary General of BOD of the Medical Sales Representatives of Greece. There was a new article about the new guidelines of the USA that self-testing is also approved and reimbursed. They believe that in all around countries and all around the world, self-testing would be widely accepting. First, this is a first step towards this first diagnosis. If she is found to be positive, then she should be referred for more testing. This is something new. And since we wait and see if this will become a reality for Greece, self-testing that is, I would like to ask you, which is the role of medical sales representatives in Greece? How do you help into increasing awareness raising, and what have you done until now? Good morning. Thank you very much. I would like to thank ELLOK and personally Giorgos Kapetanakis for this invitation. I would like to wish you the best for your next events, since this is your 10-year anniversary. I wish you so the best. We have heard a lot of things when it comes to HPV, the value of vaccination. Europe has got a roadmap, has got guidelines. There are already good examples and best practices from countries that have achieved their goals. In my opinion, Greece should follow the lead and the example of countries with good results, but of course adapting those actions to the Greek culture. And it goes without saying with very targeted actions. By representing the Pan-Hellenic Association of Medical Sales Representatives, I have to say that we understand this campaign in 2025. We have made a leaflet for the community and children, and we have implemented more than 400 actions around Greece, and this has been welcomed by 200 health professionals, and this campaign has received support from the Ministry of Health, and we would like to thank Mrs. Agapidaki and Mrs. Cravery since they have believed to that action. The leaflet is approved by the National Vaccination Committee because all those actions have to enjoy the support of the leadership, and what we have understood is that the communication with the population, consulting, health, education, support, answering the questions that parents have at given times, and trying to combat the resistance to vaccination to HPV, all those are challenged when there is a recommendation by a healthcare professional. Since now the minister announced that there will be a national action plan for cancer, so this action plan will help increase the vaccination rates, so the state will have to send messages to the population, and utilizing all their means, both mass media, social media, since young people and teenagers and children follow social media because cultures and behaviors are shaped through social media. So we believe as health visitors that we should guide them into taking the best possible decision for their health. So when the message from the state will be very strong and will showcase that prevention and protection from HPV through vaccination prevents from cancers, from chemotherapies, from surgeries and deaths alike, maybe then and only then parents will understand the importance. This message has not been sent to all households. Of course, it is encouraging that ELLOK, amongst others, is starting this campaign. We will continue as health visitors for 2026. We will try to reach its community, its school, and its household. However, we need the state by our side because we want to send an even stronger message. SMS alerts will help and will also help us to remind to get the booster, because boosters tend to I don't want to go home and see if I have vaccinated my daughters with a booster. I believe that the reminder with SMS will help a lot. We are very open to each kind of collaboration with everyone, with Mr. Acholastos, with ELLOK, and we have an excellent collaboration, and the Ministry of Health supports our actions. We will continue, and we believe that next year we will have even more results. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Topali. Now we will continue with the last panelist, Mr. Pourlivas. He is a CEO and founder of Armatura. I understand that the Greek pharmaceutical industry has been doing efforts towards this direction, so I would like to ask you to share your thoughts with us and your actions. What do you try to do? Thank you very much for this very kind invitation. It is a great honor for me to be participating in this panel, and I am together with Mr. Agorastos, who has done a lot of efforts, and I'm sure that thousands of women are alive today as a result of his efforts. There is a European program that is supporting in true figures 90% vaccination, 70% access to screening, and 90% to have access to some kind of intervention. Personally, in Armatura, we believe that the state has been doing a lot with the program Prolambano, the screening program, and the SMS to remind people. The reason why we're not doing very well is because the word prevention is not understood well. I did a screening, a gene screening, because I wanted to understand if I have any chance of developing cancer in the future. A lot of people ask me the same. What would have happened if you have learned that you have high chances of cancer? And I said, my opinion is that our life is like driving a car very quickly in the fog. We don't know what expects us in our future, and this screening is a GPS that can guide me through the best possible way to drive. Be careful. Take care of your life. Take care of your lifestyle, your diet, because at the next kilometer there might be something waiting for you. So, could you say a few things about this treatment that you developed? I don't want to talk about my company. Armatura is doing a lot of actions, such as the campaign in order to invite people to change their thinking. There are a lot of women that are HPV positive and are very stressed. The words and all those symptoms are very common. Armatura is willing to help both the state and any patient association on how we can tackle this virus. This is very well understood. And last but not least, Mrs. Maria Theodorido, who is the secretary of the BOD of ELLOK and president of the association Αυξανόμενων καρκίνο, you live in Crete. So could you share us what you do in Crete in order to increase the vaccination rates and the screening rates? Thank you very much. On behalf of the BOD of ELLOK, I would like to thank all the panelists in this panel. This is a very important topic, in my opinion. Very shortly, I would like to share our experience from a program that we organized in Crete, a research program for awareness raising amongst high school students that has been approved by the Secondary Education Direction, titled I get information, I get vaccinated, and I promote my health. It was not an easy feat for us to get the qualification to go in high schools. We wanted to raise awareness for the vaccination against HPV and also inform them about the prevention when it comes to HPV. We want to understand if the teenagers know about all these things, to get to know the percentage of teenagers that have already been vaccinated, and to inform them about the risk factors that can be altered, such as alcohol consumption, smoking, and all these things that we have mentioned in the previous panel. Now, we worked together with the HPV Scientific Association, and they helped us develop a questionnaire, and we gave this questionnaire to the pupils before asking them any questions. Afterwards, we have informed them. We have 3 professors that have designed those PowerPoints, a professor of pediatrics by the University of Crete, Mrs. Pertikogianni, Mrs. Stolia, who is a professor of radiation and radiotherapy oncology, and another professor who is teaching nursing. We have presented those PowerPoints, we have discussed with the pupils, and 1 month later we went back to the same school and we handed out the same questionnaire to the same pupils, and we asked them to answer the same questions once again. Within 2 years, we have done this exercise with 6 high schools. The access is very difficult, unfortunately. And the results that we have collected are rather impressive, if I may say so. First of all, there is a large percentage of teenagers who have never heard the word HPV, human papillomavirus. There are teenagers, they believe that they will get breast cancer from HPV. There is a large percentage of teens that smoke, and this is a huge problem, even if it is not related to HPV. And I have the figures only from 2 high schools. And we had teachers saying us that they lie in their questionnaires. The percentage of pupils that smoke is huge. However, what was encouraging was that after the intervention, when they get to answer the questions for a second time, the answers are more encouraging. So the intervention in schools with awareness raising and information is the most important thing that we can do. So we can go from school to school. We have to find people where they live and work and inform them in order to allow everyone to have access to education. So the word to the Secretary General, Mrs. Krava.
Thank you. I will be very brief. We heard a lot of important comments and remarks, and it remains to have a second discussion on everything that has been said, but I want to focus on the interdisciplinary cooperation and interoperability. It's something everybody has stressed, and it is crucial for us as well. The state and the Ministry of Health develops the institutional framework and provides the tools so that in real time we can develop our policies. But we need all the other stakeholders, the scientific community, patient associations, the academia. We are all together, hand in hand, to co-shape this new context we've all talked about. I'm happy to hear so much enthusiasm around the table, and we welcome this cooperation. The ministry has also focused a lot on inequalities. They pertain to vaccination and screening alike. And as the minister pointed out this morning, and as the deputy minister has also pointed out from time in time, We are in the process of making a multi-level and multidimensional reform in the health sector in order to restructure the primary healthcare sector, create awareness-raising programs for primary healthcare professionals, and I want to focus on the crucial role of health visitors represented by Ms. Topali. This is a collective effort. We have a joint vision and a joint objective. That's all on my part. I'm looking forward to continuing this discussion with you. Thank you very much. I would like to warmly thank our panelists. I can understand that our round tables are rather long and they have a lot of panelists, but I think everyone is adding their own perspective and it is useful to hear all perspectives. So as I was saying, everyone adds their own perspective. And it's useful to hear all perspectives. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time. Ms. Psaltopoulou was an exceptional moderator. Thank you, Ms. Psaltopoulou. I know we're putting pressure on you to respect the time allotted to you. This morning, there is a taxi strike in Athens. This is why there was a delay. But we now have to talk about a very important issue. We have received a short message that we want to convey. It's from the European Commissioner for Health and Animal Welfare and Food Safety, Mr. Oliver Varhelyi. Let us watch this short video message by the Commissioner. Let's watch it.
Ladies and gentlemen, people should be at the center of healthcare, from everyday care to policymaking at EU level. Many thanks to the Hellenic Cancer Federation for highlighting it so clearly in their work and in this 10th annual conference. As one of the first cancer missions hubs, you link European policies and national implementation. You contribute significantly to Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. Since the cancer plan started 5 years ago, we have implemented more than 60 initiatives across the whole cancer care pathway. And we are keeping this momentum going. In November, we launched the European Network of Comprehensive Cancer Centers. This will help every patient access high-quality care, no matter where they live. Tomorrow, for World Cancer Day, we will release the 5th edition of the European Code Against Cancer, translated into every EU language, including Greek. It provides specific recommendations to prevent cancer and promote healthier lifestyles. Building on the experience of the cancer plan, in December, we adopted the first ever EU cardiovascular health plan, the Safe Hearts Plan. The plan takes a coordinated approach, including around prevention. An estimated 40% of cancer cases and 80% of cardiovascular diseases could be prevented. Both plans will reinforce each other as they address the same key risk factors: unhealthy diets, physical inactivity, harmful alcohol consumption, and tobacco use. Greece has already stepped up its efforts with a national prevention program offering access to health checks. The Safe Hearts Plan is part of a health package the Commission adopted in December, which supports cancer prevention and treatment. The Biotech Act, another key part of this package, will boost bringing to patients new innovative treatments. To this end, it will simplify the regulatory environment and facilitate funding for the health biotech sector. We also proposed to revise the regulations on medical devices. This clarifies the rules for manufacturers, avoids administrative bottlenecks, and maintains patient safety as a top priority. This also will help oncology, which relies on medical devices, from prevention to accurate diagnosis and targeted treatments. The health package builds on efforts to improve our rules for medicines. We have reformed the EU's pharmaceutical legislation, which the European Parliament and the Member States agreed on in December. This provides market incentives to develop medicines for serious diseases, including rare or pediatric cancers, where we too often lack good treatments. With these revised rules, we can already better prevent shortages of medicines, but we need additional tools to be fully effective. So we proposed the Critical Medicines Act last year. The Act aims to reduce dependencies in supply chains, and it will improve the availability and secure supply of medicines essential for cancer prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. We will continue working closely with the European Parliament and the Council to ensure that the benefits from all of these proposals reach the people as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look towards World Cancer Day tomorrow, let's keep people at the center of our work and maintain our commitment to improving care for cancer patients. Thank you.
It is indeed a great honor to receive this short video message by the Commissioner. I would like now to invite on stage the moderator of the next panel. The next panel is about change of behavior. The moderator is Mr. Emanuelis Mirnakis, Professor of Primary Health Care at the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Thessaloniki. Mr. Mirnakis, the floor to you. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to start this round table focused on smoking and vaping, changing behaviors and protecting public health. Let me invite Mr. Stefanos Triaridis to take his seat. Mr. Triaridis is an professor at the ENG clinic at the University of Thessaloniki. Ms. Daphne Kaitelidou, chair of the Organization for the Assurance of Quality in Health, the medical oncologist and director of the first oncology clinic at the Metropolitan Hospital, Ms. Zenia Saridaki, the head of the Directorate General of Public Health and Quality of Life, a national focal point for WHO FCTC Greece, Ms. Fotini Koulouri, the public health visitor, PhD holder from the University of Athens and chair of the Hellenic Health Visitors Association, Ms. Maria Sakoufaki. Ladies and gentlemen, smoking and tobacco products are possibly the greatest avoidable health risk and the leading cause of premature death in the EU, responsible for nearly 700,000 deaths of each year. Approximately 50% of smokers die prematurely, on average 14 years earlier. According to 2020 data, Greece has the third highest rate of daily adult smokers, 25%, among OECD countries. According to OECD data for 2019, approximately 22% of all deaths in Greece are attributed to smoking, both active and passive, a percentage higher than the corresponding EU average, which is 17%. I will now switch to English.
I would like to invite Dr. João Brenda to take the floor for his initial speech. Dear colleagues, we begin this important panel with a series of distinguished guests. The goal of this discussion is to examine the evidence regarding the risks of smoking and vaping, to identify effective policies for prevention and harm reduction, to to discuss strategies for population-level implementation and monitoring. Mr. Brenda, the floor is yours.
Kalimera, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, thank you very much. And this is where I leave my Greek, which is not good enough yet to deliver a presentation in your beautiful language. I'll try later, maybe in a couple of years. First and foremost, thank you for the invitation. Congratulations to ELLOK for a great conference so far. Really amazing, outstanding, I would say, from what I have seen. And also to congratulate you for the topics and obviously to discuss one of the elephants in the room when we come and talk about cancer, which is the tobacco issues, the tobacco policies, and some of the emerging trends which are really extremely worrisome. And if I would be a politician, a father, anyone that works in public health needs to be very worried with this situation because we are losing the war against the tobacco industry. They have come back big time, and if we don't open our eyes and we don't take further action, we are all going to suffer with more cancer and severe consequences in the future. So my first word goes to everyone in this room who has any contacts with the tobacco industry. Don't do it. You work in public health, and if you do it, you have to declare your interest. WHO is very strong on this, and we really condemn the association of public health with anything that resembles tobacco industry. And today is about tobacco and cancer. I will give you some data. I will try to illustrate the situation in Europe, but also let's say, the progress in Greece and elsewhere, and we will give some hints or some suggestions in terms of the next steps. I also know that I'm here between you and we're here between you and lunch, and we pressed with time. We're significantly late and delayed, so I'll try to keep the presentation very short. A lot of the stuff that I'm going to show you already know it, and obviously it's nothing new to a certain extent, but I think it's always worth to remind us. We all know that tobacco use is the biggest preventable cause of cancer, around 25% globally. At least 70 chemicals are related with cancer from the tobacco products. Tobacco is cause of more than 20 different cancer types. Also very important, it really interferes very significantly with the quality of treatment and treatment outcomes. And of course, we also know that novel tobacco products also have very deleterious impact, although of course we need to look more long-term to the long-term effects, but clearly there's nothing which is not, we can consider not harmful. The impacts are very significant. And of course, we still have the issues of those who are exposed to secondhand smoking, and unfortunately, since I've been here in Greece for 5 years, I do suffer from that when I go to places where people are not supposed to be smoking, and unfortunately many of you and myself, we are exposed to that, therefore a lot more work needs to be done. The overall proportion of deaths due to cancer that are attributable to tobacco use is between 13 and 41%, and 2 and 21% for women, up to 40% in men, and just below 500,000 deaths from cancer, which were identified in 2023, which is one of the years with more data, with more recent data. And of course, 7 out of 10 lung cancers in men are related to tobacco use. So basically, more than 70%. And also quitting reduces the risk of developing and dying from cancer caused by smoking. So it's never too late, and we should do it. I would also like to highlight the really relevant impact of tobacco and cancer treatment outcomes. So this is nothing new for the audience, but it's really very important that, of course, the presence of tobacco in people's lives when they are diagnosed really reduces the quality of the outcomes and of course, conduces to poor cancer treatment outcomes. It relates with aggressiveness, altering the effect of the drugs, the treatments, and the complications, and also increases, of course, comorbidities, because we know that tobacco is related with cardiovascular diseases very strongly, and of course also with cancer. So it's really very important that we also look into that from a perspective of early diagnosis, treatment, and all of that, very, very important. So no doubt to anybody that tobacco control is critical to cancer prevention. I go back to very old school stuff, and the very old school is the price. Normally, Adam Smith, the father of economy, he was not a public health guy, he said, price always works. And it's normally true in society. So it's very simple, very old slide from France, but you see when you increase price of these very harmful products, you really see a reduction in consumption, and you see a very significant reduction on the prevalence of lung cancer. So it's all there. We know this for many decades. We did a really good job. The tobacco, let's say, policies globally and in Europe under the leadership of WHO are a major success public health story. But we are losing it. We are sleeping, and we need to wake up, because the tobacco industry is coming back big time, as I said before. Europe is the worst region in the world, in fact, and in spite of some progress. You can see the dotted lines are estimates, but you can see that our region is the, it's really, let's say the dark, I don't know exactly the color, but it's the dark one there, it's violet or something. And you can see that the European region is really one, compared with other 5 WHO regions, is one which is really not doing that well. We are the second slowest reduction in tobacco use, and we have the highest global prevalence in 2024, 24%. So this is really very serious. When it comes to Greece, you can see where Greece is. We all know Greece is one of the countries with the highest prevalence, is on the top left. So I think the figure speaks for itself. This illustration is more than enough, and Greece is together with some more Eastern European countries in the EU, and therefore one would expect that you would be in a slightly better position at least. So the prevalence is very high, way above the EU average, so we have to do much more. In females, the situation is extremely worrisome, because progress in the European region is not as good as in other regions, and therefore, of course, although normally men smoke more, the preoccupation with women has to be there, because it's really very serious, especially when it comes to vaping. Obviously, all of this translates into impact and into general outcomes in terms of NCDs. We are not only talking about cancer. Obviously, the connection with cancer is more than clear, but we're also talking about cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and other, and you can see that tobacco there at the top is clearly the main risk factor in terms of attribution of chronic non-communicable diseases. So I also understand that this is no novelty to any of us, but it's also a call to action, and really, although progress obviously is there over the decades, we're at a, I would say, crossroads where progress can be lost if we don't do more. Different way to present the data on consumption, men and women, the different, of course, types of diseases, and what I would like to highlight here is that we're not only talking about cancer, but also talking about especially cardiovascular diseases and others where tobacco has a huge impact. And again, you can look at the situation in Greece compared to other countries. Greece is really one of the countries with the highest negative impact of tobacco products. We also believe that we need to focus more on young people, and why? Because we have a big challenge, particularly with the novel tobacco products. We have a significant group of adolescents which is engaging with these new products. There's a risk of addiction to nicotine, as you know. We have the deleterious effect of all the products that we know are negative in these products. And of course, we have a serious concern that these products are really reversing very big success in tobacco control policies globally. And also we need to continue to look into long-term effects. So basically, we really need to be, as we are looking into tobacco policies overall and the need to reduce the consumption in all groups in the population, I believe, we strongly believe, that young people deserve a very special look because the consumption of these products is very, very high. And Greece is no exception. On the contrary, Greece is one of the countries that is suffering more from novel tobacco products in young people. This is the statistics on the prevalence among all reporting countries, as you can see, and you see that flavors are often cited as the #1 reason for young people to start using these products, and there's really a very significant impact when it comes to young people. So you see that in terms of e-cigarettes, novel tobacco products, Greece also pops up as being at a leading position. And if you look at the ESPAD last data, which is a survey that looks at substance consumption in young people across many countries in Europe, and you would see that there's a sharp increase in the last decade, more than triple in the last, let's say, more than 10 years. And Greece is actually following this upwards trend, but if you look at the EU countries, Greece is the country in the EU with the most significant increase in novel tobacco products, and including e-cigarettes. So it's from 35% to 52%, so it's really going up very, very quickly. And it's a very serious situation, I would say. Here, a different way to present it, and again, you see a comparison that brings together the situation in Europe, and of course, you see the increase basically in several years, half a dozen of years, you see a huge increase, more than triple the consumption of these products. So it's not that these products are being used for people who are already smokers to help them quit smoking. Let's be very clear. This is not the case. These products are not being used as a risk reduction strategy. This is a complete lie. Young people are using it. They shouldn't be using it, right? And very young people, 13 to 15-year-olds in many cases. So the tobacco industry is expanding their number of clients, is targeting younger people, and is targeting especially women. So let's open our eyes. This is not a harmful reduction approach. This is enlarging the market. This is a huge success. This is a big comeback. We all should be very worried with this. You can see a different illustration. Only 3% of adults, more than 1 in 5 young people. So who is using novel tobacco products? That's the question. The data shows it very clearly. Let's not ourselves be fooled. Pouches the same, we go ahead. Eat the tobacco products is the same. Consumption in Greece is also a little bit high. One of the things that has been, let's say, a great success, unfortunately, for the tobacco industry is that with new products and social media, they've been sort of able to advertise in a way that it was not possible before. So we all know this. Influencers, just an example of things that are happening that they shouldn't be, and where we as public health officials, we need to advocate for stronger policies and legislation. New and emerging products, sleek and trendy design, discreet design, bright colors, cartoon characters, apparently designed for children. So certainly I don't see it as products designed to help people quit smoking, those who are already smokers. I think it's a different story here. So we really need to take action and be very smart in terms of what we are doing, because there's a long history of misleading science and youth targeting marketing there's aggressive promotion of these new products, there's the use of flavors, colors, and design attractive to use, systematic interference with public policies, including strong opposition to regulation and taxation. So everything that works, we of course are being challenged. So there is a European context where we would like to promote and where we would like to propose further action in face of the current situation. I'm not going to go into the detail of all these elements, but just a summary, and I'm very happy to share the slides in case you would like to have them, but this is the current situation we have in Europe, and therefore this is certainly an area that still deserves a lot of attention from public health. We also believe that in Greece we need more action, and we are ready to work with the different colleagues in developing and enforcing these policies. Where we see that could be a little bit of an improvement is on the enforcement, because I will show you another slide. Greece, in terms of legislation, is quite okay compared with other countries. Some areas need to be improved, but enforcement is something really serious. The regulation on these novel tobacco products is also important, and of course, protection from interference. Because what works is very clear. What works is comprehensive smoke-free laws and strong enforcement. When I go out with people in my office, sometimes I have a lot of young people, and we go out for a drink, I do it sometimes. I go to places, everyone is smoking inside. It's not allowed in Greece, but people are smoking in bars and discos, wherever you go here. But it's not allowed. So there's a matter of enforcing, it's very important, and you don't see that in all European countries. There are many European countries where you cannot smoke, because if you smoke inside, the police comes and your establishment is closed. So there's many areas where we can improve. We need strong leadership. The leadership starts with advocacy, with organizations like this one here, and starts with public officials and public health policy, public health people doing what they are supposed to do. Then it's about really implementing the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Products, and we will get done. But as I finish, just to say, and I'm ready, that really we are worried that we may be losing this war, and we really need to go back to the drawing boards and go back to really very strong public health policy that we had decades ago in Europe, and we really need to be proud of that success, but we cannot really rely on past successes. We really need to keep our eyes very open. Public health working together with government so that we avoid the negative impact of the novel tobacco products and, of course, of tobacco in Europe and in Greece. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joao. Take your seat. Θα μιλήσουμε στα ελληνικά.
So we will speak in Greek. We will start with from what Mr. Breda has told us. Mr. Triaridis, we have clear data. The point is, how should we react? And based on your experience, we would like to ask you how the curriculum should change in the master's programs. Hello, everyone. Due to time limitation, I will be very short and succinct. We know that tobacco consumption is the greatest avoidable health risk, since it deteriorates the systems and it also is a leading cause of cancer. So, as an alternative, now they are offering other nicotine and tobacco products that are not included in the regulatory framework of the EU for tobacco products. Therefore, they are accessible and they can be promoted by the tobacco industry. So, they are sold as substitute products that can help heavy smokers to cut down on smoking, and those are presented in a better light. They are marketed like having no risk whatsoever, and this has been they were received very well by the youth. Everything is done through digital technology when it comes to young people. So a lot of behavioristic models, such as the use of tobacco products, they believe that help them to integrate on a social level. So during the last decades, there has been an increase in the use of all those products, of the new tobacco products, which, according to new data, it showcases that it deteriorates the cardiovascular problems, but also they are similar to the traditional tobacco products. And we have been looking forward to new studies saying that they also are related with risk cancer. So the new nicotine products with thermal tobacco products, they still release nicotine. They are supposed to be more safe, but on epidemiological level, we have now data, and we understand that in the framework of public health, we should introduce some strategies in order to decrease those effects. Already, when it comes to public health, we have seen that there is an increase, an exponential increase to the use of those products by our young people. A lot of non-smokers, non-traditional smokers are exposed to those products, and they are this is a way of introducing them also to the smoking habits, since later on they might continue with traditional smokes. When it comes to the policies that are promoted by the tobacco industry as an alternative way of reducing cigarettes, we have seen that most of them use both the newer tobacco products, but also they keep smoking the traditional cigarettes, and therefore they do not stop smoking, but there is a mixed use of those products. Therefore, the policy should be targeting to make the regulatory framework more strict, because along traditional cigarettes, we want also to restrict the marketing of those new products, such as products that are fragranced also. Now, when it comes to the prohibition of smoking, we believe that those products should not be smoked in public areas. And when it comes to awareness raising, we believe that amongst physicians, but amongst all health professionals, we should change the culture and their belief when it comes to health education. And we should let physicians and health professionals do more consulting and to increase those interventions to younger people. We want to, with the consulting given by healthcare professionals, to stop young people from using all those nicotine products. On the master level, for example, in the specializations of cardiology and such, this intervention and this consulting, as well as the dissemination of new information, should be targeting the society, because we believe that all those burden the public health and the people's health by those new tobacco products and the new nicotine release products. because we want to shape policies and strategies that would allow our young people to feel protected and to be protected. Thank you, Mr. Triaridis. So, after this introduction, I would like to continue with the legal framework, the national legal framework. Greece has got the law 4633 of 2019 that imposed a total ban of smoking, including e-cigarettes, in all enclosed public and private spaces, with fines for smokers and responsible persons. And the law 5216 strengthens the protection for minors, strictly prohibiting the sale of tobacco products to individuals younger than 18, with mandatory ID checks and serious criminal penalties and fines. Nevertheless, if we were to visit any kind of bar or restaurant, especially in the regions, we will see that this law has not been respected. So, Mrs. Koulouri, why do we have still high percentages of smoking despite the ban? And based on your role in public health and the management of institutional framework, which is the strategic role of public health in shaping policies? Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, I will try to be short. First of all, I would like to thank the President of the ELLOK, Mr. Kapetanakis, for this very honoring invitation to participate in such a good panel. When it comes to smoking and vaping, that puts human people in the epicenter of care. I would like to thank Dr. João Breda for his contribution.
The work of the WHO in Athens have been instrumental in supporting Greece's public health reforms. Κυρίες και κύριοι, εν πρώτης θα ήθελα να πω ότι συμφωνώ.
First of all, I would like to say that I totally agree with what Mr. Breda has said, not only when it comes to the findings, but also when it comes to the challenges, policies, and the conclusions that he mentioned. Smoking, if I'm allowed to say so, and alcohol consumption are not just personal behaviors, there are structural challenges for the public health inextricably linked with non-communicative diseases, which is also linked to the sustainability of our systems. Greece is at a crossroads from legislating to implementing the laws, because in Greece there is this problem. We do not implement those legislations. There is an implementation gap. The new law, 5216 of 2025, is a new step. We have transposed all the EU guidelines, and with this legislative effort, we have done a step forward. We will have also the new tobacco product directive that will also change a lot of things. And this legal framework has allowed us to protect the society, and especially younger people. I also wanted to say very shortly that this equalizes the new nicotine release products with the tobacco products, introduces criminal penalties, and increases the role of LD. The message is clear. There are no innocent tobacco products. They are all the same. Either we're talking about traditional cigarette or heated products or nicotine-released products. All those products are the same. For the ministry, since we want to fully align with the guidelines of the FCDC and the World Health Organization, all tobacco products are the same, so we want to have a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to those products. There has been progress. Nevertheless, what is still a great challenge are the use of digital tools, the controls and checks, and of course, building a trust. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the policies, the public health policies, will be successful only when they will become an acquis communautaire. We have a chance to shape a Greece with less risk factors. Smoking, alcohol, diet, etc. They are all risk factors, and to adopt a new mentality in order to have longer lives by investing in prevention, as the minister herself has said a lot of times. So your question, which touches upon the core of the new policies, how are we going to transform this framework to action? So this law is a very good start. Nevertheless, we as Greece are fully aligned with the European plan for beating cancer, which has a very big goal to decrease the smokers up to 5% of the population and to go towards a tobacco-free generation. Dr. Breda has mentioned the results of a SPAT, which is a very important survey and study that has been funded by the ministry. It was implemented and includes 5,000 pupils. And the results show that we have a challenge, a very dynamic and complex challenge, that policies change. The market is one step ahead always from the state. Therefore, we will have to update our policies and inform our policies. Teenagers have high percentages of trying tobacco products, and especially e-cigarettes. That will be the huge risk for the years to come. So vaping is, we now know that children from 13 to 15 years old, or even as young as 11 years old, try vaping, and that increase their addiction, and then they continue with other tobacco products. We will have to see how easy it is for those teens to access those products, because the smells and the colors are very attractive. The ministry did not manage to the last legislative intervention to put a ban on colors and fragrances, but you understand I'm talking about flavors which are very attractive for younger people. In my opinion, in the next programming period, through DPD, this will be also regulated. The reasons why we still have high percentages of smoking are multifaceted. The social tolerance, the fact that the law is not implemented, the easy access to those products, and the dynamic tobacco company that keeps targeting to young people with marketing policies and new products. And this is why the answer is not just legal. It should be a holistic change of culture. All stakeholders should change their mentality and their behaviors. Prevention at school should be reinforced, and the family should also work towards this direction. The utilization of data, the easy access should become difficult access, and with this law, with the implementation that will be fully implemented shortly, I'm sure that we will have very positive results, and of course, the constant revisiting and monitoring, which is our strategic goal. It is to drastically reduce the use of those products, to protect non-smokers, and invest in a generation that will not need to go to rehab because they will never be addicted.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Σε πολύ λίγο χρόνο περάσατε τα πολύ σημαντικά μηνύματα και ας προχωρήσουμε λίγο σε θέματα ποιότητας. Κύριε Καϊτελίδου, λαμβάνοντας υπόψη το θεσμικό σας ρόλο ως Προέδρου του
Taking into account your institutional role as chairman of the Organizations for the Assurance of Quality, how can you become an agency that will coordinate various stakeholders in a national strategy against smoking and vaping, and which quality criteria should be met by prevention and quitting programs? Thank you. Moderator, I would like to thank ELLOK and Mr. Kapetanakis for the invitation and for allowing me to participate in this very interesting panel. Allow me to say that the concept of quality in this roundtable might not be easy to understand for all of you. What does it mean to ensure a quality assurance framework in an anti-smoking policy? Well, I will be very brief and succinct because previous speakers have indeed covered a lot of the things I would like to say. What I would like to add is that the experience from countries that have done better than us is that in order to turn good intentions to tangible actions, because there are always good intentions. We intend to allow people to quit smoking, but in order to turn it into tangible results, experience has shown that it requires cross-sectional cooperation, coordination, and parallel actions. This means that clearly we need a very good legal framework, as Ms. Koulouri said. Clearly, we need better monitoring and enforcement mechanisms. We all understand that this is a point of pain in Greece. There's always somebody smoking in Greek restaurants or even public agencies. We need also sufficient awareness raising and prevention mechanisms. Also, smoking quitting services. Early diagnosis is also equally important. The ministry has already announced a screening and early diagnosis program which should be connected to services that help people quit smoking. There is a social aspect to smoking as well, so let's focus on good planning, good design that will target people and population groups where the smoking rates are disproportionate high. So people with a low socioeconomic profile, unprivileged people, people with mental health problems, and vulnerable population groups that should be well targeted in all these policies. So a quality assurance framework is the basis for further discussion for the effective governance of all these bodies and policies within a framework of assessment and evaluation. It's good to be able to evaluate which policies are successful, and it's not a copy-paste exercise. We shouldn't just copy other countries' policies, but evaluate their potential success. When all stakeholders speak the same language, meaning quality criteria, then we have impressive results. Mr. Breda showed the results of such policies. He talked about the Netherlands. Netherlands is indeed a best practice, a good example. Scotland, Finland, those countries introduced a quality assurance framework. You talked about the quality criteria. I will be very brief because they have already been mentioned. It's important that any such strategy is based on scientific evidence and documentation. We all know that drugs are not that effective. It's behavioral change that matters. We know that tobacco industry is very well at attracting people. We should do the same. We should attract people to change their behaviors in combination with some kind of medicinal products that can help them. We need policies to eliminate inequalities, which are very important in terms of smoking and vaping, awareness raising, training, education. So using these quality criteria, these policies, and ongoing evaluation of these programs, together with a legal framework, can bring about the desired success and bring about more positive results. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Kaitelidou. And now we will watch two videos and then we will comment on them. Two videos chosen by Ms. Zenia Saridaki.
Νέες γεύσεις, πάθα πούφα.
These are promotional videos, marketing videos for new tobacco products, advertising their nice flavors.
Νέες απελπιστικές γεύσεις. Ούτε ένας λόγος να τις δοκιμάσεις. Γιατί το vape είναι λίγο sad. Εσύ όχι.
Ας δούμε και το δεύτερο.
Όταν κάθε ανάσα
This is a video where the Greek water polo team, the female water polo team, talks against smoking.
Είναι ένα από αυτά.
And vaping.
Αν ήταν τόσο cool, θα το κάναμε κι εμείς. Γιατί το vape δεν είναι cool. Εσύ είσαι.
Προβάλαμε ένα συγκεκριμένο και πραγματικό.
This is an example of targeted action addressed to young people. Ms. Zaridaki, how do you come up with this idea using the female water polo team for this campaign? Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present these videos in your conference. Thank you, Mr. Kapetanakis, for your invitation. Congratulations for yet another successful conference. Last year, we had the announcement of the National Cancer Registry, and now we have more announcements. I'm not going to repeat the data that have already been presenting. They are frightening, especially when it comes to younger generations. And that's deeply concerning for us as oncologists, as parents, as citizens. We said that we don't want to see our children becoming our patients. This is why we've made the decision, together with the team Women in Oncology, with which we have undertaken many awareness-raising campaigns since 2014, we decided to organize a campaign against vaping mostly, not so much smoking. That's mostly the most concerning public health issue for the 21st century. The huge majority of young people that have encountered vaping is frightening. The percentages are terrifying. They consider it to be safe. And that's very concerning. No, that's addiction as well. It leads to smoking. It's harmful for the lungs, and we don't know how harmful it can be yet. We are yet to discover the degree of its harms. The percentage was below 20% in 2020, and it's more than 50% now. It's now an established school habit, despite recent legislation, which is very important, and we welcome it. So we've decided to do this campaign, national campaign, to empower younger generations to say no to vaping and smoking. Not because they're afraid of it. We know that young people are not afraid of anything. We want this campaign to be based on personal choice, self-confidence, and awareness raising. Our young people should fight for their health freely. This is why the first video is a bit more humoristic. It talks about different flavors and colors, and the second video is the role models of young people, our champions, our water polo champions, talking as ambassadors of this campaign. We've taken the first step, but that's not enough. We're not alone. We had many supporters all the way. Director Sotiris Tsafoulias, Bas Digital, the National Water Polo Team, the Swimming Federation of Greece, the Hellenic Metro, the Athens Metro, because these posters and pictures have been posted inside the trains. And we would like you to adopt and further promote this campaign as well. All stakeholders present here today, talk about it, protect young children, inform young children, stand against those that target the most vulnerable, because our vision is a smoke-free society, a society and a younger generation freed from harmful habits and nicotine, a generation that breathes freely, lives freely, opts for life, the nicest flavor, without any addiction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The videos were very nice, very targeted, and they were each targeting a different age group. So we will continue. Now I will give the floor to our last panelist, Mrs. Sakoufaki, who is a visiting public health nurse. So, focusing on the critical role of community health nurses, how can community health nurses contribute to informing and raising awareness with an emphasis on the school population, and are current information programs in schools effective? I would like to thank Mr. Kapetanakis, the BOD of ELLOK, for this very honoring invitation. I would like to congratulate everyone. What Mrs. Zerminakis said is very successful because we can bring people together. As Mrs. Koulouris said, both the legislative framework is there and the scientific data are there. We need to connect better together and coordinate amongst ourselves. School is itself an environment in which we can do interventions, documented interventions. Schools, of course, has three groups. First of all, pupils. We should have a centralized health education program. In my opinion, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and us, the health nurses, we should all design a program for all grades that will be implemented, and this is how we could understand the knowledge of pupils and, of course, to showcase the role models, which is the most important thing for young people, to showcase how important the health is through a simple video. In my opinion, this video itself is a power that will allow pupils to get knowledge and change their behavior when it comes to smoking and vaping. We should offer consulting services to parents and pupils alike with the help of all health professionals. Teachers should play the leading role, and they should also get training in order to participate in those programs in order to bring about the best possible results. There are health education actions. However, all those actions are fragmented, and it is up to the discretion of the health professional if they want to implement it. And we don't have any measurable data. They are implemented as awareness-raising programs, and the efficacy of all the actions is linked to the planning and the design. We should plan them on a central level. They should be based on scientific, well-documented data, and of course, we should bring together all health professionals and the political leadership and the academia. I hope, Mr. Kapetanakis, that since last year we announced the registry, next year we will have a program, educational program for pupils, which are the next generation of the Greek population. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor for 30 seconds to each of you, if you have any comments or questions.
Tell the last comment in the end, but if you would like just to give to the others just 30 seconds for a second comment, if you would like.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Θα είμαι πάρα πολύ σύντομη. Άκουσα σημαντικά πράγματα.
Thank you very much. I will be very succinct. Professor Dr. Kaiterlides said that we should offer more services for people who want to stop smoking, and the incorporation, the integration of those services to the health centers would be a very good idea in order to allow them to be accessible from young people and teenagers. The video was wonderful, and if we want to speak the truth, the country has seen a decrease, the second largest in Europe, 60% after Czech Republic. And something that we tend to forget is that smoking is linked with the environment, meaning that we have two silent enemies. It starts from the fields to the garbage, the waste, so we should bear in mind the role of public health, meaning shaping policies based on data and understanding the risks. This should be a bridge between other policies and critical aspects such as the environment, education, self-government, by ensuring that health is incorporated horizontally in all other policies. Thank you very much. Mrs. Kaitelidou, very quickly, I would like to say that stakeholders that exchange knowledge, experiences, and ideas is what should be done in order to have an effective national strategy against smoking. I am very happy that Mrs. Koulouri is here representing the ministry. Central coordination is of essence, and also action on a local level is also of essence. So both the local administration, schools, and health centers alike, all the stakeholders should sit around the same table and coordinate, because Mrs. Koulouri is right. Despite the decrease in adults, the trends in teenagers are very alarming. You will allow me to say that 27% that Mrs. Artaki mentioned, I will say that based on my experience as a mother of teens, I can share with you that they are very trendy. Vaping is very trendy, so the country should move very quickly towards this direction. In my opinion, before the next conference of ELLOK. Thank you very much. Mrs. Koufaki, do you have any last comment? I agree with Mrs. Koulouri and Mrs. Kaitelidou. We need central planning. We need to bring together all scientific organizations, and I wish that next year we will see some results. Role models, especially in teens, are very important. Teens should have access to healthy role models, and such role models should be promoted. I will send you the videos, yes, with pleasure. Now, I will give the floor to Dr. Breda.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate you all, because there is really a change. I've been to the last 3 conferences, I think, and now we're really talking business today here. This is very important. We are very strong together. This is about collaboration. The public health community can do all of this together with the doctors, the researchers, those who work in the health centers. Together we can win this fight, because there is an enemy, and we know exactly who the enemy is, and we know the tools. The tools are very clear. This enemy was already dead. It was a walking dead. He recovered entirely, but we're gonna get it down again, because, as you very well pointed out, we want a smoke-free world. So I'm energized and reassured that in Greece we can do it. Greece has legislation, congratulations. Stuff has been done a lot, but there is a lot of enforcement, and there is a lot of also education and many things that can be done there. So I'm really convinced that with this collaboration working together, we can. But, and my last point, the health sector needs to do its own bit. not just the oncologists, we do great work, but we need more tobacco cessation, particularly in the health centers in Greece. And I've been in many health centers in all the 7 regions. I was in Areopoli last week and in Crete, and I saw Tommy's and health centers with my own eyes, and there's great work, but it's not across the board. So we really need, because we cannot blame the smoker. They are a victim. So we need to help them. And to help them, we need the doctors and the nurses in primary care to be able and to have the programs. WHO is very proud to be working with the Ministry of Health in improving this tobacco cessation in primary care with a big project. I don't go into detail on that, but you'll see more on this collaborating with our friends in the ministry. Thank you.
Professor Triaridis, you would like just 30 seconds, I understand.
Πολύ γρήγορα, απλώς επειδή βλέπω ότι πάμε να κάνουμε...
Very quickly, I want to say that this problem has been increased, and now we have to manage an even huger issue up to a point that could have been prevented. Therefore, I don't want to close with a positive note, but with a negative note, because I want all us to be alert. If we leave this room reassured, there is the risk to move forward to another issue and forget this very important issue. This is all about our youth, and I'm sure that when we have more specific data that in the cardiovascular system and in the all those tobacco products, and to the fact that they are increasing the risk for cancer. We are waiting for more data, and so I want to close on a negative note, because we have to be alert, since our young people are the future. Thank you to ELLOK and Mr. Kapetanakis. I don't want to close with complacency. I, of course, congratulate you on those very nice videos that help towards achieving this goal. Let's be alert. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have tried in those 45 minutes, Mr. Kapetanakis, we have stuck to our time. Thank you to all the panelists. We have tried to talk about the risks of smoke and vaping alike, to discuss about prevention policies and strategies about monitoring this issue. The state and the authorities alike should take actions, but citizens should also take actions themselves. With financial pressures, we shouldn't remain and choose establishments that allow smoking. And of course, we need to change our mentality. We need to fight for the rights of non-smokers. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμότατα. Το μήνυμα είναι ότι παραμένουμε σε γρήγορα.
Thank you very much. So the key message here, the take-home message here was, let's remain alert, let's be alert. Unfortunately, we have no time to have a break, a coffee break, so we will move straight forward to the next panel, and I would like to call the moderator, Ms. Adigoni Andraki, a journalist and head of communication and PR of the Karadzic group, to come to the stage and assume the role of moderating the next roundtable with a very interesting topic.
Να σας ευχαριστήσω πολύ για την βοήθεια.
I would like to thank all of you for your patience and understanding, because we need to save up time. We need to catch up the time that we've lost, unfortunately. And this is a very important topic, so we need your participation, your input. I would like to thank wholeheartedly both ELLOK, Mr. Kapetanakis, the members of the BOD for honoring me with the invitation to be among you here today. Thank you for allowing me to listen to so many important discussions. We are now going to be tackling cancer and mental health. The reason I say this is that I feel that cancer diagnosis is not just about our body and physical health. It is about our mental health, our relationships, our identities, a patient's everyday life, their family's everyday life, during the treatment, before the treatment, and after the treatment, if such an after comes to be. Despite the fact that cancer treatment has evolved, we know that mental health is still set aside, and the goal today is to highlight the urgent needs regarding the mental health of cancer patients, but also look at the deficiencies of the state and perhaps identify potential interventions, which is why we have invited panelists from the fields of clinical practice, patient association, mental health, so as to look comprehensively at this topic. And this is why I would like to invite straight away Mr. Stelios Kibouropoulos, a psychiatrist, a politician, a former member of the European Parliament, an active member of the Hellenic Psychiatric Society and of the Society for Sexual Health, Professor Emeritus for the University of Athens. Unfortunately, I do not have time to read through your entire resume. This would take up time allotted to all the other panelists. Thank you very much for being with us today. Ms. Artemis Komatina, Head of the Psychosocial Services of Pakisaf in Cyprus. Mr. Konstantinos Dimitriadis will be joining us online. Assistant Professor in the Psychiatric Clinic of Agios Savas, the Cancer Hospital. Thank you, Mr. Dimitriadis, for joining us online. Mr. Vestakis, Grigoris Vestakis, Coordinating Director of the National Healthcare System in the Cancer Hospital Metaxas of Piraeus. Thank you for being here with us. Mr. Evangelos Lianos, Head Medical Oncologist of the Cancer Hospital Metaxas of Piraeus, and Ms. Mary Hinnery, Chair of the BOD of the Association of Cancer Patients Volunteers Friends, Kathy. And soon we will have with us Ms. Komadina. Fully aware that we are under time pressure, and with your consent, in order to make this discussion a bit more interactive, a bit more agile, I'm going to try to condense my questions into a single one, so as to have, hopefully, more time to listen to political recommendations that could be taken up in the following discussions as well. So I will start with Mr. Kibouropoulos. Welcome. I would like to ask you about your European experience. What are the good practices that you have been able to see or discuss in taking place in other European member states that could be implemented in Greece? And there is a second sub-question. At which level of the health policy, with which indicators, with which assessment and accreditation mechanisms we could move forward so that mental well-being is considered equivalent to survival? Thank you very much, especially to ELLOK for honoring me with the invitation to attend this very interesting panel. As a brief introduction to a reply to your question, I would just like to say that this ELLOK conference is not just a purely scientific conference despite its broad foundation, scientific foundation, it is also a political conference. And this is something that throughout other European member states we see very often. Whenever we have scientific conferences that will be touching upon policies, we include politicians. So in such discussions, it is very important to have members of the political arena, perhaps a member of the parliament, so that they can be informed of all the topics, on all the topics discussed, and then convey the daily concerns, the everyday concerns of the community into the parliament. And this, I believe, is an excellent best practice. Let's start with politicians, because if ideas do not translate into political action, then it is just philosophical naysays. And another thing is that if we want to truly change the everyday life of people supporting cancer patients, we need to tackle that separately and at the same time simultaneously. It is a complicated, multifaceted issue, so it's not just about saying what Italy does or what France does. It's not about transplanting what happens abroad in the interior of our country. We all need to consent. All of us. We need to agree upon the fact that mental health is not just a side issue in the cancer patient's journey. We need to fully comprehend that it is one of the key specialties that need to be present when we are managing a cancer patient. Let us not forget that 50% of the cases will develop, will manifest a psychological condition once diagnosed with cancer. IPOS, the International Psycho-Oncology Society, mentions that one of the key metrics that physicians need to focus on upon diagnosis is psychosocial management, the psychosocial state of being when the patient receives the diagnosis. And I feel that ELLOK at this point, as an organization which is both national and international, because they have achieved that goal, you have achieved that goal, you should integrate into the guidelines not just the notion of a psychiatrist or of mental health. It should become the flag under which mental health becomes a key part of the patient's challenging journey. And when we speak of mental health, it's not just about a mental issue diagnosis. And it's not just about the patient that has gotten a diagnosis, not just secondary prevention, but also primary prevention. How do we manage people before a diagnosis, a cancer diagnosis, so that we can bring down levels of stress, depression, because we know that there is a huge prevalence of those mental issues in the lives of our fellow countrymen. We know that stress as a biological factor is an independent factor multiplying conditions that pose actual, factual and demonstrated risk factors for cancer occurrence, cancer onset. So it is something that we need to focus on both before the onset and post-diagnosis. Thank you for your reply. Allow me, Mr. Kypouropoulos, I would like to add to what you've said. Sometimes absence weighs more heavily on patients than presence, because if presence comes of a physician, for example, of a specialist, comes at a later stage, it adds to the disease's burden. Let me go on with Mr. Dimitrelis. You know of disorders that frequently pop up with cancer patients. Could you tell us about them, and at which point do you believe that timely intervention is critical, or is it something that should occur throughout the patient's journey? First of all, I would like to thank ELLOK and, personally speaking, Mr. Kapetanakis for the kind invitation. I hope that you can all hear me. Yes, we can. I would have loved to be there with you. A personal health issue, unfortunately, kept me from joining you. So let me move on to your question. A cancer patient's journey as regards mental health usually begins prior to cancer. So moving beyond the parameters that Mr. Kypouropoulos mentioned, like chronic stress, depression, mental health issues that can reinforce or contribute to the pathogenesis of cancer, we also are dealing with people that could, first and foremost, have even a major mental health issue before they come to us, before they become cancer patients. So if we could call these people psychiatric patients that will develop cancer and require specific care, a very timely, a very early on intervention. And in this framework, I always advocate in favor of a parallel consultation, meaning that we need to have a participation of the psychiatrist, and primarily symptoms that will affect the relationship with the treating physician, with the treatment itself, with the disease. And this can lead to negative outcomes. So once again, early intervention is extremely important. So I am definitely in favor of screening. We have very simple tools like the stress thermometer that can be utilized by oncologists in their clinics, or self-reporting tools, more complicated tools that psychiatrists have in their hands, so that in the very first meetings and appointments and visits to the oncologist, we can have a collaboration identifying the patients that require intensive psychological support and psychiatric care. This means entails risk stratification, studies, criteria, protocols to be in place. And I would like to open up a parenthesis requesting data. If I may, we need to have time for the other panelists as well, so please wrap it up. So I'll leave out the data. I will just focus on the difficult stages for the patient. Difficult stages are diagnosis, the moment of diagnosis, where we have an exacerbation of the psychopathology. And then the stages where physical symptoms become severe. It is primarily pain that will lead to relapse of a psychological distress or disorder, a mental health issue. So we have a person who will probably post-treatment also require help and care because they will have finished treatment, they will have survived treatment, but they are carrying a psychological burden of all those treatments. And this is a very critical stage at which point we need to embrace the patient because they need to move forward with their lives free of that burden. Thank you very much. Perhaps I should have asked that question first, Mr. Lianos, because you are a medical oncologist and you could tell us how you personally and how your specialty as a whole view this issue in correlation with their treatment. And how helpful do you think it would be for oncologists to gradually integrate the psychological or psychiatric aspect of the care provided to our patient? Is it a myth or not that psychological support can be helpful?
Hello everyone, I would like to thank ELLOK for inviting me to participate in this panel. The reality is that oncologists are physicians or the navigator that will accompany the patient until the end of that journey. The end is the cure or, unfortunately, the death of the patient. So we all understand that during this journey, not only the oncologist but also other physicians want to treat this patient holistically. I don't want just to reduce the tumor, or I also care about the quality of life of that patient, especially when it comes to metastatic cancer patients. I want to prolong their life and increase the quality of their life alike. Of course, psychology is very important from the point of the diagnosis. We work on a public hospital. I wish I had the chance to have more resources. Unfortunately, most of the times I have only 10 minutes with the patient. So I have to manage the patient, the caregivers, the families that tend to ask me not to share the truth with the patient. You all know how this is all about, what this is all about. So I have to manage also their psychology. It is very important for me to convey the diagnosis with the best possible way and help them. In Greece, the culture is different than the States. Nobody is sharing in Greece the news exactly as they are and telling the patient that you have 10 months, for example. We tell the patients that we have to try as hard as we can. There is a fight ahead of us, but we should help them start fighting. A person who is not in a very good psychological condition might not want to fight. We have seen patients with the same stage of cancer. One with a good psychology is fighting and the other doesn't want to fight and dies shortly. So we also have to manage the family because we have to help the family and the caregivers first support the patient. And I know that you also have the same problems. There is no support for caregivers and patients alive, and we have to rely on the family because the caregivers in Greece are mainly family members. We don't have yet a system, an integrated system that will be able to help cancer patients. We work closely with Mr. Vestakis, And if we understand that there is something wrong, that the patient suffers from depression, we are going to talk with Mr. Vestakis and form an interdisciplinary team. Of course, the ideal thing would be to have psychological help and the healthcare professional, psychologists or psychiatrists from the beginning, from day one. I would like to ask Mr. Vestakis to say more, to give us more details. Why isn't there the chance, and why are there so many difficulties that do not allow two services to coordinate, the psychiatric clinic and the oncology clinic? Is it so difficult in Greek reality? First of all, hello everyone, good afternoon. I would like to thank also the organizers, ELLOK, and Mr. Kapatanakis, and everyone else who have invited me here today, and share my opinion. If we want to be realistic, we should start with a short review to the past. My hospital used to have 3 or 4 psychiatrists, a very experienced, very famous psychiatrist. The first director, Mr. Vasilis Iakovidis, who worked a lot with psychopathology, and he had a lot of connections and sharing experiences with the innovator of psycho-oncology in New York, Jimmy Holland herself, and he has also invited Mrs. Holland to Greece, Charalambos Betenidis, Giorgos Kalergis, and also sometimes he came from Sotiria Thanasis Karkanias because he was personally interested in the work that we do. I had the chance to work only with Mr. Betanidis. We were 2 psychiatrists in the hospital, and Mr. Betanidis was retired in 2012. And during the financial crisis, we were only 2 psychiatrists until 2019. Then I was alone for a short period of time. We also have 4 psychologists. I have to mention that. They help a lot. I was the only psychiatrist whatsoever, and for the last 5 years, I have had the chance to have a colleague, a wonderful colleague, Mr. Chagouli, as an associate psychiatrist. So the second psychiatrist is not permanently placed in that hospital. And how is it possible? Only for 2 physicians, for 2 psychiatrists to do the job of 4 people. And the prevalence of cancer has been increasing. The psychiatric also issues that are comorbidities of this diagnosis have also been increasing because life gets more difficult as we get older. And the healthcare professionals, the specialized healthcare professionals, also are now fewer. What Mr. Kimbouropoulos said and Mr. Dimitrellis said are right, of course. The ideal would have been, from the first appointment, to include a psychiatrist in the team, and when the oncologist believes through a subconscious screaming that the psychiatrists need to be there, the psychiatrist should have time to go there and help the team. This is actually the case, but the fewer the personnel, the bigger the gaps, the more difficult it is for psychiatrists to participate, and the less effective is their help. So, Mr. Vestakis, one of the most important difficulties is the fact that you're understaffed. Yes, we have understood what the difficulty is all about, but we haven't really reinforced the public sector in order to allow for those 2 specialties to work together. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Hinari, to give also the floor to a representative of the Patients Association. Maybe you would like to talk us about how the diagnosis is announced. the needs are unmet, are all needs unmet. On behalf of the patients, which are your prioritizations? Thank you very much to ELLOK for inviting me here today. In my opinion, I have to say that we are listening to different things from our patients. One of our beneficiaries relayed to us the following story. What do you want? You're going to die in 4 months. Why do you want psychological help? We have a lot of complaints, similar complaints. In my opinion, the patient, when they listen to the diagnosis, they need to have a psychologist in the room. When the patient listens the word cancer, then they feel guilt, they feel alone, they have to grieve the previous life, and they are stressed as to what will happen in the future. And they cannot manage all those emotions by themselves. They need someone to guide them through all this journey. The psychological burden is not a separate thing from cancer, is part of the disease. So both things should be taken into consideration at the same time, together. For decades, cancer, the psychological burden of cancer was secondary. Everyone was focusing on chemotherapy and medicine. In KEFI, in our association, we talk a lot with our patients and their families. We see on an everyday basis that the need for psychological help is something general. It is something relevant to all cancer patients. A large percentage of cancer patients suffer from depression, and as we have heard, it affects adherence to the treatment and also the quality of life of the patients themselves. So the timely psychological intervention improves the resilience of the patient and helps them to stick with their treatment, and is an inextricable part of cancer care. A lot of times the patients and the families say to us, I have a huge psychological burden, my physician is wonderful, but nobody asks me, how do I feel? I'm afraid to talk about my depression because people might think that I don't fight enough. And here is a very critical point. The psychological difficulties, cancer patients that feel that they should always be strong, that they do not allow to ask for help. This is how they feel. However, this is not strength, this is silence. We should ask for help. But when we talk about mental health and cancer, we shouldn't let caregivers aside. They support their family, they support children, they support the elderly, and usually they collapse without making any sound whatsoever. If the caregiver is going to collapse, then the whole supportive system is going to collapse. Mental health is still seen as a secondary. If there is time, if there are resources, then and only then it will be offered. Mental health should not only be offered by volunteers and patient associations. No matter how important our role is, it is not enough. The state is responsible to integrate psychological help to the National Cancer Action Plan. I am receiving calls from caregivers and people that say to me, my family member is experiencing a stress, a panic attack, and there is no one here to help me. So the state should place psychiatrists in cancer clinics, and they should also make sure that everyone has access to psychological help, no matter where they are or their financial status. This is the responsibility of all healthcare professionals to treat people holistically, and we should break the stigma around mental difficulties and mental health, because if a patient is not supported on the psychological level, the adherence to the therapy has been decreased, and of course the outcomes are also worse. in KEFI, we have a lot of groups of psychological support, and we understand that we help people get better. They regain their optimism for life. They stick to their treatment, and of course, the quality of life has been increasing. And last but not least, that the quality of the healthcare system is not judged is not only measured by the years of life, but also by the quality of life of the patients. Patients need psychological help, and the integration of psychological help is an index of civilization and something self-explanatory in other countries.
Thank you very much. You see that we are nearing the end of this roundtable. We have 5 minutes. I promise we will not go beyond that. I would like to ask Ms. Komatina, how do you achieve psychosocial support in Cyprus, and what results do you see, having listened to the very realistic depiction of what happens in Greece? First of all, thank you very much to ELLOK for the kind invitation. I hear the other panelists and I am filled with empathy and understanding, because in Cyprus we have very similar problems. Allow me to speak about the overriding framework in Cyprus. We have clinics that offer oncology services. We have 2 major oncology centers, specialized, and we have smaller clinics also offering oncology services. None of these actually offers psychosocial services. These come from 2 NGOs, PASICAF and the Cancer Association of Cyprus. We are filling out a huge gap in what should be comprehensive care to our patients. And to be honest, we are faced with a multitude of challenges, especially as regards screening. All prescriptions come to us with no screening whatsoever, haven't taken place. And what does that mean? That a patient has easy access to services of mental health, but unfortunately, this does not mean that we can cover all their needs or that we can provide targeted support to all the cases that require support. So referral has to do with the patient themselves, if they will reach out to us, and of course it also depends on the treating physician if they will refer a patient to us or not. So I can understand and relate when you talk about obstacles to screening, because it's a huge workload for our physicians. We have limited resources, both you and us, but if we manage to find a way to incorporate systematic screening so that we can reach out to people with a predisposition for mental health issues, this would be very helpful to us, to allow us to ensure that they get all the services, access to all the services that they require. We're working hard in order to find ways to fill in the gaps, and we are actually actively trying to provide stepped care so that all services of care, of support will be provided. And when it comes to individual support, this should come at the 3rd stage, especially for people predisposed to developing a mental health issue. Let us go for a semicolon here, because we don't have much time and I want the rest of the panelists to also take the floor. If you want, of course, you can give some of your time to other speakers. So let me ask you, Mr. Kibouropoulos, how can we catch up with time wasted? What are the recommendations about policies that need to be adopted, and what are the priorities, very specifically? Very rapidly, let me say that yes, it is all about understaffing. Nobody doubts that. Nobody questions that. But at the same time, it is linked to our culture, to the mentality, the culture of the health system itself, that is the Ministry of Health, and the way in which it views mental health. We were forced to distinguish the national health system and mental health because the state did not feel that it was important to staff mental health. And therefore, the state was forced to make this distinction. I cannot say if it was right or wrong, but a distinction means a separation, and a separation means that there is no holistic approach to the patient. And the second comment, 100% we need to focus and target medical faculties. If the incubators of future physicians do not demonstrate how mental health is pivotal to each and every treatment, then nothing will be gained, nothing will be achieved, because an oncologist has so many procedures that they need to tackle, to address on a daily basis, and if they haven't been told that you need to include a psychiatrist, they just won't. And if they don't, there will be no comprehensive evaluation of this patient. So it's a question of policy, it's a question of political will. Mr. Dimitrelis, I saw that you were taking notes. I'm not asking you any questions. Go ahead. But you need to unmute yourself. Yes, I did need to unmute myself. I was writing down, when I was listening to Mr. Kibouropoulos, the need for equality when it comes, and parity when it comes to physical and mental health. This is something that always comes into play in each and every interaction that we have with hardcore medicine. However, that does not mean that psychiatry cannot be documented, cannot be evidence-based, cannot be efficient. I really appreciated the comment from our colleague from Cyprus regarding the step care model. These are mechanisms that have proven their efficacy, and it is an absolute necessity to integrate them into our culture, because unfortunately psychiatry in Greece has not moved in that direction yet, and we are co-responsible for that as far as I'm concerned. So as head of a psycho-oncology unit, ever since I came back from abroad, I've tried to create something different, and I try to implement whatever I can within the framework of this huge understaffing issue, because I am the single psychiatrist, the only psychiatrist in a huge oncology hospital, cancer hospital. And I would also like to speak about the fact that right now we are looking at the registry, the birth, the creation of the cancer registry in Greece, and there is no mention, no indication of mental health at all. This is a missed opportunity as far as I'm concerned. We should include some tools in this registry that has been created in order to register mental health cases, and this could help with future studies as well. And let's not forget that psycho-oncology is a field with lots of unanswered questions about how we can better provide our services and more efficiently. So I'm all in favor of data. And for example, in the UK, where my experience stems from, we have the so-called vanilla nurses, and these are nurses specializing in oncology, and they are the liaison, the contact person for the patient and in between the patient and all other services, including psychiatric services. And this would be an ideal model to implement in Greece, I believe. Thank you very much. We have only 30 seconds for you, Mr. Lianos. Before, during the your first comment, you were quite adamant. Well, I was talking about the reality in major oncology hospitals such as Metaxas and Iosavas, the ones that are responsible not just for Attica, the region of Attica, but also for the Peloponnese, for the islands, all the way up to Agrinio. The medical oncologists, yes, have included this in their education. We know of this need, and we are asking the state, and I'm not talking about political parties, specific political parties, I'm talking about the state. They need to be a bit more serious about mental health. And they also need to look into what happens with end-stage patients, because there is no care for them. In our country, you cannot die with dignity. So, for better or worse, you are the only ones who can lobby. But you need to lobby systematically so that society wakes up. We are here on your side. You know what we do on a daily basis, but you need to stand by us so that society, and I'm talking not once again in terms of political parties, I'm talking about society, the state as a whole, so that they can help patients. Thank you very, very much for this comment. I think that we have concluded. Perhaps 10 seconds for a final comment, maybe Ms. Hinnery. The only thing that I would add to all that has been said is that we need to come up with new ways to address existing challenges. It could be technological tools, screening with the use of technology, because we have limited resources and lots of needs. This is one thing that we're trying to implement within PASICAF as well. Mr. Vestakis, please be as brief as possible, so that we do not end this on a fully pessimistic note. Let me just say that even us few remaining psychiatrists and psycho-oncologists in the national health system, I'm guessing there's only one in Iosavas, two in Metaxas, one in Theagenia. Agia and Argyri, of course, were fortunate to be converted into a university hospital, and maybe they're luckier than the rest of us common mortals. Let me just say that we're doing our best. We are exceeding ourselves. But if we had more colleagues, if they are trained now on psycho-oncology, the benefit to our patients will be huge. And let's not forget that psycho-oncology is also about connecting consultation, connective consultation, which means that we have collaboration that allows, for example, oncologists to learn more about psychiatric and mental health issues. And this constant collaboration allows for the continuum of care, which is very important. We have an annex of the community center of psycho-oncology in Castella, and this can all function a lot better. But in order for that to happen, we need to avoid the transformation into ghettos of units, health units, under separate health regions and regional authorities and what have you, because we cannot have impersonal authorities being in charge of these services. Thank you very much. I believe that we all agree on the fact that cancer patients, when it comes to their mental health, need specialists, and this is not something that volunteers alone can achieve. I need to wrap this up because we have the panelists of the next panel waiting, standing up already to take their place. As a cancer patient myself, let me just say that we are all hoping to see better days in the near future.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά.
So now the interpreters will break for 15 minutes after consultation with the organizer. Thank you very much. The interpreting booth will start interpreting again in 15 minutes after the instructions of ELLOK.
Στη Σχολή Μηχανολόγων Μηχανικών του Εθνικού Μετσόβιου Πολυτεχνείου και Διευθυντή και Συνειδητή της Πρωτάβιο να έρθει να αναλάβει το συντονισμό του τραπεζιού.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Τώρα σε αυτό το πάνελ θα μιλήσουμε για ένα ταξίδι, για το ταξίδι από τον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο στη διάγνωση και στη φροντίδα του καρκίνου. Θα ήθελα να καλέσω τους ομιλητές του πάνελ. Θα σας καλέσω με τα διάφορα στάδια του ταξιδιού. Πρώτα απ' όλα την κυρία Αλίκη Σταθοπούλου, Project Officer, Healthcare Quality Activities of Cancer European Commission, Joint Research Center. Κυρία Αλίκη, κυρία Σταθοπούλη, συγγνώμη. Ο κύριος Χέζαμ Αλγκαζάλη, καθηγητής κλινικής ογκολογίας στο Πανεπιστήμιο Ain Shams στο Κάιρο και πρόεδρος της Πρωτοβουλίας για την Υγεία των Γυναικών στην Αίγυπτο. Professor Al-Ghazali, please join us. Στο κομμάτι της διάγνωσης θα ήθελα να καλέσω την κυρία Άννα Μπατιστάτου, πρίτανη του Πανεπιστημίου Ανίνων, καθηγήτρια και διευθύντρια εργαστηρίου Παθολογικής Ανατομικής Πανεπιστημίου Ανίνων, Παθολογικού και Κυταρωτολογικού Εργαστηρίου. Μετά θα ήθελα να καλέσω τον κύριο Ιωάννη Κούτσικο, Διευθυντής Κέντρου Διάγνωσης και Θεραπευτικής Πυρηνικής Ιατρικής, Ερίκος Δινάν, και Πρόεδρος Ελληνικής Εταιρείας Πυρηνικής Ιατρικής και Μοριακής Απεικόνησης. Πηγαίνοντας στη θεραπεία, στο κομμάτι της θεραπείας, θα ήθελα να καλέσω τον κύριο Ανδρέα Σκολαρίκο, καθηγητής ορολογίας, διευθυντής της Β' Ορολογικής Κλινικής στο ΕΚΠΑ, στις Μανόγλου Νοσοκομείο. Καλησπέρα σας, και πρόεδρος Ελληνικής Ουρολογικής Εταιρείας. Θα ήθελα να καλέσω την κυρία Μαρία Τόλια, επικεφαλής της Μονάδας Ακτινοθεραπευτικής Ογκολογίας στο πρώτο εργαστήριο ακτινολογίας στο Αρετέιο και αναπληρώτρια καθηγήτρια Ιατρικής Σχολής Πανεπιστημίου Κρήτης. Να σας γνωρίσω κιόλας. Γεια σας. Θα ήθελα να καλέσω επίσης τον κύριο Νικόλα Οβάσο, καθηγητή χειρουργικής και χειρουργικής ογκολογίας στο Πανεπιστήμιο της Καλδεβέργης και στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Και last but not least, για στο quality κομμάτι, τον κύριο Ελευθέριο Θηραίο, γενικός οικογενειακός ιατρός, διευθυντής του ΕΣΥ, προϊστάμενος Γενικής Διεύθυνσης Οργανισμού Διασφάλισης της Ποιότητας στην Υγεία, ΟΔΠ. Γεια σας. Λοιπόν, θα συντονίσουμε αυτό το ωραίο πάνελ. Εγώ έχω 3 καπέλα, σαν καθηγητής στο Μετσόβιο, σαν co-founder μιας εταιρείας που ασχολείται με early cancer detection, αλλά και δυστυχώς τον τελευταίο χρόνο και σαν φροντιστής. Ήμουνα εδώ στην ΕΛΛΟΚ πριν 1 χρόνο, μιλούσα εδώ πέρα στο πόντιουμ. Μετά από μερικές μέρες υπήρχαν τα πρώτα συμπτώματα στην μητέρα μου, κάναμε τα screening, περάσαμε από τον έλεγχο, στη διάγνωση, στη θεραπεία και συνεχίζουμε τώρα. Οπότε, ενώ παλιότερα ήμουνα καθαρά σαν ερευνητής και τα βλέπα πολύ ωραία και ενδιαφέροντα στο ερευνητικό επίπεδο, όταν τα ζεις σαν φροντιστής αποκτούν άλλο νόημα, πολύ πιο σοβαρό και έντονο. Λοιπόν, πρώτα απ' όλα θα ήθελα να καλέσω για το podium talk την κυρία Αλίκη Σταθοπούλου. Λίγα λόγια για την κυρία Σταθοπούλου. Η κυρία Αλίκη Σταθοπούλου είναι στο Joint Research Cancer της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, στην ομάδα ποιοτικών υπηρεσιών υγείας και έχει διαδραματίσει κεντρικό ρόλο στη διαμόρφωση ευρωπαϊκών πρωτοβουλειών για τον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο. Κυρία Σταθοπούλου, the floor is yours.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, κύριε Λεξόπουλε. Ευχαριστώ την ΕΛΛΟΚ και ιδιαίτερα τον αγαπητό Γιώργο Καπετανάκη για αυτή την τιμητική πρόσκληση να βρίσκομαι σήμερα μαζί σας και να έχω την ευκαιρία να παρουσιάσω τις πρωτοβουλίες της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, της Κομίσιον, στον τομέα του προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου και της φροντίδας για τον καρκίνο. Οπότε η σημερινή μου παρουσίαση αναφέρεται συνοπτικά στις δράσεις της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής και συγκεκριμένα του Κοινού Κέντρου Ερευνών, του JRC, για την ενίσχυση της ποιότητας και της εξασφάλισης της ισότητας στην πρόληψη, την έγκαιρη διάγνωση και τη φροντίδα για τον καρκίνο σε ολόκληρη την Ευρώπη και θα δώσουμε λίγο έμφαση στην πρωτοβουλία για τον καρκίνο του μαστού. Αλλά γιατί πραγματικά χρειαζόμαστε ευρωπαϊκές πρωτοβουλίες? Γιατί παρά τη σημαντική πρόοδο που έχει σημειωθεί τις τελευταίες δεκαετίες, εξακολουθούν να υπάρχουν μεγάλες διαφορές μεταξύ των κρατών μελών, αλλά και εντός των ίδιων των κρατών, όσον αφορά την πρόσβαση, την ποιότητα και τα αποτελέσματα των προγραμμάτων προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου και ογκολογικής φροντίδας. Έτσι, ήδη από το 2008, το Ευρωπαϊκό Κοινοβούλιο και το Συμβούλιο κάλεσαν την Ευρωπαϊκή...
The European Council and Commission have called upon member states to look into breast cancer, cervical cancer, and large intestinal cancer and develop guidelines. This was enhanced with the European Beating Cancer Plan in 2021, and then there was a further broadening in order to include lung cancer and prostate cancer as well within the same framework. But let's have a look at how this is integrated into the broader framework. Within this framework, the European Commission, with the coordination of the European Research Institute, the JRC, has organized actions that constitute the core of the European policy in the fight against cancer. And those initiatives include cervical cancer initiatives and GI cancer initiatives being part of the 6 initiatives. The breast cancer initiative is the oldest one and has been completed and is now being reviewed. CRC and cervical cancer initiatives are at an excellent point underway, and soon we will have gastric, lung and prostate cancer initiatives launched. And of course, all these initiatives are structured around specific pillars that define the framework for efficient implementation. First of all, we need to develop evidence-based and valid, certified policies for the prevention diagnosis of cancer, and also this looks into the creation of a volunteer-based program to cover the entire cancer patient's pathway, all the way from screening into diagnosis, treatment, and all the way up to palliative care. And of course, the end objective is clear. It is to improve quality of care for cancer and to reduce disparities at an European scale. And now let's have a look at some of the key features of the fundamental principles that make this approach unique. First of all, it's about comprehensive screening. They cover the entire care pathway, and they ensure, not just allow for, but ensure continuum of care. They look at all procedures and methodologies that are based on patient-reported outcomes that are important to the patients. And they are all implemented on a volunteer basis, on a step care basis, in full respect of national healthcare system models. They also fall under a broader European ecosystem. Let's have a look at how this is achieved. There is constant alignment with the existing European landscape by capitalizing on already existing frameworks, on national demands, but most importantly, on the experience of users. There is also close collaboration and constant communication with numerous European programs, projects and joint actions with synergies, information exchange and knowledge exchange. And because we don't have much time, let me move on with the initiative on breast cancer, which, as I have already mentioned, is a mature paradigm, a mature example of this approach, which began in 2005 and was completed in year 2025, so it is now undergoing its first revision. Within the framework of this intervention, 80 recommendations for guidelines have already been drafted. 4 good practice statements have been born, and they cover all the pathway, the entire pathway, screening, diagnosis of breast cancer, what have you. And they also have been designed in such a way as to be able to meet any technological advancement that will most likely will occur. Apologies. Here you see the guidelines and the 12 key issues, themes that are covered by the recommendations. We have the organization of screening. I'm just indicatively pointing out some topics: age groups, frequency, prevalence, high-risk female populations. And here I would like to point out that all guidelines and all recommendations are publicly available, are open. You can all have access to them. You see bottom part of the slide, the website containing all these guidelines and recommendations, and they are all accompanied with the evidence documenting why these recommendations and guidelines were formulated. And now I would like to move on to the second pillar, as I mentioned, which has to do with the quality assurance system. Along with the guidelines, the European Commission developed a European quality assurance scheme for breast cancer service providers. And this has to do with services, once again, ranging from screening to treatment. This is a scheme that was tested out as a pilot in 4 member states with participation of numerous stakeholders and was deemed fit for purpose. And this has been published. It is publicly available since October 2025. A few things about the scheme. It's a quality assurance scheme, and it is the only one of its kind that utilizes performance indicators, quality indicators, metrics all the way from screening to treatment to supportive care of the patient. And it can be implemented by all service providers, breast cancer service providers, including projects for screening, breast cancer screening. And these tools are not just theoretical. Already 9 member states have embraced guidelines for breast cancer, adopting them either as written or adapting them, to the national reality. Indicatively, let me point out that this is the case for Italy. And there is strong interest for the quality assurance scheme in projects of breast cancer screening, prevention in 10 countries. In Latvia, the largest university hospital in the country has already begun preparing for breast cancer units. Norway has already adopted both guidelines and the quality assurance scheme in its national plan for breast cancer. Already 6 accreditation bodies are being certified in order to be able to accredit any stakeholder who wishes to embrace these schemes. And in Greece, I'm happy to say that we have stakeholders that have already expressed such an interest. So what is the take-home message out of this brief presentation? One can certify that these initiatives, all initiatives, EU initiatives, aim at creating a comprehensive framework that is based on synergies, on respect of the patient, providing ready-to-use tools aiming at supporting national policies regarding breast cancer and all forms of cancer, screening and care. As I mentioned, these tools are guidelines. You can see here the guidelines already published for breast cancer, and the quality assurance scheme already mentioned, and you can see here the manual which is available to all online. This is the contact information for our team. If it is generic interest questions, reach out using the first email address. If you wish to have a printout of the QA scheme manual, use the second email address. And of course, our website has all information available online, open access, and I urge you all to subscribe to our newsletter so that you are constantly informed of all our actions. I am at your disposal. If you want, we can talk privately afterwards and I can provide more information. Thank you.
So thank you very much. We will keep discussing about screening.
The goal for screening is not the diagnosis, right? I mean, you have amazing techniques later on, if it's imaging or if it's histopathology, that they can do diagnosis. The goal for screening is, let's say, to allure the people, to allure healthy people that they are asymptomatic and they feel good about their health, to allure them to in a low-cost setting as much as possible, to get tested, so later on diagnosis take place. So that's why I would like to welcome to the floor Professor Al-Ghazali. He's an expert in Egypt on screening and pre-symptomatic screening, and I would like you to share your view on how you implement this kind of screening methods in Egypt.
Thank you very much, Leo, and thank you very much, George, for inviting me. And it is really, really impressive, this integration between patients, all the stakeholders, the professionals, everyone. So I think this is the way to go. And sorry for not talking Greece. So I think one of the great things is to move from the theory to the reality and to go for the practical activity and to go for personalizing your plan according to your needs and according to your population. This is exactly what happened in Egypt in 2019, that we go for like meta-analysis of what is the situation in Egypt, and we see that the advanced breast cancer stage 3 and 4 constitute about 70% of the breast cancer cases at this time. And we look to the statistics, we see that the incidence is more or less than the Western, but the mortality is higher. So the way, the thinking at this time, even before the Global Breast Cancer Initiative started, is to go for not only for mammographic screening, but to try to go for reducing or to downstaging the advanced stage by early detection methodology. So we go for different methodology rather than the mammographic screening. And this is maybe a good example that we can go for applying this for a clinical breast examination rather than a screening mammogram. So we depend on that we have distribution of more than 3,500 primary healthcare units distributed all through the Egypt, so on the rural areas, in the urban areas, in the oases, in the villages. So go for, firstly, and depending on continuous training of the whole team, and also we go for a female team. So it is like trying to help the woman to go for this breast cancer examination, and we title it for Equity for Breast Cancer Control, and also it is a woman health program rather than breast cancer screening. So we go for not only for breast examination, but also for other things, including reproductive period, including the obesity, including the diabetes, the hypertension. So it is like a full comprehensive care of the woman. And then go for this clinical breast examination, and then if there's something suspicious, we go for tertiary assessment, and then for diagnostic sonomammography. Besides this, we go for capacity building of the personnel, from the data entry, from the nurses, the physicians, everyone, and then go for this assessment by pathology, leading to enhancing the pathology, even capacity for only 13 pathology centers to more than 25, one of them CAP accredited. And all this is another very good example of private-public partnership. So we have this different pharmaceutical companies supporting free of charge, and then go to the treatment. This comprehensive approach, including the early detection, diagnosis, and complete treatments, either surgery, chemotherapy, even we introduce later on immunotherapy in the triple negative, are free of charge. So helping a lot of people to come. I will give you the numbers, which is a huge number that will help us, all of us, to go for a treasure for more information. We go for awareness and screening of 23 million women. We have more than 63 million visits. We have like going for 800 tertiary breast examination. We have more than 40,000 detected new breast cancer, all of them treated. And the great news that the 3 KPI that needed from the Global Breast Cancer Initiative, all of them achieved. So we have like 70% advanced, now is only 20%. Also shifting from more than 120 days for time to diagnosis to only 49 days. And with the political will, we have forcing all the women to be examined in multidisciplinary tumor board, either in the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Higher Education, NGOs. So like almost 100% of patients can be treated now in multidisciplinary tumor board. The great thing that the mortality from 2022 to 2024 decreased by about 15%. Then the maximum or the aim from in the WHO to have the reduction of mortality by 2.5%, but actually we exceed this, and we are really very happy of this. So this is like a very great example of tailoring your program based on your needs and everything, so you can go for this clinical breast examination to reach all the I think this is the best thing to replicate, and this is maybe one of the great things that we apply this accreditation process is to help us to replicate this to other countries who have low middle income or countries with large population.
Thank you very much for sharing this very efficient path from screening all the way to the diagnosis and the treatment. I will give now the floor for the next step after the first screening. Θα γυρίσω στα ελληνικά.
I will now switch to Greek, and I will give the floor to Mrs. Anna Batistatou as a rector of the University of Ioannina, but also as a pathologist. You are the first step after the screening. After the screening comes a diagnosis. Could you please share your opinion on how we could improve this process? Which are the bottlenecks that you face, and how can we improve this process in order to lead to a good diagnosis? We are out of time, but first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Kapetanakis and ELLOK, the BOD. We have the honor to have a member of our university to the BOD, because they have managed to gather us all here today. Mrs. Tathopoulou said, I agree with everything that she said. I just want to share you a semi-experiential, let's say, opinion. Each of us have a family member, or maybe we are a scientist that works with cancer. Sometimes we can have both of those facts together. You have to understand that as scientists are also people, and we have a life out of our practices. This experiential, this sharing of experiences is very important. So I don't want to repeat myself with the guidelines, but I have noted some things that are important to me from my personal experience, from my patients and from my family. This roundtable is wonderful, and screening and prevention is very important. Of course, we are not there yet, but then the uncontinuity of the system is what is a problem. Let's say that we have a finding in the screening, and we cannot measure the time from the screening to the treatment. We found so many in situ, so many tumors. What happened later on? Did we have a better outcomes? All this advantage was lost. We lost time from the beginning till the treatment. This uncontinuity of the system is a great problem in Greece right now. This is a more important problem compared to the awareness-raising issue. I have kept some notes, but in order to increase the efficiency of the system, we have to recognize this challenge. We have to recognize that there are groups of people that do not have access to this process. There are groups of people that do not get this text for the screening. For example, a group that doesn't have access compared to a group that have access to the free screening. So the first group doesn't have a way to go to an early diagnosis. And we have yet another problem. We have people that pressure more, that have more resources, get more quickly to the biopsy, but pathologists in Greece are very few. Even also both in the public laboratories and in the private laboratories, we have, let's say, a specific amount of biopsies that we can do on a daily basis. So, after the finding, we have to find a way to prioritize the cases, both in the private and the public sector. We also have to support the labs. They are also understaffed. Now the machines are much better, and there is also other staff, administrative staff. We don't have a lot of pathologists in Greece, and therefore we cannot have early diagnosis. And of course, especially in public hospitals, we have the solutions of surgeries. Time is lost. And of course, we cannot fail but mention radiotherapy, so we keep losing time. University hospitals and other universities, all of us together, we can help in order to make people understand that the time that is lost between steps might, let's say, negate the advantage of the screening and the early diagnosis. I am certain that all of you in this room know someone that each time can give a solution to this problem. Institutes are staffed by people, ELLOK on an institutional level, and we on a human level can help improve patients' lives. Thank you very much.
ως φροντιστής προσπαθούσα να την κάνω γρήγορα.
As a caregiver, I was trying to speed through this process. I go from the surgery to the lab. I was scared when I noticed the amount of paraffin blocks. I would like us to move on to our next panelist, Mr. Ioannis Koutsikos, head of Diagnostics and Therapeutic Nuclear Medicine in Erikos Dinan Hospital. So, on behalf of the imagery department, PETs and scans, what would you add to all that has been said? First of all, I would also like to thank ELLOK, thank Mr. Kapitanakis personally for this collaboration. We have built bridges as the Hellenic Society of Nuclear Medicine with ELLOK for the past few years, so that we might be able to also help the cancer patient along their journey. I would like to say that some people believe that we do not have a role to play, and I want to raise a red flag. PET is part of the cancer patient's journey. This is the only way to diagnose, and we're asking, can we have PET screening? Can we have PET scans in order to view whether a patient requires extra attention or not? So we need to overcome the former belief that PET equipment is not, PET imaging is not required along the cancer patient's journey. We have already proven, based on international evidence, that we can provide exactly what international literature requires for the cancer patient. Where do we lag behind? I will go back to what the rector said. We are understaffed, human resources, be it physicians, nurses, technicians, and this is what we need to focus on. We need a well-trained, an extremely well-trained, both medical and healthcare in general staff, in order to tackle the issues we are faced with. And if that happens, yes, nuclear medicine will have an even more important role to play, because we know that nuclear medicine is very important with prostate cancer, with lots of cancer types, and with the help of all stakeholders, scientific communities, and of course, ELLOK above all, we need to work together and find the pathways that will simplify, that will help accelerate access of insured Greek citizens to these examinations, because the cost is such that there is not always accessibility. Are we at a good point? I would say that compared to other countries, yes, we are doing well. Lack of resources is a problem that we see throughout the world. There are even other European member states that have a complete lack of such equipment. But it's not just about the private sector. It's not just about having resources. The cost is so high that it is impossible to utilize nuclear medicine to the extent that we should. So yes, we are at a good point currently. We are helpful with diagnosis, but when it comes to treatment, there's still a long way to go. Thank you. I fully agree with you, especially as regards screening. The blood-based tests that we have available are definitely not par with, or they are inferior to, let's call it that, the imaging that you can provide via PETs, what have you. And I agree that when it comes to screening, it needs to be swift, it needs to be fast, and PET scans should be included. And I would like to move on now to Professor Skolarikos, urology professor. Pure gentry, I'm guessing you are lucky because everybody will come for a PSA to use, so screening is less necessary. Everybody does it already, but a PSA is a text that provides specificity but not sensitivity. Before I move on to answering what you just said, thank you to Mr. Kapatanakis, thank you to ELLOK for the kind invitation. I was actually going to say exactly what you mentioned. Life has overcome us, has passed us by. Most of our patients come to us with a PSA. Is it necessary? No. Screening for prostate cancer began back in the 90s, a long time ago, and we saw then that with the digital examination, a combination of the digital examination and PSA could bring down the prevalence of metastatic disease by 60%, more than 60%. That was huge at the time. But very quickly we realized that PSA is sensitive, but it is not a cancer marker. And incidence was quite low. So we saw the design of two large-scale studies, one in the US, one in Europe, and they were contradictory. The European study said that PSA can be helpful for screening and save patients up to 60%, whereas the US study said that it is not helpful. And this is why the American Society, which has a task force and reviews on an annual basis, it said in 2025 that nobody should undertake screening because they came up to the conclusion that we were over-treating non-patients. But actually that was 2015, and 2018 they said, let's bring back screening for people in their 50s and 60s because there had been a rise in prostate cancer. And we also need to look at post-operative care. We don't want male subjects undergoing surgical interventions that may cause them continence. They may become either incontinent or impotent following the surgical procedure if that surgical procedure was not necessary. So nowadays we take into consideration other markers, PSA, the digital exam, MRIs, which are not prescribed, Mr. Kapatanakis, in Greece, and cost 400 euros for each of our patients. Definitely the medical history, the family history, and genetic markers that are available based on data throughout the EU. And I believe that the target of the European community, because this was all financed by the European community, and we will be participating, my clinic, to the new study phase, is all about individualizing who needs to take a PSA. It's not everyone. So both major studies showed that we need to screen 400 patients in order to save a single life. And this means that the national health system has undertaken a huge cost for me to come up with a diagnosis for 12 patients before I can save one. That means that we are over-treating. So we need algorithms, large databases, because we hope that with big data we will be able to come up with the right algorithm. It is true that you're dealing with a slow cancer, so sometimes we have time for the algorithm. We hear speak of slow cancer for prostate cancer and breast cancer, but unfortunately this is not always the case. I mean, we may have a survival of 15 years versus 5 years, but that is not slow cancer. Moving on to our next speaker, Mrs. Stolia, from the Radiation Oncology Unit in Areteo Hospital. Thank you. I will try to be very realistic and truly speak of radiation treatment in Greece as it stands today. I was honored to have Mr. Pisakos as my director as well as my mentor, and he undertook important steps to provide equipment to all hospitals throughout Greece, so that when I go abroad, I no longer feel like the poor relative based on what we have as our equipment. People undergoing radiation treatment in Greece have nowadays their dignity, a truly decent treatment for the following reasons. We have access to new modern techniques like IMRT, BMAT, cyberlife, gamma knife techniques for surgery, and deep inspiration, which is very important for lung cancer, for example, the first cause of death, especially in rural Greece. In Crete, for example, it comes second only to multiple myeloma. And I've seen the same in Thessaly. And then there are techniques like surface guidance, which is about respect to our patient, where we manage to choose the right position for the patient so that they do not incur a big radiation burden. Another advantage that we have has to do with hospital procedures. This means that we are able to absorb double the amount of benefiting patients, thus minimizing the waiting list. So in many hospitals, both public and private, the wait list for radiation therapy is shaped as follows. When it comes to emergency, we can begin on the same day, within a few hours, even directly, depending on the severity of the case. Radical cases within 10 days. And this minimization of the waiting list means that we have improved localized control of the cancer site and the overall survival of our patients. Another huge development for radiation, as far as I'm concerned, is that we discuss all cases within tumor boards. In many centers, tumor boards are the only way forward, and this allows for an individual approach to each and every case and allows for precision medicine to be implemented. This all comes together in order to offer individualized treatment, and the combination of radiation and oncology has allowed us to better treat many patients. It is a combination that reinforces the body's natural defense mechanism against cancer. And of course, the introduction of AI in treatment units has had an impact on the design, the imaging, the identification and localization of the tumor, and this means that we have minimized the dosage that affects surrounding healthy organs. This helps increase overall survival of the patient, bring down side effects affecting surrounding organs, and in improving the quality of life of our patient. We have non-invasive techniques like a gamma knife with beautiful results when it comes to tumor reduction and shrinkage, and this has had also a very important positive impact on our patients. As regards prevention projects and screening projects, radiologists have an active role to play. In Thessaly, I was fortunate enough to be part of a team that visited schools. This is exactly what we do nowadays in Crete. We go to schools, we speak to the children about the negative impact of smoking, and as radiologists we can contribute in the early detection of neoplasms, and this of course can only have a beneficial impact on our patient, because it might help the patient avoid invasive techniques or avoid moving on to treatments that are more aggressive than they should be, more toxic, and therefore this allows for a health system that has truly become person-centered, patient-centered, that allows for treatment provided with a minimized waiting list and improved care. Thank you.
Let's continue with the next speaker, Mr. Nikolaos Vassos. He works as a surgeon. He is one of the most important treatments when it comes to cancer. Could you please share your own experience? Hello, I would like to thank the BOD of ELLOK and especially the president, Mr. Kapetanakis, for including me in such a special panel and a special audience, because also the co-panelists play an important role. I would like to talk about the title of the specific panel and care, surgical care. It is very often repeated, and that prevention is very important. Screening is of essence, but if those efforts are fragmentary, then that means that they do not work. The rector has mentioned earlier that all this is well. Prevention is good, screening is good, but on a practical level, after the finding, what is happening? Does the patient know the path that they have to go on, or they feel lost in this journey? So if we don't have a specific, clear path in order to allow patients to go to diagnosis and then treatment, then we understand that the system doesn't work well, or that we need to change it, to improve it. And I'm saying this because you know that surgery, for all of us, is a very pivotal time point in our journey. So, since I am a surgeon, a lot of times we do not see just one tumor. We see the history of that tumor, because a lot of times we can understand how much time does this tumor exist, how much time have we lost, and all those questions are asked by the patients during screening and during the diagnosis. So there are moments, and I share this secret with you, when we say that if that patient would have been diagnosed earlier, things would have been better. So we understand the importance of prevention and timely diagnosis. Allow me to share an experience. I remember an important surgery of sarcoma to a young woman. We knew that this surgery couldn't be very radical. I'm not here to say that nowadays we have better surgical methods. We know that, and you know that. So when the limit of the radicality of the surgery has been surpassed. That means that the surgery will be longer, more complex, with more side effects, of higher risk, and last but not least, with a worse outcome. If we are not going to realize that, we cannot put all the pieces of the puzzle together. A fragmentary prevention is not good enough, and the path in front of the patient should be clear. So, in those instances, it is not the fault of the healthcare professional, not the techniques. We have all those tools in our disposal, and not the patient. It is just the fact that the diagnosis was late. And this is not a failure of science or a failure of human beings. It is a failure of the fragmented path, of the fragmented journey. This is what we should safeguard. We want, when the patient reaches that point, to have all the standards needed in order for the result to be the best possible. So, we're talking about strategy. We should know whom we protect, and in order to do that, we need to have continuity. Patients get lost. They crash under the pressure of the system, and we have all experienced that. So I have said that again and again. If there is lack of a navigator, a person that will help them navigate those turbulent waters, the outcome wouldn't be so good. And of course, the patient have to feel that the system is not yet another burden to the already burden that they have. The system is there to help patients. And I think that all of us, and first and foremost patients' associations, should focus on that point and set that as a goal. Thank you very much. Very important intervention. Last but not least, in the end, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Eleftherios Thireos, who is representing the Safeguard and Quality Health Organization. I say that we are out of time. I would like to thank you for this invitation, especially for inviting me in this panel. I will try to close by mentioning three things, based on the things that we have heard in this panel and the previous panels. There is a European plan with best practices and a plan for assessing and monitoring this procedure. We have resources, meaning technology, at our disposal, but there are two extra things. First of all, the prioritization. Who is going to be prioritized, and when? And of course, yes, there is technology. We have evidence-based practices and guidelines, but when it comes to clinical efficacy and efficiency, we should also include the best possible use of resources and the streamlining of resources. And the path and the navigator who is going to help patients during that journey, during that path. Today, first of all, we have a healthcare system with a lot of gaps during this journey, during this path. Primary healthcare is not very well integrated to the healthcare system. This is why patients are self-referred. There is no one to help them navigate the system. And therefore, they are patients, travelers. They have to go to an urban center, to a big city, without any guidance whatsoever. So there are gaps during this journey. And the most important gap is the complete lack of long-term care, out-of-hospital care. We know very well that 50% of our beds are patients older than 70 years old, and those people shouldn't have been in the hospitals. So we have to standardize this path, this journey of the patients. When it comes to prevention, there is the program ProLamvano, the screening program, which is a very good systematic approach. So after the end of the funding by the RRF, we should come up with a national screening plan which age group is going to undergo that screening at which point. So OVP has started the effort to standardize this journey of the patient, to standardize care in chronic illnesses. Yesterday, we have signed a memorandum of cooperation with ELLOK, especially in order to discuss this standardization. And we are going to sign this memorandum also with ELP and the Hematological Society. And we have also to utilize the experience of hospitals and utilize the digital tools, and we want to be able to say that we utilize the tools, because precision medicine, personalized medicine, innovation, all those buzzwords have been mentioned, but all innovative tools are not necessarily reimbursable or that can be reimbursed. So apart from innovation, we should also measure outcomes. Therefore, based on this rationale, I want to conclude by saying that we need to forge coalitions and partnerships with EO, with HESMO, and with all patients' association. We have to standardize this path, this journey, and we have to measure things. I measure myself in order to become better, and I compare myself to other people in order to amend my practice. So, how are we going to use the digital tools, artificial intelligence, and the health records, the electronic health records, etc.? Because at the end of the day, in order to come up with safe conclusions, we need to have data that have quality and are complete, are integrated and comprehensive. But first and foremost, we should train our human resources and, of course, to increase the literacy of patients and staff alike in the health system. The patient's journey is not only about the public health system, but also about the private health system. Thank you very much. A very valuable intervention, if I may say so. What you said about out-of-hospital care, this should be included in the patient's journey. We can save a lot of costs because we can also improve the patient's quality of life. They don't necessarily need all this hospitalization. Right now, we implement such a program for 12 hospitals. We support all these people at home with machinery, heavy machinery, but long-term care, relating to long-term care, we have a national action plan, and we should also focus to the community to offer services near to their homes and to offer services to the caregivers. We are talking about untrained, unskilled caregivers. We cannot continue with the second round. Thank you very much for sticking with us.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Πραγματικά εξαιρετικό το τραπέζι. Μας ξεφεύγει ο χρόνος, αλλά η αλήθεια είναι ότι...
So the interpreters will now be taking their break, as breaks have not been awarded, and we need to preserve both our voices and our mental capacity. This is as in coordination with ELLOK and the organizing committee. A 15-minute break for the interpreters. Thank you.
Βιώσιμο σύστημα υγείας, λοιπόν, το επόμενο τραπέζι, και να καλέσω κοντά μου τον κύριο Παντελή Μεσαρόπουλο, πρόεδρο και τεκνή του Κέντρου Τεκμηρίωσης και Κοστολόγησης Νοσοκομειακών Υπηρεσιών, τον κύριο Άρη Αποστόλου, πρόεδρο της Κεντρικής Αρχής Προμηθειών Υγείας, τον κύριο Σπύρο Αποστολόπουλο, διοικητή του Πανεπιστημιακού Γενικού Νοσοκομείου Αττικών, τον κύριο Γκέβορκ Ταμάμιαν, chairman of Professional Oncology Hematology, CEO of Immune Oncology Research Institute, τον κύριο Ιωάννη Μπαλταδάκη, αιματολόγο συντονιστή διευθυντή αιματολογικής λεμφωμάτων κλινικής μονάδας μεταμόσχευσης μυελού των οστών του νοσοκομείου Ευαγγελισμός, τον κύριο Νικόλαο Τσουκαλά, παθολόγο ογκολόγο διευθυντή στο ογκολογικό τμήμα του 417 Νίμιτς, επιστημονικό συνεργάτη στο νοσοκομείο Ρίκος Δινάν και μέλος του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου της ΕΟΠΕ, τον κύριο Ιωάννη Φαντόπουλο, αγαπητό φίλο, καθηγητή ακαδημαϊκό συντονιστή στο ΕΚΠΑ. Ξέρω, σου παίρνω τη θέση, κύριε Φαντόπουλε, αλλά θα είμαστε ανάποδα. Τον κύριο Νίκο Κικίλια, προϊστάμενο αυτοτελούς διεύθυνση συμβάσεων, μάλλον όχι ελέγχο νομίζω είναι, του ΕΟΠΗ. Την κυρία Μέμη Τσεκούρα, τη νέα πρόεδρο της Ένωσης Ασθενών Ελλάδας, και συγχαρητήρια για τον νέο ρόλο και ευχαριστούμε πολύ που είστε εδώ σήμερα. Την κυρία Γιώτα Κοτσεκίδου, Corporate and Regulatory Affairs Director της AstraZeneca, και εμένα ως συντονιστής. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Να πάρω ένα μικρόφωνο και να κάνετε Ένα, δύο, ωραία, το ανοίξαμε. Λοιπόν, θέλω να σας ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ που είστε σε αυτό το μεγάλο μακρύ τραπέζι και είμαστε πολύ. Ξέχασα κανέναν? Ο κύριος Αποστόλου που είναι? Ο κύριος Αποστόλου κάπου εδώ θα είναι. Αν μπορούμε να ειδοποιήσουμε τον κύριο Αποστόλου, κάπου εδώ θα είναι. Και τον κύριο Αποστολόπουλο, μάλλον θα είναι μαζί. Οπότε κάντε έναν κόπο, γιατί δύο καρέκλες μου φαίνεται λείπουνε, οπότε να ξεκινήσουμε. Και να ξεκινήσουμε, γιατί αυτό το τραπέζι που λέτε ήθελα πολύ καιρό να το κάνω. Δεν το κάναμε ποτέ εμείς εδώ πέρα, αυτό έλεγα πριν. Μας βγήκε λίγο μεγάλο, αλλά μάλλον είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον, γι' αυτό μας βγήκε μεγάλο. Και θέλουμε λοιπόν όλες αυτές τις οπτικές. Έρχεται ο κύριος Αποστόλου. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Και ο κύριος Αποστολόπουλος, οι κύριοι, οι δύο Αποστόλου, ήσασταν μαζί. Δεν πειράζει, εμείς αργήσαμε, εσείς τι ξεχαστήκατε? Κύριε Αποστολόπουλε, χαρά μας που σας έχουμε και πάλι μαζί μας εδώ πέρα. Λοιπόν, μάλλον θα πάμε με έναν κύκλο, ξέρετε, για να έχετε το χρόνο να πείτε κάποια πράγματα. Υπολογίζω χοντρικά ότι θέλουμε 4-5 λεπτά ο καθένας, μαξ συνολικά για ό,τι πούμε. Οπότε με αυτή τη λογική θα ξεκινήσω από τον κύριο Μεσαρόπουλο που έχω δίπλα μου εδώ πέρα. Μιλάμε για αποδοτικότητα, διαφάνεια, δηλαδή λογοδοσία, αξιολόγηση και βιωσιμότητα. Πώς επιτυχάνετε αυτό μέσα από τα DRGs? Έχετε πλέον κάποια εμπειρία. Δεν είστε τώρα, δεν ξεκινάτε τώρα. Έχετε ξεκινήσει την εφαρμογή των DRGs. Αν θέλετε λίγο ησυχία, παρακαλώ. Δεν έχουμε καλό ήχο, δεν σας ακούμε εμείς. Δεν με ακούτε. Μπορούμε λίγο να δούμε τον ήχο, να το βελτιώσουμε. Δεν έχουμε καλό ήχο. Ευχαριστώ. Λοιπόν, ποια είναι η μέχρι τώρα εμπειρία που έχουμε από τα DRGs, από την εφαρμογή? Ποια είναι τα αποτελέσματα, σε ποιους τομείς? Τι θα περιμένατε καλύτερο? Τι πηγαίνει καλύτερα από ό,τι περιμένατε? Τι έχετε να μας πείτε? Έτσι, θα ήθελα έτσι έναν απολογισμό, να δούμε έτσι τι έχει γίνει μέχρι τώρα.
Ωραία, ευχαριστώ. Καταρχήν, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ σαν και τεκνή για την πρόσκληση. Είναι χαρά μας να συμμετέχουμε σε τέτοια τραπέζια. Άλλωστε, η συμβολή γενικότερα στην οπλασία του ΚΕΤΕΚΝΗ όσον αφορά και το κομμάτι των κωδικοποιήσεων, γιατί εκτός από την αποζημίωση, το ΚΕΤΕΚΝΗ έχει αναλάβει και όλες τις κωδικοποιήσεις οι οποίες υπάρχουν στα νοσοκομεία και γενικότερα σε όλο το σύστημα υγείας. Το ΚΕΤΕΚΝΗ, όπως είπατε, έχει μια αρκετά μεγάλη εμπειρία πλέον. Θεωρητικά από το 2015, πρακτικά και πολύ περισσότερο ενεργά τα τελευταία τουλάχιστον 6 χρόνια, όπου με πολύ μεγάλο κόπο, η αλήθεια είναι, καταφέραμε να αλλάξουμε όλη την νοοτροπία, όχι μόνο της πολιτικής ηγεσίας, αλλά και των ανθρώπων που τρέχουν τα νοσοκομεία και κινητήριος μοχλός αυτών είναι οι γιατροί. Ήταν κάτι το οποίο το είχαμε εξ αρχής στο μυαλό μας, να καταφέρουμε να κάνουμε κοινωνούς τους γιατρούς κυρίως, προφανώς και το ιατρικό και το παραϊατρικό όμως προσωπικό και το νοσηλευτικό, αλλά κυρίως τους γιατρούς που είχαν μία απέχθεια, και το λέω σαν γιατρός, σε οτιδήποτε είχε να κάνει με την οικονομική εξισορρόπηση των νοσοκομείων. 2024 όλα τα νοσοκομεία εντάχθηκαν στο σύστημα DRG, κωδικοποιούσαν όλα τα περιστατικά τους. 2025, 1η του 2025, όλα τα νοσοκομεία του Εθνικού Συστήματος Υγείας πλέον αποζημιώνονται βάσει παραγόμενου έργου. Ένα πολύ δύσκολο στοίχημα.
Ένα χρόνο δηλαδή.
Ένα χρόνο στην αποζημίωση.
Όλα τα νοσοκομεία έχουν ένα χρόνο πλέον.
Όλα τα νοσοκομεία έχουν ένα χρόνο αποζημίωσης. Έχουμε στοιχεία από όλο αυτό το χρόνο. Είμαστε πάρα πολύ χαρούμενοι. Ανακοινώθηκαν και τα επίσημα στοιχεία και από τον Υφυπουργό, τον κύριο Θεμιστοκλέους. Μείωση ληξιπροθέσμων. Προφανώς κανένα νοσοκομείο δεν έκλεισε, γιατί υπήρχε και αυτό στις καλένδες. Ληξιπρόθεσμα από 1,2 έφτασαν τα 550 εκατομμύρια. Μια πολύ μεγάλη προσπάθεια. Και όχι μόνο μειώθηκαν τα ληξιπρόθεσμα, αλλά αυξήθηκε και το παραγόμενο έργο των νοσοκομείων. Αυξήθηκε η αποδοτικότητα των νοσοκομείων με μετρήσιμα στοιχεία. Κάθε μήνα όλα τα νοσοκομεία λαμβάνουν ειδικά reports και μέσω ειδικής πλατφόρμας πλέον, στα οποία μπορούν να δουν την πορεία των δικών τους νοσοκομείων, πώς πάει η κωδικοποίηση, οι υποβολές, η ποιότητα των περιστατικών των οποίων έχουν. Εκπαιδεύσεις συνεχώς από το ΚΕΤΕΚΝΗ στους γιατρούς, ούτως ώστε να καταγράφουν τα περιστατικά και να προσομοιάζουν τα περιστατικά στην πραγματική εικόνα του ασθενούς, όχι σε αυτό που θα θέλαμε, όχι σε αυτό που μπορούμε, αλλά σε αυτό που πραγματικά έχει ο ασθενής, ούτως ώστε να μπορέσουμε να έχουμε για πρώτη φορά αξιόπιστα στοιχεία, και εδώ είναι το κλειδί. Το ΚΕΤΕΚΝΗ μοιράζει με το δικαιότερο τρόπο που μπορεί, είναι το πιο δίκαιο σύστημα τα DRG, τα χρήματα τα οποία υπάρχουν, δεν γεννάει χρήματα. Αν αυτά τα χρήματα είναι ικανά να τρέξουν το σύστημα υγείας, δεν θα το πει το ΚΕΤΕΚΝΗ, είναι σίγουρο.
Σωστά.
Θα το πούν οι αρμόδιοι. Από εκεί και πέρα το ΚΕΤΕΚΝΗ όμως, αυτά τα χρήματα τα οποία δίνονται πλέον με δικαιότερο τρόπο. Και από εκεί και πέρα τα στοιχεία τα οποία παίρνουμε μέσα από τα νοσοκομεία είναι ο κινητήριος μοχλός, τόσο ώστε και σε συνεργασία και με άλλους φορείς όπως είναι και ο ΟΔΠ, να αυξήσουμε πλέον την ποιότητα των παραχόμενων υπηρεσιών. Μου είπατε αν κάποια πράγματα δεν τα κάναμε καλά. Προφανώς η ποιότητα της κωδικοποίησης δεν είναι αυτό το οποίο θα είμαστε ευχαριστημένοι. Έχει γίνει μια τεράστια προσπάθεια. Ξέρουμε ότι και σε άλλα κράτη πήρε τουλάχιστον 5 χρόνια για να αποτυπωθεί η ποιότητα της κωδικοποίησης και να τη δει στο τέλος ως και ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών και ο ασθενής. Έχουμε κάποια εργαλεία τα οποία θα χρησιμοποιήσουμε το επόμενο διάστημα. Τα έχουμε ήδη χρησιμοποιήσει όσον αφορά ένα auditing στην ιατρική κωδικοποίηση. Συνεχίζουμε, επεκτείνουμε το σύστημα DRG και στα ψυχιατρικά περιστατικά. Το επόμενο διάστημα ήδη έχει βγει απόφαση ένταξη για ένα μεγάλο έργο ψυχικής υγείας που θα επεκτείνει τα DRG και εκεί, και φυσικά και στην ανακουφιστική φροντίδα. Ελέγχθη πριν ότι έχει γίνει από τον κύριο Θηραίο μια τεράστια προσπάθεια με την κατοικονοσηλεία. Να ξέρετε ότι έχουν δοθεί οδηγίες στα νοσοκομεία που τρέχουν κατοικονοσηλεία. Δώσω δύο παραδείγματα όπως ο Αγίος Σάββας και το Μεταξά. Τα περιστατικά τα οποία χειρίζονται στο σπίτι, έχουμε δώσει οδηγίες να αποζημιώνονται σαν να ήταν στο νοσοκομείο. Και αυτό γιατί το κάναμε? Για να επικροτήσουμε τη συγκεκριμένη προσπάθεια μέχρι να βρούμε ακριβώς πώς θα αντιμετωπιστούν και πώς θα αποζημιωθούν τα συγκεκριμένα περιστατικά, ούτως ώστε να στηρίξουμε όλη αυτή την προσπάθεια, γιατί να ξέρετε ότι ξέρετε πολύ καλύτερα όσοι ασχολείστε και με τις νεοπλασίες, ότι ένας ασθενής όταν του δίνουμε τις υπηρεσίες που πρέπει στο δικό του χώρο, στο σπίτι, και έχει την ίδια ποιότητα υπηρεσιών, ακόμα και αν μας κοστίζει το ίδιο, που δεν μας κοστίζει, είναι πολύ καλύτερο από αυτόν τον ασθενή να τον φέραμε στο νοσοκομείο και να τον βάζαμε μέσα και να τον ταλαιπωρούσαμε.
Πρακτικά δηλαδή δίνεται ένα κίνητρο για να ενισχύσετε αυτή την προσπάθεια που γίνεται.
Ακριβώς.
Μάλιστα. Πολύ ωραία. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την τοποθέτηση αυτή, γιατί πραγματικά μετά από ένα διάστημα που συζητάγαμε για το πώς και το τι και το αν, ερχόμαστε να πούμε ότι έχουμε ένα χρόνο πλήρους εφαρμογής και αυτό είναι πολύ σημαντικό και οδηγός πιλότος ίσως για τα επόμενα χρόνια. Να πάω τώρα στον κύριο Αποστόλου, να πάω λίγο στην ΕΚΑΠΗ. Λίγο πολύ θα ήθελα το ίδιο πράγμα και από εσάς. Θα ήθελα δηλαδή να δούμε ποιος είναι ο ρόλος, το πεδίο ευθύνης και ποιες είναι οι διαπιστώσεις που μπορείτε να κάνετε μαζί μας σήμερα από τη μέχρι σήμερα λειτουργία της ΕΚΑΠΗ και τι έχει προσφέρει στο σύστημα υγείας, τι είναι αυτό που μπορούμε να πούμε ότι είναι το θετικό, είναι μετρήσιμο, έχουμε δει κάποια πράγματα.
Ωραία. Αρχικά να δούμε τι είναι το μετρήσιμο. Το μετρήσιμο είναι η εισπραξιμότητα του rebate και του clawback μέσα σε 2 μήνες. Και πλέον έχουμε εικόνα. Από τη στιγμή που το εκδίδουμε, σε ένα report φαίνεται το δημοσιονομικό αποτύπωμα για τη χώρα. Δεδομένο είναι η εξοικονόμηση που επιτυγχαίνει ένας κεντρικός διαγωνισμός. Μπορεί στα υλικά αυτό να είναι στο 10% περίπου, στο φάρμακο είναι περισσότερο. Τι άλλο πετυχαίνουμε με τις δημόσιες συμβάσεις. Συμβασιοποιώντας τα φάρμακα, είναι υποχρεωμένες οι εταιρείες να παραδίδουν. Άρα, τουλάχιστον σε αυτά που έχουμε κάνει διαγωνισμό και υπάρχει δημόσια σύμβαση, δεν υπάρχει πιθανότητα έλλειψης προς τα νοσοκομεία. Άλλο κομμάτι. Προχωράμε στο επίπεδο της κεντρικοποίησης των προμηθειών με στόχο να μειωθούν και τα ληξιπρόθεσμα. Αυτά που έχουμε αναλάβει μέχρι τώρα, δηλαδή τις υπηρεσίες των αποβλήτων που κάναμε διεθνή διαγωνισμό και τον υλοποιούμε, το ληξιπρόθεσμό του είναι 0. Στους ενδοφακούς που τελείωσε τώρα ο διαγωνισμός και το υλοποιούμε, το ληξιπρόθεσμό του είναι 0. Συν την εξοικονόμηση που έχουμε κάνει, συν την άμεση πρόσβαση των ασθενών, καθότι υπάρχει μια ενεργή δημόσια σύμβαση με αποθέματα και όλοι παραγγέλνουν αυτό που χρειάζονται την ώρα που του χρειάζονται. Οπότε έχουμε γλιτώσει και αυτό το κομμάτι που μπορεί κάποιο νοσοκομείο να μην είχε προϋπολογισμό, κάποιο να είχε πλεονάζον. Δηλαδή, με την κεντρικοποίηση εξισορροπείται αυτό και η πρόσβαση στα υλικά είτε στα φάρμακα είναι οριζόντια και απόλυτη για όλους. Παλιότερα, ας πούμε, τι άλλο υπήρχε. Όταν καθυστερούσε και δεν υπήρχαν πιστώσεις για τις αγορές των φαρμάκων, έπρεπε να γίνει μια δύσκολη διοικητική διαδικασία μέσα στο Υπουργείο με έγκριση και ΣΥΠΕ για αύξηση του προϋπολογισμού, για κατανομή στη ΣΥΠΕ, που θα είναι έσοδο από κλόμπακ και μετά μπορούσαν τα νοσοκομεία να ξαναπαραγγείλουν αφού τροποποιήσει το κάθε νοσοκομείο το δικό του προϋπολογισμό. Όλο αυτό το διοικητικό κομμάτι το έχουμε γλιτώσει με την κεντρικοποίηση που έχουμε κάνει εμείς. Παράλληλα σχεδιάζουμε και τα μητρώα με τα υλικά και τους προμηθευτές. Αυτό θα ξεκινήσει να λειτουργεί από τα μέσα του έτους και μετά, σταδιακά, με πλήρη εφαρμογή μέχρι το τέλος του 2026. Εκεί θα έχουμε όλη την εικόνα του τι αγοράζει το κάθε νοσοκομείο στην κωδικοποίηση της Wyndham, οπότε θα λειτουργεί και το εύρος τιμών που λειτουργούνται οι αγορές από τα νοσοκομεία, θα υπάρχουν συγκρίσιμα δεδομένα για τις προκηρύξεις των διαγωνισμών και θα μπορούμε να κάνουμε και ένα demand planning βλέποντας οριζόντια πλέον τις κατηγορίες των υλικών που χρειάζεται για να λειτουργήσει το κάθε νοσοκομείο. Ενώ τώρα η υποπερίπτωση σου λέει και αν στην εφημερία που θα μου τύχει, πώς θα κάνω προμήθεια και θα έχω σύμβαση, πώς θα κάνω αυτή την πρόβλεψη. Όταν παίρνουμε τους νόμους των μεγάλων αριθμών, αυτά τα νούμερα εξομαλύνονται, οπότε προβλέψεις υπάρχουν και μπορούν να εκτελεστούν.
Μάλιστα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Τώρα να περάσω στον κύριο Αποστολόπουλο, έτσι να το δούμε από την μεριά των νοσοκομείων. Είστε διοικητής ενός πολύ μεγάλου νοσοκομείου και με μεγάλη εμπειρία, αρκετά χρόνια, κύριε Αποστολόπουλε. Είστε σε αυτή τη μεταβατική φάση, έχετε δει και το πριν, βλέπετε και το τώρα. Ακούσαμε κάποια πράγματα και από το ΚΕΤΕΚΝΗ και από την ΕΚΑΠΗ. Αυτά όλα πώς έχουν πραγματικά επηρεάσει τη λειτουργικότητα του νοσοκομείου, την αποδοτικότητα του νοσοκομείου και τι πιστεύετε, υπάρχουν κάποιες προτάσεις που θα μπορούσαν κάποια πράγματα να τα βελτιώσουν? Υπάρχει, γιατί σίγουρα κάθε τι που γίνεται χρειάζεται να προσαρμόζεται και χρειάζεται να το αξιολογούμε και να βλέπουμε τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε. Έχετε εσείς κάτι να προσθέσετε σε αυτό, κάποια παρατήρηση, κάποια πρόταση?
Καταρχάς, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Σε αυτό που αναφερθήκατε, όλοι μας έχουμε γίνει μάρτυρες ότι από την περίοδο του COVID και μετά χωρίζεται το σύστημα, όπως και η ιστορία, σε προ-Χριστού και μετά Χριστόν. Η εισβολή της ψηφιακής διοίκησης στα νοσοκομεία είναι κατακλυσμία. Αναφερθήκατε προφανώς στο ΚΕΤΕΚΝΗ και στο εργαλείο των DRGs και τα λοιπά. Αναφερθήκατε στη λειτουργία των ενιών προμηθειών και της κεντρικής διαχείρισης των υλικών. Ανάμεσα από αυτές τις αναφορές, όλοι μας είμαστε μάρτυρες δεκάδων ψηφιακών εφαρμογών, οι οποίες έχουν αλλάξει το ρου, τη δομή και τα ζητούμενα στοιχεία τα οποία τίθονται πλέον στο σύγχρονο σύστημα υγείας, το ψηφιοποιημένο πλέον της ψηφιοποιημένης εποχής, πολύ φοβάμαι ότι πρέπει να τα ορίσουμε, διότι δεν είναι τα ίδια ζητούμενα με την εποχή προ-COVID, άρα προ-ψηφιοποίησης της υγείας και στην πατρίδα μας. Προφανώς, εγώ έχω ζήσει και το προηγούμενο ιστορικό προηγούμενο του συστήματος υγείας, καθότι φέτος μετράω 40 χρόνια στο σύστημα υγείας, δημόσιο και ιδιωτικό τομέα συνολικά, και έχω την εμπειρία και του παρελθόντος και του τρέχοντος χρόνου με τις προοπτικές που ανοίγονται μπροστά. Εγώ προσωπικά έχω μείνει έκπληκτος με την ταχύτητα εφαρμογής αυτών των εργαλείων στην πατρίδα μας, διότι όπως θα θυμάται και ο κύριος Υφαντόπουλος, ο καθηγητής ο κύριος Υφαντόπουλος, αυτά ήταν ζητούμενα προηγούμενων δεκαετιών και 20 σε πολλά συνέδρια οικονομίας και διοίκησης των υπηρεσιών υγείας. Ετίθονται αυτά ως στόχοι που από πολλούς χαρακτηρίζονταν ως ρομαντικοί και ανέφικτοι για το περιβάλλον της χώρας μας και για το δημόσιο περιβάλλον της δημόσιας διοίκησης εννοώ της χώρας μας. Να όμως που έστω με δυσκολίες, έστω με κάποιες μικρές ταλαντεύσεις που φυσικό είναι, όπως είπε ο κύριος Μεσαρόπουλος, στην Ευρώπη ή στις ανεπτυγμένες χώρες παρατηρήθηκε ένας χρόνος προσαρμογής γύρω στα 5 έτη. Όλα τα συστήματα όταν μεταλλάσσονται θέλουν έναν χρόνο προσαρμογής σαν νέα εργαλεία. Ακόμα και η κοινωνία, οι χρήστες των υπηρεσιών υγείας πρέπει να εκπαιδευτούν ότι οι ροές και οι διαδικασίες πρόσβασης αλλάζουν, γίνονται ψηφιακές, αποκτούν πιο σύγχρονα χαρακτηριστικά και τα σημεία πώλησης εντός εισαγωγικών των υπηρεσιών υγείας, αλλά και ο τρόπος της αναζήτησης της υγείας εκ μέρους των ασθενών. Και αυτό καταλήγει, κατά τη γνώμη μου, σε ένα πολύ ιδανικό τοπίο και πολύ πιο πλεονεκτικό από ό,τι στο παρελθόν, με κέντρο τον ασθενή. Ο ωφελούμενος όλης αυτής της μετάβασης και της ιστορικής μετάβασης του συστήματος υγείας, κατά τη γνώμη μου, και των νοσοκομειακών διαδικασιών φυσικά, ο ωφελούμενος είναι ο ασθενής. Ο ασθενής έχει μεγαλύτερες επιλογές, έχει μεγαλύτερη πληροφόρηση, έχει πιο αυτοματοποιημένες διαδικασίες εξυπηρέτησης, έχει λιγότερο κόστος χρόνου μετάβασης και λήψης των υπηρεσιών. Μπορεί κανείς να κλείσει τα ραντεβού του χωρίς να φύγει από το σπίτι, να πάρει τη συνταγή του στο σπίτι, τα φάρμακά του, κάτω από συνθήκες, η ηλεκτρονική συνταγογραφία. Όλα αυτά έχουν αλλάξει έναν τεράστιο κύκλο εργασιών που τα προηγούμενα χρόνια τα θεωρούσαμε αδιανόητο να αλλάξουν τόσο γρήγορα. Και όμως, αν σκεφτείτε ότι από το 2001-2002 περίπου, μέχρι τώρα που ολοκληρώθηκε πρόσφατα το 2025, σε μια τριετία-τετραετία, ότι έχουν γίνει αυτές οι μεταβάσεις, εμένα προσωπικά, επαναλαμβάνω, μου είναι αδιανόητο ότι συνετελέστησαν αυτές οι αλλαγές ήδη που συζητάμε αυτή τη στιγμή και βιώνουμε και χρησιμοποιούμε. Δεν λέμε για πράγματα που στο μέλλον θα χρησιμοποιήσουμε, λέμε για εργαλεία τα οποία έχουν εισχωρήσει, έχουν μπει στην καθημερινότητα και των επαγγελματιών υγείας, έχουν μπει στην καθημερινότητα των ασθενών και έχει αλλάξει όλος ο καμβάς της συνομιλίας των επαγγελματιών υγείας με τους ασθενείς. Θεωρώ ότι αυτή η μετάβαση γράφει τη δική της ιστορία και οπωσδήποτε ένα σύστημα πλέον με αυτά τα χαρακτηριστικά θέτει άλλες προτεραιότητες, ενδεχομένως και άλλα προβλήματα που θα βγουν στην επιφάνεια, που προφανώς η κάθε εποχή και η κάθε κοινωνία και το κάθε σύστημα, ανάλογα το περιβάλλον στο οποίο δραστηριοποιούνται και αναπτύσσονται, θέτουν και τα δικά τους ζητήματα. Θεωρώ όμως ότι μέσα στην ατζέντα πολύ σύντομα θα μιλάμε και με άλλους όρους και για τις ίδιες δομές, είτε είναι διοικητικού χαρακτήρα, είτε οργανωτικού χαρακτήρα, είτε ακόμα προγραμματικού χαρακτήρα των δομών υγείας. Δεν μπορούν να συνεχίζουν τα νοσοκομεία να έχουν ένα απαρχαιωμένο διοικητικό μοντέλο.
Hospitals cannot continue working based on an outdated model. We've got technology making leaps forward, bringing down stereotypes, biases, and all bottlenecks brought forth by former administrative models that are now shaken up by digital transformation. This is not a political statement. I believe that digitization will necessarily bring about changes to administrative models as well. Thank you very much for this reply. Mr. Karelis is asking for the microphone, but please wait a bit longer, because I want you at the end to sum everything up. This will be very useful for us so that we can look at all approaches.
Professor Gevorg Tamamian, and I would like to ask him, based on your experience, what are the main system changes that will have the greatest impact in efficiency and transparency, and how can they work in practice, not in theory? What do you believe we have to do to ensure efficiency and transparency in healthcare?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, dear George, my dear friend. Thanks for having me on this great panel and for having me during this wonderful conference. I think it's the second year, and I'm looking forward for many returns. I'm going to start from the efficiency part. Usually when we are talking about the efficiency, we miss one critical part, which is effectiveness. So, I mean, to bring an example, and sometimes in the policies, in global agendas, in local agendas, I mean, in many instances, they kind of are considered the same, but they're not. Just the opposite. So, what I mean here, for example, right now we are sitting in Athens, and we need to solve a problem X. And for that, we decide we need to go to Saloniki. So what's the most efficient way to go to Saloniki? By train, by car, by plane? Which one is the most efficient one? So we solve this, we tackle the problem, we find the most efficient way, but then we go to Saloniki and find out that, okay, it was the most efficient way to get there, but is it the most effective way to solve the problem? Should we get to Saloniki to solve this problem? Maybe we need to stay in Athens to solve the problem. The same is with healthcare. In many instances, we see that, I mean, we do a lot of things. For example, to tackle this disease, we procure a lot of drugs. And in many low and middle income countries, we can see these kind of things happening. Or we procure many machines. And then we find out, I mean, basically we don't need this for this exact disease. That's why I think when we're speaking about efficiency, we need to match it with the effectiveness. This is one of the critical parts which is missing on the global agenda, in my opinion. Coming to the transparency, I think first we need to talk about the trust. Trust is it requires clarity. And when we are talking about the trust in global agendas, global health agendas, and about not only global agendas, but also locally, trust requires clarity, it requires transparency, and today on the global arena, transparency and accountability became, in my opinion, the most fragile and in the meantime the most precious currencies. Many health institutions, both regional, international, global, are facing a crisis in transparency and accountability. And as a result, this trust is collapsing. The public does not trust anymore, that's why. And in order to return the trust, reverse the trust, radical transparency and accountability, in my opinion, is essential. That's the only way forward. And again, pairing with the effectiveness, efficiency, and transparency, I think it's mandatory in our every decision, in the healthcare, when we're talking about the systems, when we're talking about the healthcare solutions, that we tackle all our decisions, we take all our decisions based on evidence and make sure that it is very transparent and communicated properly. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much. I saw Professor Ifandopoulos writing down more notes. Yes, okay, it's okay. Thank you very much for your intervention. Τώρα θα προχωρήσω, θα πάω στον αγαπητό.
And now I will move on to my dear friend Mr. Kikilias, so that we look at the stakeholders and pursue this procedure in a slightly different way. Mr. Kikilias, we have health regions that have needs that are rising. How can we improve care for our patients? How can we find space with new procedures, streamlining situations? Thank you for the honorary invitation, first of all. Your board, Mr. Kapetanakis, here yourself, you always organize impressive conferences that are very important for the patients. And this panel is also very important because it's about transparency, sustainability, and efficiency and/or efficacy. Now, you mentioned visibility, and visibility is not just about ensuring that resources will be available, but also about how one allocates said resources. We've had numerous times speak of the patient's journey and pathway. Very often, navigating that pathway is very important, but there's also a need for control. How do we consume? Do we overconsume services? Do we overtreat? I am heading a service which is actually the auditing mechanism body of the national healthcare system. Unfortunately, lately news have been about poor practices, bad practices of providers that have absorbed millions of euros. So imagine if we were doing that with the same amount. The goal is to ensure such surveillance, such auditing, that resources flow back into the system and we can design services that will shape the right environment, the right ecosystem. Just a few words, allow me to interrupt. With better management, with better auditing, we might be able to cover needs that are not covered today. Is that what you're saying? Precisely. And if we looked a bit at this short period of time where I've been heading this division, we see that there are departments that do have sufficient funds or may have sufficient funds, or we can shape the framework in such a way as to prevent overspending of resources. My colleagues are already shaping up, establishing auditing indicators in order for us to ensure that any deviation from proper, fair and sound management is detected. Of course, we are implementing techniques such as DRGs, such as purchasing materials at a lower cost via centralized procurement procedures. But imagine that we're talking about LP. We were told to look at resources, and all of a sudden we were also told that we need to find funds in order to cover and bridge gaps, and this had catastrophic results. I see with us here Mr. Pizarro, a very dear friend, esteemed colleague. For example, we have discussed, he knows very well that we've discussed so many times various imaging techniques that are reimbursed, not reimbursed. We need to avoid overcharging patients. We need to find ways to ensure that there is no fraudulent behavior on behalf of perpetrators that unfortunately still exists. I believe, however, that as a country, as a national healthcare system, we are doing lots better. We have defined strategies, we have a designated auditing body, and we are ensuring that resources will be channeled into the healthcare system in a way that is transparent, that ensures quality, and of course that ensures accountability. Thank you very much, dear Nikos. I see Mr. Ifadopoulos keeps taking notes. I'm wondering what he'll be able to mention out of all the things he's been writing down. We know that AOP is our insurer, and we want AOP to be a healthy organization in order to truly meet the needs of patients. So we encourage, we stand by any action moving in that direction. And now I would like to move on to my beloved representatives of the Society of Hematology and HESMO, the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncology. Mr. Papadakis, is there anything that you would like to share with us in any format whatsoever? Well, I did have some slides. You are the scientists, the physicians working within the national healthcare system, and as such you are directly involved with all that is being implemented, with procurement, with selections, with options provided to the patients. So how can we ensure a viable, sustainable and transparent healthcare system for the patient? While wearing the hat of a hematology specialist who is able to utilize methodologies that are truly innovative, truly state-of-the-art, like CAP cells, a very advertised methodology, I can tell you that yes, we have new tools, but if we look at the data, especially for the past 6 years, regarding the ratio between transplantation and treatment and the overall population, we will realize that Greece is still lagging behind other countries with advanced healthcare systems as regards the treatment ratio, which means that there is an unmet need, that the healthcare system should finally delve into, focus on, and meet. Because if we have patients that require a transplantation, that require a cell treatment, cellular treatment, they need to have access to that treatment, timely access to that treatment. And thank you, of course, to EKP for all the steps taken in that direction, in order to avoid wasting time and delaying, because such a delay can have a negative impact on the end outcome, because in the interim, patients need to undergo treatments that are not truly beneficial for their health. What they add, their added value, is a financial, actually, burden on the NHS. So what we as clinical practitioners, both in hematology and in oncology, what we want to see happening is that innovation be implemented in the right way, so that the beneficiaries of this innovation, our patients, can actually truly gain from these amazing new treatments. Now, as regards DRGs, I have to speak, despite the fact that probably nobody will hear this. They have increased a physician's workload tremendously because in hospitals, and I'm not saying whether it is a task for a physician or not to look into the DRGs. Okay, it is perhaps something that physicians should take into consideration, but physicians are already burdened with such a workload, especially hematologists and oncologists in public hospitals, that truly we need to help them out. And I believe that what would be most helpful is, I heard today that as of 2025, hospitals will be reimbursed based on DRGs, but we would love to have a feedback towards our clinics or departments so that we actually can visualize, can see. We know about the effective case mix index and the DRG, but we don't know how this manifests when it comes and how it is expressed in terms of the DRG and reimbursement. You're right, this is a very good incentive.
So we, let's say, force physicians to do that red tape tasks. It wouldn't be good to understand what would the benefit be of that task. Mr. Baltadakis said that a transparent and efficient and sustainable system would allow us to prescribe each treatment to the person in need, and that treatment would be of great use to that patient, that everything would be better, if I understood well. I would like to thank Mr. Baltadakis for two very good comments. When it comes to the financial data, the platform that will allow us to see the cost per patient and the DRGs was funded with RRF in the end of August. Now it remains to be interlinked with the systems of the hospitals. So shortly you will be able to get detailed financial data from the head of your hospital, from the governor of your hospital, and once a month the governors should discuss with the head of the clinics the financial data. Now, when it comes to the extra burden for physicians, I believe that this is the case only for oncologists. They have enough burden as it is. We have discussed a lot with oncologists, pathologists, and hematologists when it comes to registering those data to an electronic health record with lots of details. They they have a lot of details to register when it comes to the follow-up of the patients compared in relation rather to the cancer patients, and this is something that should be rectified. The system should be amended, and we work with some AI systems. It is not simple at all. I talk with 6 different companies, 6 different AI companies about managing the DRGs and the health records, and I haven't seen yet any satisfactory result. The AI should adhere to the medical protocols in order to allow us to be able to extract information from this very detailed health record and not to be able to get half of what we actually need. Thank you very much for the clarifications and the extra information. Now I would give the floor to Mr. Tsoukalas. Mr. Baltadakis said what he had to say. So I would like to ask to you, what about the oncological cancers? What about the patient's path and journey? Do you believe, or rather, could all these things help towards increasing the transparency, efficacy, and clarity and sustainability of health systems? Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate you for the good fight that you are putting up during all those years. I would like to thank you for this question, because we shouldn't forget that all this effort is done for our patients, for the benefit of patients, for human beings. Oncological councils training and changing the culture, promoting a culture of collaboration and having a standardized path, either we're talking about a malignant tumor or hematological cancer, is necessary. We have patients that have been having symptoms for a year or more, and we get to this diagnosis 1 year later that might not be correct. And patients are diagnosed with metastatic cancers. And this is maybe part of it may be patients' fault. On the other hand, the geography of our country does not allow patients to have access to all medical specializations. So, oncological councils and training, as well as the or as we say in the army, there is the path that we follow in order to lead a patient to the hospital. So this path could be designed. Let's take the example of Evros, or an island prefecture, to have a specific structure. When a patient has got a symptom and there is a suspicion of cancer, the physicians there should have access and collaboration to all other specialties. We shouldn't let patients to be self-referred and go alone from specialty to specialty and from physician to physician, since that has negative effects to the cost as well as to the quality of life of patients themselves. As well as we should bear in mind that that can lead to a late diagnosis. In my opinion, those factors could help us improve the healthcare system as a whole. If we could design and allow for such a structure, such a center to work, that would benefit the health system as a whole. I appreciate the colleagues saying that we have limited time and that putting a lot of burdens to the physicians, oncologists and hematologists have a higher burden. Let us not forget that the value of life cannot be translated into money. Each patient is a special human being, and if you were to ask all those patients how important it is for them, their physician, to spend 10 minutes more with them compared to doing any other essential. I don't say that it is not essential task. In my opinion, all patients here would say that they need more time, not less time with the treating physician. So the time that our patients have to share with us their concerns and something more than just the result of the medical tests, and to enjoy the time and the relationship with their physician. When I manage to give those 10 extra minutes to my patients, I understand that my patients are more calm and more reassured. Thank you very much, Mr. Tsoukalas. It is important. We don't want to have physicians doing data entry. We want to have them treating the actual patients. But I understand that this effort needs time from all of us. Now I will give the floor to my dear Memi Tsekura, the new president of the Patients Association of Greece and also president of the Association Petalouda. I would like to ask her, on behalf of the patient, which are nowadays the main points where the health system is not as efficient and transparent as it should be. In your opinion, which are the interventions that could increase access of patients to the healthcare system as well as their experience. Thank you very much for your invitation. We work closely with ELLOK, and we work always to the benefit of our patients. This is a very difficult question. Which are those points and those interventions, in my opinion, that would increase the efficiency and transparency of the healthcare system? Transparency and the efficiency of the healthcare system are usually described by using figures and indexes. However, for patients, this is not the case. The efficacy and the transparency of the healthcare system are very important. Access, accountability, and consistency in the care. Mr. Apostolopoulos described it very specifically. We all try to build a human-centered, a patient-centered system. Patients nowadays still have to face inequalities when it comes to access, delays, especially when it comes to financial inequalities and geographical inequalities, and lack of information regarding their rights and regarding the way that the system works. The lack of coordination among services make patients to bear the burden of coordinating the appointments to physicians by themselves. So the lack of diagnostic centers make patients waste resources, but also increases the cost for the healthcare system itself. A lot of patients have to navigate the system without enough information and without knowing their rights. They don't know the options that they have in the public health care system, and they don't really know the actual costs of their care. That has got as a result to have extra charges, the fact that citizens have to bear that cost, and the medicine, the cost of the medicine, of the tests, and the added also services are, of course, also very costly. I don't want to bore you with details. Let me mention the interventions that we want. I'm sure that we take steps in order to reach a better, more efficient, more transparent healthcare system. We should have standardized procedures and reliable data regarding quality and cost, systematic assessment and monitoring of services, and policies that should restrict and decrease the cost out of the pocket of the patients. However, we need to use evidence-based data, and the actual interventions mentioned here are the systematic utilization of technology, the measurement of the patient's experience in an integrated, comprehensive way, and the reinforcement when it comes to decision-making. And now I want to mention a very important point, and in my opinion, all patients' associations should fight for that. I'm talking about the literacy of the patients. Without literacy, without patients that understand their right and also their obligation, we cannot improve the existing system. Thank you very much, Mrs. Tekura. I agree with everything that you have said with this approach. Those all are critical issues that should be put higher in our agenda and discussed in detail, and of course push for those issues. Now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Yota Kotsekidou, Corporate and Regulatory Affairs Director in AstraZeneca Greece. Mrs. Kotsekidou, you represent here an innovative pharma company. We all know that one of the most critical challenges for pharma industry is the low funding and the high percentages of rebates and clawbacks. So which are the priorities in your opinion? I apologize. Which are the priorities in your opinion that would allow patients to have access to innovation And do you believe that with the initiatives taken today, do we have an environment that is both transparent and efficient? I agree with what you have said. First of all, let me say that thank you. I would like to thank you for this invitation, Mr. Kapatanakis. I would like to thank the BOD of ELLOK for having me here today. And of course, for giving me the chance to share my opinions on this issue. This is an issue that we keep discussing again and again. Very quickly, allow me to mention 3 critical points. When it comes to the actual situation of the healthcare system, and more especially when it comes to medicine for patients in Greece. It is well known that the largest part of the needs of drugs in patients are covered by the pharma industry, especially the innovative pharma industry. More than 50%, at least 1 out of 2 drugs used today in Greece are covered by funds of the pharma industry. And when it comes to hospitals, hospital pharmacies, where a lot of drugs, especially cancer drugs, are administered, 3 out of 4 drugs in 2024 have been covered with resources by the innovative pharma industry. I don't want to bore you with figures. We're talking about the so-called rebates and clawbacks. One would ask, does it happen only in Greece? No. Other European countries also face the same challenge. However, Greece has got a huge problem with huge sums. And this is not just a self-pity comment. However, the fact itself that we are an outlier, we're doing worse than any other country, is a difficult condition to begin with, and it is very risky, especially if we were to take into consideration the fact that there is a series of international developments and references made to political developments coming from the other side of the Atlantic that have risen concerns all around Europe. I'm talking about specific pricing policies of the so-called MFN, most favored nations, that when we discuss it amongst us, most of people say that we are not amongst the countries that are immediately affected. However, since we all know very well that this is a chain, this has a ripple effect, each country references to the other. So we might not be affected immediately, but in the future, all these things will catch up with us, since we are already in dire straits, in a very risky, difficult situation. However, the state has understood that problem. For example, there has been an increase in 100 million for the budget for drugs. The GDP ratio has been taken into consideration. We recognize it that the government understands us, but we keep saying this. Not because we do not understand the situation, but this is not enough. This is not enough because all the predictions show that the rate according to which the unmet needs of patients have been increasing and the ratio that the public expenditure has been increasing are not the same. So the gap keeps getting bigger and bigger. And those measures will not allow the state to catch up. The gap will be getting bigger and bigger. This is an important point if we want to safeguard the sustainability of the system. And for us, the sustainability means that all stakeholders should enjoy that sustainability, should be sustainable. The sustainability of the healthcare system, the sustainability of the pharma industry, and of course, the sustainability and the equal access of patients to all the scientific results and the scientific advances. So there is a long-term and a short-term intervention. Immediately, the public pharma expenditure should be increasing. We should reinforce it very quickly. The Pharma Industry Sphere Association has presented a study by Deloitte according to which for the next 3 years, in order to reach a percentage of rebate and clawback of 40%, and given the increasing needs, there is a gap of 1.5 billion euros. This is a huge gap.
So the question of microphone was whether we have evaluated and estimated what the deviation is with respect to the per capita ratio in other countries. So per capita pharmaceutical expenditure as compared to other European member states like Portugal, for example, is much, much lower in Greece. And the goal for the pharma industry is that we take such steps to increase the ratio as to reach the same ratios as in other European member states. This is what we are hoping to do. But now we go into the second aspect of the title of this roundtable, efficiency or efficacy, and this has to do with making the right assessments so as to ensure efficiency and efficacy of the pharma expenditure per capita. And there have been some initiatives that have been announced which are quite good. Now, when it comes to streamlining and rationalization, of course, different measures need to be taken, but they will start bearing fruit not the day after, but after a certain period of time. So there are different measures that need to be taken by the state, and the state needs to commit to taking those steps. And this is why we endorse with all those approaches that you mentioned, Mr. Kikilia, that they will bear fruit. However, we need political commitment that within a specific time frame within the coming years, there will be a proper the question, the topic of rebates and clawbacks will be properly addressed. And we know that people are talking all over the place about this. This is a landscape that we know is so brimming with landmines that we are heroes to be navigating it, but we need to look into co-responsibility and commitment on behalf of the pharma industry and on behalf of the state as well. And I would like to conclude by saying that there are measures out there that could be helpful with respect to both efficacy and efficiency. Once again, I'm talking about models that would allow for ATMPs and prime drugs to be reimbursed according to the added value they bring to healthcare supply. And then there are other offsetting mechanisms. There are tools like joint assessment or assessment on site, on the field, all the steps that are being taken regarding HTA coming to the establishment of an HTA organization. These are all steps in the right direction. And we, on our behalf, we agree, we concur, we endorse, we support by providing up-to-date data regarding that we have, but also regarding good practices in other member states, in other countries that have faced similar challenges, not the same. But I come back to this. Both parties need to commit. Thank you very much. That was mind-blowing. Now, Mr. Ifadopoulos, you've got 3 to 4 minutes to sum up all those things that have been said, but you are a wizard, and I'm certain that you will make it. Thank you. So first comment. Oh, what a round table, and oh, what zeal, what enthusiasm to move forward in the right direction. It would have been amazing if we had political or members of the political leadership among us. But it's worth noting what is the model we are discussing. It is a model given to us by OECD and the European Union. And when I saw the title of this roundtable, I thought to myself, it's Mr. Kapatanakis who thought of this. Why? Because we've got keywords: efficiency or efficacy, sustainability, and accountability. And what is that? OECD, Health at a Glance 2025. And it speaks, that report speaks of 5 key components. First component has to do with efficiency that we have discussed. Then social justice, second component. Third component, sustainability. We have discussed those things. Fourth component that we have failed to discuss on is resilience. How well will hospital managers and governors implement DRGs? How well do they inform and train their physicians? How well does primary healthcare provision work and function? So resilience for the decision makers is very important. And who is at the foundation of the entire system? Patients. And how can we integrate any exercise that we undertake, the voice of the patients? In ELLOK, we have been able to integrate it by looking not at indicators of quality assurance, but rather of quality of life. And this is the social dimension of patients. How can a system not be hospital-centered, but rather all about social integration? Because when we talk about health finances, we don't have dollar signs in our eyes in ELLOK. We look at the patient, we look at the person. And very well, Mr. Kapatanakis, you mentioned metrics. When we measure something, it's not in dollars, but in quality-adjusted life years. Social values that impress us. And we see how a patient is integrated into society, how disease affects productivity, how each manager, how each hospital governor can integrate patients in social life. Let's have a look at the system as it is today. We only have a couple of minutes left. Don't worry, I will rush through things, says Mr. Ifadopoulos. Efficacy. We have had 3 memoranda in the EU, and let me just point out that this Friday I'm talking with the Cypriot minister to look at the new model and how it can be adapted and how Cyprus is adapting to the presidency. So, efficacy. What was the EU saying? Cuts, cuts, cuts. cut down on as much as you can. And the best presentation in this framework of cuts were with Mr. Adonis, the minister, and the president of Ireland took the floor. He removed his hat and he was bold, and he said, members of the table, you kept talking about cuts. Look what this has led to. A truly exceptional remark. It's not about cuts, it's about the results gained. And when it comes to medicinal products, it's not about increasing expenditure, it's about the value of money of such expenditure. Innovation is very important, but it needs to be measured based on a cost-utility foundation and perspective. We, as ELLOK, do we have the tools? Yes, ELLOK has undertaken a study on quality of life, and now we have Mr. Skoularikos at the University of Athens and the Sismanoglion Hospital, and we are measuring quality of life for our patients in cancer centers, and this is very important. So, efficacy, briefly said, is not about the amount of money the lowest bidding tender can achieve, but rather what management and proper management can ensure. And then it has to do with digitization, prevention. For each single euro spent in prevention, we benefit 12 times as much. If we spend more for prevention, we will spend more down the line. Training, we're focusing on Cyprus right now, which has a very big problem. And Cyprus is forecasting all the way up to 2050 with financial models. Let's hope that at one point this will be implemented in Greece. You have time for one last word. Okay, management then. Management, and I'm done. Thank you very, very much, all of you. To all of the panelists for this amazing roundtable, a difficult one that had us scurrying in order to complete it. And thank you to all of the members of the audience that allowed us to spend so much time discussing this. And we will now have a half-hour break.
Καλησπέρα. Είμαστε έτοιμοι να ξεκινήσουμε με το επόμενο τραπέζι.
Hello, we are ready to begin the next round table. We will discuss about the relationship between obesity and cancer. I would like to present the moderator of this panel, Giorgos Dedousis. He is a rector of Hierokopio University. Mr. Dedousis, you have the floor to coordinate this next panel. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this invitation. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to leave my administrative duties behind and come here and discuss with you all those scientific issues. We have very distinguished panelists here today with us. On my left, Mrs. Yuri Argyrakopoulou. She is a physician with specialization in internal medicine and diabetes. Mrs. Zoe Parfili, a clinical dietitian. She is responsible for supporting patients of the hematological clinic and the bone marrow transplantation unit. Mr. Yannis Gyulbasanis, who is a pathologist oncologist, and he is a director of the oncology clinic of Animus. Mr. Gerasimos Philippatos, who is a professor of cardiology and director of the second cardiology clinic of the National Campus University in Attikon Hospital, and Lina Nikolakopoulou, who is the CEO of Mindview. Let's start without further ado, and I will start with Mrs. Yuli Argyrakopoulou for a short introduction. She will discuss about the mechanisms and how cancer and obesity are linked. Hello, thank you very much for this invitation. I will start by saying that we know that cancer is a multifaceted disease. The obesity is one of the main risk factors, and I would like to discuss about three issues: the role of obesity, the mechanisms that relate those two diseases, and if weight loss can reduce the risk of cancer. We have 13 different cancers that are related with obesity: adenocarcinoma of esophagus, the endometrium cancer, the breast cancer in post-menopausal women. We know that the obesity, the increasing obesity is related to the increased cancers, and we can see that the cancers that are not associated with obesity have been decreasing, while the others have been increasing. However, when there is an increased bodily fat, there are risks of developing cancer at an older age. And the MBY has been also related to cancer. There are a lot of mechanisms. However, we know that when we have adipose visceral fat, that of course increases the risk of cancer, because they produce that inflammation that leads to cancer. The main mechanisms are those four that you can see, but I will just focus on those four. So the fat tissue, when becoming inflammatory, it produces, as it is an endocrine gland, all of those issues, which, of course, this inflammatory environment increases the risk for cancer.
Τα ιστρογόνα αντέρχονται από τις οθήκες. Μετά την εμεινόπαυση, το κύριο όργανο που παράγει τα ιστρογόνα είναι ο λιπόδης ιστός.
Given that post-menopause, it is the fatty tissue which is responsible for the production of those enzymes and hormones. We know, however, that in order to improve prognostically cancer markers, we need to also look at the subclinical inflammation, which is prevalent in many diseases and can also be a prognostic factor for cancer. for many mechanisms, we are still unsure as to how they evolve, and also there are many that we are certain we have not detected yet. We know that losing weight can help because the lack of obesity is correlated to reduced risk. If we have a loss of weight, it might be argued that this can reduce risk. Lots of studies actually have demonstrated reduction in mortality following a weight loss, a substantial weight loss. Many studies have highlighted this, and even if we look at biomarkers and cancerogenesis, it is proven that these factors all can prognostically lead to cancer, and weight loss can reduce risk. Malignancies associated with obesity are more frequently seen among female and compared to male subjects, which is also due to the fact that we have an increase in uterine and breast cancer post-menopause. And this can also be seen with the increase of the BMI, whereas some hormones do not seem to alter their levels post-menopause. It would appear that oncologists also insist on proper nutrition, diets, and exercise, physical exercise. And it goes without saying, of course, that quitting smoking and moving away from obesity, losing weight, is one of the foremost steps that anybody can take in order to reduce the risk for cancerogenesis. So the question is whether drugs against obesity and bariatric surgery, can it reduce cancer incidence? We can speak about bariatric surgery more easily so because there have been studies, and yes, there is a risk reduction. When it comes to medication, we need more studies, and we have some showing with thousands of patients that there will be a benefit in reducing cancerogenesis. Thank you very much. Let us proceed with Mrs. Bathili, who is a clinical nutritionist, and she will be talking about how weight loss, proper nutrition, diets can be linked to risk reduction. Thank you very much, and thank you for the honorary invitation. I would like to make a brief presentation, starting with simple facts. We all know, and we all believe that this simplified model is what is at play. If we eat more than we can burn, then we gain weight. If we eat less, we lose weight. If we eat as much as we burn, then our weight remains stabilized. But this is an oversimplification of things. You can see here, as Mr. Gyrakopoulou said, it's not just about the quantity of food intake. It's a multifactorial disease, obesity. It depends on quality of life, on physical inactivity, microbiome, social factors, genetic, epigenetic factors come into play, and they can also lead to obesity. The common ground between obesity and cancer is improper nutrition. You can see how unhealthy eating habits are an independent risk factor leading to the occurrence of both obesity and cancer, and nutrition can have an impact on cancer onset, both directly and indirectly, either via obesity mechanisms, as Mr. Gyrakopoulou has already shown, or via the pathways that I showed on this slide. We also know that another common ground in between obesity and cancer is that a regime and a nutritional diet will have an impact on the microbiome of the patient, and this can have an increasing an impact that leads to increasing the risk factor for cancer. On this chart, you can see the EPIC study, a huge study with more than 10,000 subjects participating, and it demonstrated that a diet can have an effect on cancer patients even when a patient is not obese. So there are some nutritional standards considered healthy that can bring down the risks the risk factors associated with cancer onset by approximately 60%. There are some foods like processed meat, red meat, lots of fruits, lots of vegetables, vegetable fibers, not processed foods are good. All that we find in the Mediterranean regime, that also includes lots of whole grain products, olive oil, fruits, vegetables, and all of those individually and collectively have demonstrated action against cancerogenesis, as well as a proper nutritional value when it comes to facilitation of the treatment, and that means that they play both a preventive role and a treatment specific role. It's very complicated, therefore. We should not just say that we need to stop eating or eat less. However, we need to take into consideration that many cancer types are linked to poor eating habits, and in the US, for example, we know that 30 to 35% of cancer-related deaths are also associated with morbid obesity or obesity as a whole. Thank you very much. So one has to wonder, when we have an obese patient diagnosed with cancer, should we change our approach as a clinical nutritionist? When a patient is diagnosed with cancer, the overriding principle is to adhere to the proper eating and healthy nutrition principles. However, there are other things that come into play as well. Our first and foremost goal is to preserve muscle tissue, because we know that cancer treatments have an impact on muscle tissue, and this can also have an impact on how our patient will react to the treatment. So this means that we need to design an individualized approach in collaboration with the treating physician. Thank you very much. Let us now move on with Ms. Nikolopoulou. Because we want to look at the social aspect of obesity. Obesity is a social issue, and I believe that Ms. Nikolopoulou can truly help us understand its association with cancer and how society can be informed, how awareness can be raised, and how we can all become more sensitive to the issue. Thank you very much to ELLOK and to Mr. Kabatanakis, who is also a member of the Alliance Against Obesity that I will be mentioning later on. Obesity nowadays is one of the major threats to the economy, to society, to personal health, to personal well-being. And although we've known this for ages, for many years we looked at obesity differently than we do today. Today we acknowledge that this is a multifaceted, multifactorial health issue that has a huge impact on an individual and on society alike. Moreover, we nowadays know that it is a huge public health issue, and we call it the silent pandemic because, unfortunately, our lifestyle has changed compared to what we used to do 30, 40, even 50 years ago. If we look back at the 50s and 60s at the epidemiological data, things were completely different compared to now in terms of how we work, what we eat, over advertising, processed foods. And this is something that we identify in many aspects of our society. So this is a public health issue. It's not a medical issue. It's broader than a simple medical issue. And it requires a multidisciplinary approach, because all esteemed panelists we have here today, Miss Arirakopoulos, who spoke previously, we know that she is the expert par excellence when it comes to dealing with obesity, but we don't want to have to get to the point where the patient requires an obesity specialist. That's not a solution for society. The whole issue is to manage to intervene at all levels of society, at all age groups, starting with schools, with working environments, families, policies, about the scale of local government and state government. So this is a problem that requires a multifaceted approach, and this is why we started out with the Alliance Against Obesity. This is a network. It was born from a group of people who got together, and we told each other that we need to do something about this now, because if information is not so frequent, it's fragmented, then society will not take notice. We want things to be constantly repeated in using a common language, and then scientists will be reinforced in their network, in their capacity to tackle this problem. So we came up with a network of more than 30 different specialties in order to face and fight against this silent pandemic. We know that obesity does not come alone. It comes with tons of comorbidities, which are a huge burden to all healthcare systems. This is an image of some of these societies participating, some of the members. It's not just medical societies, because as I said before, it's not just about resolving this as a medical problem. So we have included municipalities, sports clubs. We want to bring about a change in society so that obesity is acknowledged to the extent that it should be, and without a stigma. Because we need to be able to talk about obesity, because most panelists know this, and maybe you among the audience, we all know it's not a person's responsibility. It's not my fault that I am obese. But we also know that it's very difficult once we become obese to tackle this, to face it, to overcome this. So we need policies, we need the state, we'll need all major players in society to take a stance. So we created a network which is more or less like an informal NGO. The goal is to send out a unified message against obesity, to train everyone on the basis of a common shared agenda, and this is what led us to drafting guidelines regarding obesity, and we are now making publications abroad. We felt that this was quite a big step, quite a big endeavor, taking into consideration, of course, also how many actors contributed to this text, to this document. And we had the luxury of having lots of scientists working on them, on that document, and working within this network in order to bring down obesity. And we're hopeful that this network will move on to become part of even greater networks. Thank you very much. Listening to you and thinking about the fact that obesity prevalence in Greece is quite high, unfortunately, we rank amongst the champions, the leaders in Europe, and given that we're more or less like the other populations of Europe, so what are we doing wrong? And what could be a pivotal intervention? Well, Obesity is a collective challenge, and as a collective challenge, it requires collective management. The government, in the recent years, has acknowledged, has realized the burden of the condition of obesity and has launched campaigns against child's obesity and now adult obesity. But this is something that needs to have a vision, to be run long-term, and it needs support. Doctors need to step in. I cannot fathom a scenario where a 100-kilo lady walks to her family doctor, visits her family doctor because she has the flu, and the family doctor doesn't say anything about her weight. Or a family doctor that sees that, notices the trend of obesity across generations without raising an alarm. And we know that there is now a change. You've got social media, and social media truly, it's a jungle. You cannot fathom what is being said on social media, and I would not even go into advertising because that also is a jungle. We need to keep a united front against that. I believe that this has been made clear as of yesterday, and it is a problem with health in Greece as a whole. Allow me to use an example. You mentioned a genomic score earlier on that you were able to utilize because you observed, you recorded, you measured. So with any problem we're facing, we need to start with entering data, recording data. This person is obese, weighs that many kilos, or that many pounds, because it is very difficult for any stakeholder to tackle an issue if it is not measured, understood, and those measurements can also lead to steps against the condition in a way that is not expensive and is easily diffused throughout society. Let me also say that it's definitely a very simple step if we include in electronic files of patients an entry of the BMI, and if we see that the BMI goes beyond normal range, it should just grow red and thus warn the healthcare system. Yes, but this requires mandatory entry. No matter what happens, and it could be about anything, hypertension, urine with high albumin levels. And in order to ensure that this happens, this data entry, we need to compensate it, reimburse. We see in the United States that if a hospital has entered more than 10% of the data and they are faced with difficult cases, then those difficult cases are taken on by the state. Thank you very much.
Mr. Philippatos, would you like me to stand up? Can I remain seated? Yes, you can. Well, first of all, many of the people attending here today may not know what a cardiologist does here in the obesity panel. I think this became clear in the panel discussing cardio-oncology. So, cardiologists play an important role because oncologists help save lives, but one of the main causes of death in children with cancer and adults with cancer are cardiovascular problems. The second reason why a cardiologist is here is because cardiovascular diseases and cancer have the same risk factors, and one of them is obesity. And this applies to even the deadliest symptom of obesity, which is heart failure. Those that have cancer have an increased risk for heart failure, and those that have heart failure are faced with an increased risk for cancer, for the reasons that you described in the beginning, inflammation, etc. Apart from the obesity-related cancer, heart failure and other cardiovascular diseases are related to obesity as well. It has already been indirectly reported, but I want to stress it is important to know that both in the case of cancer and obesity and heart failure, there is this paradox of obesity. Once you have the disease, it can protect you. No, that's not the case, and there are evidence from people with cancer and heart failure. Yes, it might be better if you have a BMI of 26, 27, but this depends as well on the composition of this increased weight you might be having. When you are an obese, cardiotoxicity from cancer drugs is increased as well. So this is very important. I would also like to say, to talk about the drugs that we use as cardiologists. They have certain mechanisms, such as the inhibition of GLB-1 receptor. We can see that the same evidence applies to cancer and heart failure. They improve survival, and even in patients that have a cardiovascular problem, and we had to give them one of these drugs, it seems that fewer of them developed cancer compared to those that didn't get these drugs. And to conclude, something that we didn't used to discuss in the past, but we do now. My associates requested me to mention that. Physical activity is very helpful to both patients with heart failure and cancer, not only in order to control their weight, but the composition of such weight. This is very important. Even in patients with end-stage heart failure that have an artificial heart, they have an LVAD, there are dedicated physical activity programs for them. And believe me, it's easier to give somebody a pill than to persuade them to change their way of living, to change their daily habits. Most people here are either treating physicians or patients or families of patients. How many of you have physical activity as part of your everyday life? Imagine if you don't, what happens with the others which do not fall within these three categories that I mentioned? Since you mentioned physical activity, one might wonder whether physical activity programs might be different for people that are obese, from people that are obese but they have cardiovascular problems as well. Can we find out individualized physical activity programs? Yes. The same applies to people with cancer and cardiovascular problems. But what's the problem? There are many workout programs and types of workout. Yes, we do need individualized workout programs, but somebody who goes to a rehab center and follows this workout should receive an individualized plan. But there are very few people who do that. So what needs to be done is to allow these people to visit a specialized person that can draft such an individualized workout plan for them. The worst problem is that if they don't have somebody following up on them, then people don't follow the plan. They find excuses not to do it. Yes, I want to agree with what Mr. Philippatos said. Heart failure and cancers are one of the main causes of obesity, and vice versa. This is why strengthening exercises are very important, and aerobic exercise is equally important, but we have also to maintain our muscle mass. This is an indicator of longevity, so not only aerobic exercise, but also strengthening exercise, muscle strengthening exercises. Today, in 2026, we've been talking about obesity. In 1996, we described, together with Stefanakis Buikovsky, we talked about heart cachexia in patients with obesity. Today, in cancer and in heart failure, thanks to the treatments that they exist, we have very few patients, a very small percentage of patients with cachexia. So we are at the other end of the spectrum, of the U curve that we talked about before. Thank you. And let's conclude this very interesting discussion with Mr. Gulbasanis, who is a medical oncologist. And he will talk about this link between drugs, obesity, etc. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, dear friend Giorgos Kapetanakis, to be here. I know that we don't have a lot of time. I will try to be very brief. 40%, that's a number to keep in mind. Obese population have 40% more chances to develop cancer compared to non-obese people. Once they develop it, things are not that good for them. Usually, the disease is diagnosed at a more advanced stage. Why is that? Screening programs are good, but these patients self-exclude from these programs. So they may find out about their cancer later on. And the tests they undergo cannot be easily interpreted. For example, a mammogram in an obese woman can conceal a tumor. It might not be that easily visible. So once they are diagnosed, they are exposed to more risk of post-surgery infections, radiotherapy. Again, it might have an increased rate of toxicity for obese people. So we are called upon to give drugs to those people with high BMI. We don't know whether we will be able to over-treatment or under-treat them. So nobody is sure on what chemo and what dose of chemo we should give to obese patients. They have a very specific and particular profile of toxicity, usually with less hematological toxicity, but more non-hematological toxicity, and they have chronic inflammation as well. So patients usually respond worse to treatment, and they have a higher risk of recurrence. At JAMA in 2021, a meta-analysis was conducted with more than 6 million patients. These patients have 13% more chances for the disease to recur, and 17% worse survival, and 14% worse prognosis. When I was preparing this preparation, I realized that there is this weight bias. We are all negatively predisposed towards these patients. All of us, carers, navigators, healthcare professionals, there is a bias against them. It can be conscious or unconscious, and quite often this might affect our treatment practice. Also, this particular patient group might be excluded from certain clinical trials because there might be a threshold when it comes to BMI when a clinical trial is designed. So they are excluded, and they are very sensitive and vulnerable in terms of treatment options. Thank you very much. And a final question. Is the obesity paradox true to cancer patients? Yes, the obesity paradox definitely applies to cardiovascular diseases. It seems that it applies to cancer patients as well. It applies to patients that receive immunotherapy for specific types of cancer, such as renal cancer, lung cancer. And generally, it seems to apply to people with a BMI from 26 to 28 on the condition that these patients are not sarcopenic, do not suffer from sarcopenia, because these patients have a far more worse prognosis. Thank you. I think this panel is over. Thank you very much for your attention. We managed to be right on time, so let's give the floor to the next panel.
Thank you very much to all panelists, and now we will move on to yet another important topic, investing in excellence when it comes to cancer. I would like to ask Mr. Emilios Zekis, a journalist, to moderate this panel.
Δεν υπάρχει sitting order. Θα παρακαλούσα τους ομιλητές του επόμενου πάνελ να περάσουν να καθίσουν. Κύριε Ευσταθόπουλε, έλατε με το καλό. Hello, Professor. How are you? Sit over here. Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Να ευχαριστήσω θερμά την ΕΛΛΟΚ για την πρόσκληση και τον πρόεδρό της.
I would like to also thank ELLOC and the President for the honorary invitation. I would like to congratulate you for your 10th year anniversary, and hopefully the coming 10 years will be filled even more with success stories and achievements. I believe that this panel touches upon a key part, a key issue at the core of healthcare, because if we want to improve things, we need to invest, and we need to invest in excellence. I was given the instruction that we should not take this panel, keep it going for 45 minutes, but rather for 40 minutes. So I will try to ask all our panelists to be as short and brief as possible. Starting with our physicians here on the panel, this comprehensive cancer center that we're all talking about, what makes a hospital a comprehensive cancer center? Are there expectations? Are there procedures that designate such a center? Please, feel free. Okay, let me be the first to take the floor. Comprehensive center, I think it's a part of the term itself. Center, in order to be considered a comprehensive cancer center, needs to provide comprehensive services from beginning to the end, meaning screening, diagnosis, going all the way to proper treatment, and of course, follow-up. Because even post-treatment, post-chemotherapy, post-surgical intervention, there needs to be a follow-up. There needs to be, this center needs to have the capacity to monitor and provide a follow-up for their patients for years to come. It's not just a question of physicians, oncologists, surgeons, and so on and so forth. It's about a host of specialties. Both medical and nursing and paramedical. There needs to be a physical therapist, there needs to be a psychologist, there needs to be a geneticist, because we talk a lot about the genetics and the genomics of cancer, so we need to be able to focus and understand, study the mutations involved. We need to have a multidisciplinary team in order to be a comprehensive center, and this center also needs to have state-of-the-art equipment. And is this institutionally framed? Are there specific technical characteristics, for example, number of beds? There are guidelines that are, let's call them, legally not binding, but very, very important. And for example, SOMA has issued guidelines regarding breast cancer. And then there are American guidelines that are similar to those. So the body that you mentioned, does it also accredit centers? Yes, there needs to be an invitation sent out by the Comprehensive Breast Cancer Center in Greece. And then this body will come, visit the center, assess how it can become suitably organized and sufficiently competent to be named certified comprehensive cancer center. And then if those steps are followed, then there will be an accreditation. Do we have such a center in Greece, not among the public sector, but in the private sector. We are going to set forth a petition to be certified by EUSOMA this year in the public sector. Okay, move the microphone. May I intervene? Excuse me. I know that we have time to talk about this later on, but since we touched upon the subject, let me say that as regards breast cancer centers, within the first health region authority, we are starting this procedure. We've got 6 breast centers that will be created in our country, because thanks to the health regional authorities OP, we are integrating specific hospitals, not just the Metaxas and Iosavas oncology hospitals, but also other hospitals throughout Attica. And we are beginning with the accreditation of those centers based on the EUSOMA standards. So you will be centrally taking on the responsibility for this accreditation. Precisely, this is why I intervened. Okay, let's ask our physician. When we look at it from a medical point of view, what are the main challenges? First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I remember a couple of years ago, I was right here, once again, with Mr. Dimitrakakis and Ms. Michalopoulou on a panel regarding the need to implement the changes that will allow us to have comprehensive breast cancer centers. And I'm very happy to hear today that finally this is going to be happening. And there are many challenges. First of all, specialization. Breast centers need to be staffed by specialized personnel from various and multiple disciplines and at a very high degree of specialization. And something that has changed this year is the following. For both surgeons and gynecologists specializing in breast surgery, there is a government gazette issue that stipulates how specialization can be awarded so that a surgeon can claim to be an accredited, a registered, let's call it that, breast surgeon. And this means improved quality in services provided and, of course, improved safety for our patient. This is one of the major challenges. Another challenge is the participation of women in the screening projects. And this is also an aspect that has been hugely taken on by central health authorities, quite successfully, but I feel not with the participation that we would have liked to see on behalf of the women out there. And then when it comes to the challenges in creating a breast center, a major challenge is data. We need to establish large-scale databases that will also form the basis for quality assurance. Databases that will allow us to extrapolate reliable, measurable data that we can utilize to reach conclusions, bearing also into mind performance indicators and quality indicators. Thank you. Ms. Balaura, when can we have a measurable outcome? Well, this procedure will yield measurable fruit in about a year. As Mr. Metaxas said, the challenges are numerous. EUSOMA is not an easy-to-acquire certification and accreditation. We will have a kick-off meeting soon in order to address all the issues. We will be inviting all the hospitals within our region. We will be discussing, therefore, the proposed solutions in order to move forward as soon as possible. And there are challenges as regards both technical issues and staffing. We will be looking at them in this coming year. I hope that within a year, tops a year and a half, we will have 6 accredited breast centers. And that's very important because nowadays we see public hospitals aligning with standards and accreditations that are renowned globally. It is a very important step. So we try to be organized and strategic in the implementation of this most important step. Okay, let's say that the wheels have been set in motion. And hopefully in 1 year and a half from now, breast centers will start operating. And patients will know that there are 6 such centers throughout the country. And given the publicity, everybody will want to go to these 6 specialized centers. And of course, 6 centers cannot meet the needs of the entire population of Greece. And I'm guessing that these 6 centers are just for Athens and Thessaloniki. We're talking about a good practice. We're talking about a starting point. Of course, they're not enough. But numerically speaking, in 4 hospitals, Elena, Alexandras, Agiosavas, and Agianargiri, only in the breast clinic for 1 year, there were more than 30,000 visits, more than 20,000 mammographs, and more than 5,000 breast operations. So these are huge numbers, but we will have made the first step. And let's also point out that with breast centers, this is very important, we will create a network. These breast centers will converse with one another and with other hospitals that will also have a breast unit, because we want to create a national protocol for these patients. It's what the uppermost goal is. It's not just about getting the accreditation for these 6 centers. This next step, the one that is to come after that, is to create the pathways, the right pathways for the patients that will then be adapted by other hospitals and will allow for a common and integrated management of those patients from everyone. Thank you. Moving on. Good afternoon. I will come back to what Ms. Palaoura said. I am the governor of Agiosavas, and I wanted to say a few things about Agiosavas. We do indeed work on this aspect. We want to have a comprehensive breast cancer center, and this is an integral part of our function, of our operation. Perhaps Agiosavas is one step ahead of other hospitals, ahead of something that is non-existent. Let me explain what I mean. In 2025, in Agiosavas alone, more than 25,000 diagnostic examinations took place. 750 breast cancer diagnostic imaging sessions were undertaken, 500 operations. Approximately 40% of the overall operation of our hospital is about breast cancer. I apologize for interrupting you, Christos, says Ms. Palaoura. I believe that, yes, Agiosavas might be one step ahead because Agiosavas is a comprehensive cancer center, which means that all its departments have already gone through accreditation. And the breast unit has gone through the accreditation procedure as well. So they have a quality standards, they have quality standards that are already in place from OECI. The hospital of Agiosavas has been accredited overall. So they've gone through the accreditation procedure, and the breast department has also been assessed and received this accreditation. It is an international body, ACI. It's a very important, specific accreditation that has to do with comprehensive cancer centers, and in our country, Agiosavas is the only hospital to have this accreditation right now. So moving on to what I was saying, we already have instigated patient pathways for breast cancer patients, and we have already embraced and understood and adopted all that we are aiming to diffuse in other breast centers. Moving on to our final Greek panelist, and then we will move to our foreign guest. Could you tell me, Mr. Metaxas, what are the challenges according to you, and what are you going to do to tackle them? Well, before we talk about shortcomings and challenges, let me explain something about the breast center. We're talking about a specialized health unit offering specialized services. However, what's the difference here? At a more rapid pace, much shorter intervals, minimization of delays, and optimization of procedures. What do I mean by that? We don't want days, weeks, months to go by because our patient is lost in a chaotic environment of procedures and tests and disciplines interacting. So it's going to be a very clear-cut pathway. And how are we going to do that? Based on two pillars. One, overcoming the main hurdle of all hospitals, which is understaffing, both in terms of specialized and less specialized personnel, specialized physicians, radiation experts, and so on and so forth. And the second pillar is the innovation that has already begun in the last few years in public health, meaning the following. One of the most important problems and obstacles is the mentality, the culture that existed in hospitals. And I want to underline that already major changes have been achieved. And this accreditation that IOSAVAS acquired as a comprehensive cancer center, and we have also started this procedure. It is a very demanding accreditation. It's not an easy process that takes place in a month, and everybody needs to go the extra mile in order to gain that accreditation. And I believe that the public health system was not accustomed to such challenging and demanding procedures. So yes, there are deficiencies, shortages, especially as regards staffing. When it comes to medical equipment, I believe this is not going to be a huge problem. Most hospitals are well equipped. Procedures are in place and will continue to be in place. And I believe that this is a change that we have started implementing and will continue implementing.
Ms. Michalopoulou, what are your expectations from this endeavor for the comprehensive cancer centers? Before talking about my expectations, let me first start with a few thank yous. And why is that? Because maybe you or a lot of people do not know how important benefit there is for women with breast cancer and for their families, how important these CCCs are. But let me start with a thank you to Ms. Balaoura. She is the person who understood how important this endeavor is. Before July, when this provision was voted, when we talked about it, nobody could understand what this means, even though that in Europe it was already best practice. So I would like to thank Ms. Balaoura because she was the key person that understood the significance of this endeavor and took a leap and undertook this entire endeavor, and now we're talking about implementation. And a thank you to the minister because he found the funds to do it. I would like to help the two administrators of the hospitals because without their will and their cooperation, you cannot accredit breast cancer center according to USOMA guidelines. I would like to thank Mr. Metaxas and Mr. Dimitrakakis because we have been together in this journey for quite a lot of years. And now that the thank yous are over, let me say the following. The Φόφη Γεννηματά program will change the landscape when it comes to breast cancer management, because it is a prevention program and then a management program. Having a good prevention program is not enough. We have to find solutions once there is a diagnosis. So we used to have women lost in the system, but now they are not just going to look for a doctor wherever that might be. Now women know that they will be able to go to breast cancer centers to have their mammogram done. There is a standardized pathway now. She will be guided and referred from one physician to the other. This gains time, resources, and efficiency. And it's a different thing to have a physician that has received a diagnosis. You're in the same place. You are not trying to book appointments in different places. There is an interdisciplinary team responsible for you. Can you imagine how better this is disease-wise and mentally health-wise? So I think once these centers begin their operation, everybody's going to call you to ask for a place there. Well, we're going to resolve it. Let's start somewhere. Let's start somewhere. Let me say something. Allow me to say something. Once we get there, please be sure that hospitals will be able to serve many more people compared to today, because the right organization will be in place, and we will be able to serve more patients. And we will not stop there. We will start with 6 hospitals. We have to make a beginning, and this best practice will be followed by the other hospitals. But we have to start somewhere. We have to start with a pilot. When we talk about breast cancer, we're talking about thousands of women. Not thousands of cases every year, but thousands of women that are survivors, and they have lived long enough, but they need to still manage this disease. There are many challenges. We need specialization, cooperation. But I imagine all these people here are inspired, they are committed, and I'm certain that they will make it happen. And this is to the benefit of all women with breast cancer, their families, and society at large, because a woman with breast cancer doesn't lose her skills. What she needs is guidance. Thank you very much. Let's give the floor to our foreign guests. We have the honor to give the floor to the Professor of Clinical Oncology from Ain Shams University and President of the Egyptian Cancer Society. Hesham El Ghazali, if the pronunciation is not mistaken. Would you be so kind enough to share with us your thoughts on the challenges for your country as well? Challenges related to breast cancer, I mean, in such comprehensive cancer care centers.
We want also to start some thanks. So firstly, thanks for the translator who have a very meticulous translation all through these sessions, and thank you very much for them. And thank you also for the photographers and who document everything that we are doing, and really, really thank you. And then I will go for some introduction for myself. As you said, I have multiple hats. I am a professor of clinical oncology in Ain Shams University, head of research center inside Ain Shams University, and also head of the Presidential Initiative for Women Health in Egypt, and also the head of the Egyptian Cancer Society. So what we are talking about, we are discussing this 5 years before. So, and then it's extremely important to try to join the planning with the science from the start. So we believe that it is extremely important to decentralize the activity So it is extremely important to have one center in each governorate. You know that Egypt is very huge, 120 million. So extremely that now we have 26 comprehensive cancer centers in each governorate. And we listen from our colleague here that the comprehensive meaning that all through all the disciplines, so a multidisciplinary tumor board, including surgery, including diagnosis, including pathology, including the radiation therapy, including even the survivorship activity and the research, because the data is extremely important, and going for the data and genomic and collaborating everything is extremely important. And then we go for a breast cancer comprehensive center that we will want to go for accreditation for this. So we go for the pathology accreditation with CAP, so the first ever public hospital that have pathology accreditation with CAP accreditation. And then we go for accreditation of the center as a whole with local authority called the GAHAR, which is related to ISQA, which is international accreditation body. So we have now like multiple accredited comprehensive cancer center all through Egypt. And I listen, and I feel that is the most important thing, is to try to communicate and to connect all these with data system, which is not easy. So because also the health system in Egypt is fragmented, so you have Ministry of Health, Ministry of Higher Education, NGOs, and the private sector. So I'm now going for a very ambitious program called Breast Intelligence, which is Breast Intelligence, to try to unify this or to try to integrate this, to integrate the activities in all these hospitals. So we have already same database or health medical records in these 26 centers, but we want to join this with the National Cancer Institute, which is related to the Ministry of Higher Education, and the Breast Comprehensive Cancer Hospital, which is also related to the National Cancer Institute. So do you imagine how much data that you can generate, how much the innovation that you can generate? And later on, we can go for like accreditation with Europeans to try to have integration. I give you also a great example of public-private partnership, that this CAP accreditation in the pathology lab is with collaboration with one of the pharmaceutical companies. So it is helping us to have this payment for the CAP accreditation for the first time, and then we continue. And the second thing, this comprehensive cancer center became a very good model that we invite Gustave Roussy to have his, like the first ever Gustave Roussy outside France, to have this center of breast cancer center that became Gustave Roussy Egypt. So this is an example of how you combine firstly the planning, then to the implementation, and then the accreditation, and then to how to sustain this by improving the quality of service that helping to give more investment in the health.
Have you seen results in women's care after all this scheme?
Yeah, we have. We have a previous session. We talk about what achieved in Presidential Initiative for Women Health. In 2019, we have a meta-analysis first to assess the condition. We have 70% of women in Egypt in advanced stage 3 and 4. And because of this, we started like tailoring the screening program, not to go for mammography. And we discussed here with our colleague in Greece that you have a lot of islands, but also we have a lot of oases and villages. So it is very difficult to go for mammography examination for all of them. So we go for agreement in the scientific committee that we'll go for clinical breast examination by professional rather than to go for mammography. So we depend on the primary health care units. That is more than 3,500. And this is one of the key elements of success. So to have to enhance the primary health care unit as much as you can, training and training and training for these teams. And then we go for very simple data system that collect the data from this primary health care unit to be centralized in the Ministry of Health. You started with 70% advanced. We started with time to diagnosis more than 120 days. We started with no patients treated in multidisciplinary tumor board. And I'm now here in Greece, but I must tell you that the political will is one of the most important things that pushing this, because it is one decision from the president that all patients must be treated in multidisciplinary tumor board. So second day, all patients was treated in multidisciplinary tumor board.
Political decision is very important.
Yes, and then we have this clinical breast examination. We have a very strong capacity building. In 2025, we have reduction of the advanced cases, 3 and 4, to be only 20%. We have reduction of the time to diagnosis to only 49 days. So we achieved the 3 Global Breast Cancer Initiative KPIs. So this leading to, this is assumed by the WHO to decrease the mortality by 2.5% per year, which is great, and very beautifully that we just announced this year that the mortality decreased from 2022 to 2024 by 15%. So we have a lot achieved in Egypt, but I think it is like important to replicate, and also the accreditation is extremely important to have like a template that we can replicate in other countries.
Thank you very much. Να ρωτήσω κάτι, μια που το ανέφερε, παράδειγμα.
Since we mentioned the Egyptian example, in Egypt you recorded the baseline, how you started. Do we have this baseline in Greece? Do we know where we start from? In order to be able to compare results once these comprehensive care centers are in place.
We do have data. Unfortunately, we're not utilizing this data, and there's no systematic entry of data. So we have dispersed data all over the place. And now that we are launching this endeavor, of course, we are entering the data in order to have the starting point and be able to measure the outcomes within a year and a half. Well, this is something that I've asked in other events, and I've said it in other events, in conferences that I've organized. The FOFI event project was good, but it kind of stood alone in the sense that the woman that was found positive, that was diagnosed with breast cancer based on this project, stood alone. This is why beforehand I spoke of interconnecting breast centers and the Προλαμβάνω φόφη γεννηματά project, which is the screening project, in order to start building a protocol so that the patients that feel all alone no longer stand alone, so that they know exactly what the next step needs to be. And this is why we will be calling them breast centers, because they cover everything: prevention, screening, diagnosis, treatment, survivorship also, which is a huge aspect of the pathway, of the patient's journey. This is what we're now building. This is now what we're now constructing. We took the example of Aginitio. Now we have Iosavos doing this in collaboration with ELLOK. So we are looking at the pathway so that we have a comprehensive care of these patients. May I? Sure. It is true what you said, that the patient stands alone. And this leads to fear, to insecurity. There are roles that are missing nowadays in our hospitals, like a care nurse, a person care nurse. In the UK, there is a dedicated nurse. It's a dedicated specialty, a brand new role, which is also part of the prerequisites set forth by EUSOMA, and this is the nurse that will stand by the patient throughout her journey. It's not the physician. It is a nurse that will accompany the patient throughout her journey and help her deal with the fear that accompanies each diagnosis. And let me add to what has been said. Within EUSOMA, we see the definition of roles that are not available in Greece. And we will be starting implementing those roles through these new centers. But this will require an institutional framework, like the role of the nurse, the role of the data manager. These are roles that are reshaping the landscape of health. And these are all questions that will need to be tackled and addressed institutionally in terms of legislation. I mean, we will find practical solutions for the beginning, but we need an institutional framework down the line. I wanted to ask a question before and also clarify one thing. Do we have nowadays proof that management of a breast cancer patient within a comprehensive breast cancer center is truly improved, is truly better than that patient's manager in any other center? As far as I know, based on the literature I've read, the answer is yes. EUSOMA also corroborates that. There is a survivorship which is increased by 1/3 if treatment and if this journey takes place within a CCC compared to any other center. One reason for that is that there is no delay. Everything is done within the CCC and rapidly so. And another thing is that the CCCs have the expertise required to foretell the best possible outcome and the best possible treatment for the patient. And then there is an improved survivorship in CCCs compared to other hospitals, which is also due to the fact that CCCs will implement guidelines. They have specialized staff, professionally trained, and they will apply quality measurements. So they auto-assess, they assess themselves from time to time. And let's not forget that these CCCs are also all about training. Everybody in a CCC needs to be trained. And when you train the people that will come after you, you need to be well informed, you need to be up to date, you need to know exactly what is happening, and you need to be willing to convey that knowledge. A practical question: will these centers also publicize their results so that society can truly assess whether the quality provided there is better than in other centers? I believe that this is something that is of interest not just to physicians but also to us as health regions, the ministry, the political leadership. We want data to be publicized, and I believe that this has been proven in the separate breast cancer centers or CCCs that we're trying to establish. Outcomes are improved compared to other hospitals. Well, in Greece, we have this trend to be secretive. No, we want everything to be out in the open. We want everything available publicly. Because this is also a project which is co-financed by the European Union. So we are also under the obligation to publicize not just what we will do in the coming year and a half, but also numbers. What have we achieved? And that's interesting. And as I mentioned before, professors, heads of units, physicians, everybody, we all need this data, because these centers will also need to participate in clinical trials and clinical research. We cannot move forward in clinical research without data. That would be absurd. We want that clinical data for the clinical research that we want to develop. Mr. Stathopoulos, and then to you, dear guest. One of the basic missions is to minimize social inequality and to maximize parity. You spoke of women that feel all alone. Many people are listening in to what we're saying. And let me say the following. This is the take-home message. Until we get to the point that we want to achieve, if there are women that feel all alone, stranded out there, let them come to us, knock on our doors, the doors of the hospital governors and administrators. So if a woman really is in need, we will help her out. Let her come, even if it's in thousands, let them come to us.
The first one is you must talk to the politician. It is important. So I remember that in the first beginning of this initiative, I talked to one of the great breast cancer policymakers, and he told me that the great thing you do is this is the integration between science and the policy. And this is exactly what we do here in ELLOK. So it is extremely important to integrate the politician to start this. And please start, and you will go step by step to correct your action. So when you are going, you find gaps. And then you find the gaps, you learn how to fill these gaps. But firstly, integrate the politician is the most important thing. And when you are going, you are keeping the sustainability by giving the politician their need, their return on investment. Not only money, but also positioning. So if Greece coming better and better and better in achieving cancer control, so this is both the politician in a very good way. So this is a return on investment on the politician.
Κύριε Μιχαλοπούλου, με εσάς, με το καλό θα κλείσουμε.
And you will provide, Ms. Nikolopoulou, our final comment. Well, coming back to what you said, women feel all alone, not just in terms of loneliness, but also in terms of insecurity. What will be the next step? What do I need to do? Where do I need to go? And we don't want to all come knocking on the hospital administrator's door. We want a comprehensive center where the appointment will be made on site immediately for the next visit to another physician, to another discipline. And within those centers, we will have specialized knowledge. Let's look at metastatic women that have moved from brain cancer to a metastatic cancer type, to lymph node cancer, to rare cancer types. We have women who are anxious about fertility issues when they have to undergo treatment. There's a vast plethora of issues, and this is why we need those comprehensive centers. And I'm truly hoping that the day to come will be the one that will bring forth the creation of these centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these very interesting remarks. I would like now to move to the next roundtable, and I would like to welcome on stage the moderator, Mr. Christos Triadafilou, Head of Programs of Quality of Care and Safety of Patients of the WHO. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. I don't want to waste any time, so I would like now to give the floor to Ms. Vasiliki Ioka. Ms. Balaura is already here, then Ms. Emmanuel Osh, Mr. Christos Fasianos, Mr. Anastasios Karandreas, Ms. Emanuela Braudaki, Ms. Mary Mahera, and Mr. Sokratis Tapinos. In order to start this panel, we will start with a short speech by Vasiliki Ioka. Good afternoon. I would like to warmly thank the President of ELLOK, George Kapetanakis, for the kind invitation and for giving us the opportunity to participate in this panel, because this is indeed a substantial dialogue. The title of this conference is People at the Center, Bridging Pathways of Care. And we need more than goodwill to do that. We need organized structures, facilities, coordinated care, and specific pathways. That's at the core of CCCs. The accreditation of Agios Savas Hospital from the European Cancer Institute has been such a transition for us. We used to have more fragmented services, but now we have a more coordinated standard of care, which is patient-centered. This presentation is not only achieved, the process, the requirements, and the conditions for it to operate sustainably. The comprehensive cancer care includes quality, ongoing education into the daily clinical practice. It builds capabilities and it helps bridge the gap between the system and the patient. So provision of services is no longer fragmented. It is part of a coordinated care system which provides holistic services to the patient. The transition to the CCC model couldn't have been implemented without the funding of the Ministry of Health. About 2 million euros were earmarked. That allows us to have time and space to develop ourselves, but the true bet is after the accreditation. So, from a temporary model to an ongoing model, our vision is that the CCC shouldn't be dependent on conjectures, but be a constant pillar of the healthcare system with predictable resources, training programs, modern equipment, and long-term planning, and the possibility to keep evolving to the benefit of patients. The process of accreditation was long and particularly demanding. It wasn't simply a compliance control, it was a mechanism of self-assessment and organizational learning. We identified our strengths and our actual weaknesses, especially in terms of in terms of coordination, documentation, and interoperability. So this accreditation made us review the way in which we operate on a daily basis. I don't want to bore you with too many details and dates, but let me tell you that the hospital became a member of OCI in June 2022. The preliminary visit happened in May 2024 in order to make a first evaluation of the center. The self-assessment followed, lasted 5 months. The filling in and in order to meet the standards of the OCI required a huge workload and the involvement of both medical and administrative staff. For the first time, all medical and nursing operations of the hospital had to be recorded, documented, and harmonized. The on-site review, the on-site inspection allowed us to prove and demonstrate to OCI what we've done and what we've achieved. Even the associations with which the hospital works became part of this system. Based on the findings, we drafted a targeted improvement plan that showed that quality and compliance cannot be based on the over-effort of certain people, and this is directly linked to sustainability. CCCs can act on the long term only when processes, resources, and roles are part of the organizational structure. At this point, I would like to be very clear about it. The accreditation is not the achievement of a single person or a single team. It was the fruit of coordinated efforts by the administration, the clinics, the nursing staff, and the administrative services. The central coordination and joint shared understanding of the goal were critical in order to make this effort successful. Of course, the accreditation is not the end. It is the beginning of ongoing improvement. This accreditation reflects the transition to a culture of quality where all processes are continuously assessed and improved. The CCC acts as a living system of organizational culture that keeps learning based on feedback. The process of accreditation led us to substantial and measurable effects for the organization. It strengthened our decision-making methods. At the same time, organized clinical pathways were determined, and now care is designed and provided with consistency. It is the first organized effort of such a degree in Greece, in a public hospital. It became a tool for clinical coordination, clarification of roles, and improvement of the continuity of care. The standardization of processes improved quality. Quality is no longer a parallel operation, but it is an everyday practice of all departments now. The full maturity of a CCC requires medium and long-term planning. For the next years, emphasis will be given to further enhancing our governance framework, the ensuring sustainability and link between research and everyday clinical practice. It is useful to have structured services for survivorship, the establishment and the expanding of partnerships, and the ongoing assessment and evaluation of clinical pathways. Our aim is to have a center that is not simply accredited, but keeps maturing, generates knowledge, and provides quality care throughout the oncological journey of the patient. The operation of a CCC requires collective responsibility, commitment by the administration, the stakeholders, and HCPs. It is a hub of knowledge and operations open to the health system and not a closed structure. Our accreditation is the joint point of reference, but the true challenge is to maintain and further develop this model. Our experience from the accreditation raised crucial questions which concern the future of CCCs. For example, how we can ensure sustainability of a CCC in a system where funding is on a project basis. How can we go from dependence on people to institutionalized, stable processes that ensure continuity and equity of care? How can we organize patient navigation in a complex system in order to provide support? And how do we institutionalize research, cooperation, and human resources so that CCCs are not the exception, but a model and a standard for the entire healthcare system? To sum up, I would like to say that the CCC is not a closed ecosystem, but a network of partnership and joint responsibility. People at the center, and this requires facilities, resources that ensure continuity and quality of care. Our experience from Agios Savas might act as a point of reference and a point of beginning for a wider dialogue that can start today. Through these different experiences and roles of the panelists, we can discuss how the CCC model can further be established, developed, and sustained in the Greek healthcare system. Thank you.
Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω ιδιαιτέρως την κυρία Γκιόκα, προϊστάμενη του τμήματος
Thank you very much, Ms. Gyoka. Head of the Department on Improvement and Quality Assurance of the Firth Health Region Authority. This accreditation shows how some principles can truly translate into, or rather materialize, and I would like to speak now of the priorities of WHO. The World Health Organization for decades now has not restricted itself to disease management. It defines disease management as an integral and fundamental human right. At the core of WHO, we find care for all, not as a motto, not as a slogan, but as a measurable objective which requires universal health coverage, equal access to health services, and equal right to health and well-being at all stages of life. However, nowadays we are faced with challenges that can no longer be disregarded. We have some diseases that are responsible for more than 40 million deaths yearly per annum. And it's not about, we cannot exhaust their management in treatment, but also screening, early detection, prevention, early diagnosis, and protocols that carry out through the journey of the patient. However, now is not the time to discuss this, but rather I would like to speak to Ms. Olga Balaura, who used to be within the Agios Savas Hospital, used to be hospital administrator, hospital governor. Now you are the governor of the first health regional authority. And what do you think are the changes that need to be made so that a CCC can become a sustainable practice and not as an isolated incident? So good afternoon once again. In order to ensure a CCC's sustainability, it's not about just looking at the quality of each and every hospital. What is important is the structural reform that needs to take place within a system. And we're discussing the Greek health system right now. And what I could say is that, yes, Agios Savas is an isolated incident, but soon it will be the case for the Metaxas hospital. But still, that is not enough. What do I mean by that? I believe that CCCs in our country, and let me mention also that we've got the UNED CCC, Alexandra Hospital and Attikon Hospital from the first and second regional authorities, health regional authorities. We need to create an institutional framework for CCCs in our country, which unfortunately is missing currently. So there is no national definition. They do not fall under the planning of the national strategy against cancer. There is no distinct role for them in our system. And what does that mean? It means that CCCs currently in our country are a personal bet for hospital administrators. And this is an example. I started with Mr. Karandreas, picked up the effort, Mr. Fasianos completed this effort, and here we have luck on our side because 3 successive hospital governors shared a common vision. But if tomorrow we have a completely different-minded governor in Agios Savas, we wonder, will it still be a CCC in a few years to come? And that would be a harsh blow on our country, which is why we need to establish a strict framework that will clearly delineate and define the role to be played by CCCs. Right now, we're talking about DRG reimbursement. It's very early, I believe, early on to speak of any other financing mechanism for CCCs, but we definitely need to consider how we can acquire additional financing and funds for CCCs, and this is a discussion to be placed on the table soon. Human resources also. We spoke of the breast centers earlier on, and we know that within those comprehensive centers there are roles that do not exist in our country as such, like a clinical nurse, or as I said before, the breast cancer nurse or the data manager, the MDT coordinator. These are all roles that slowly but steadily need to become defined within our system. And this is an excellent opportunity because now we've got the new organizations within hospitals, especially cancer hospitals, so it's a huge opportunity for us to start defining these roles. Governance and managing and independence, autonomy, administrative autonomy of hospitals and of CCCs in particular. It is a huge discussion. How can such a center be autonomous? And we all realize that, administratively speaking, such centers need to be a bit more flexible, more agile. Data, quality, quantity. Let me just say that accreditations such as the OECI accreditation, which was a very demanding and challenging procedure, are bound to fail in the future if there is no system in place regarding data. And what do I mean by that? If there is no cancer registry, if there are no specific markers and indicators, if we don't have patient-reported outcome measurements. So yes, steps have been made, have been taken in that direction. We have a national registry, but we need to speed things up because time is not on our side in this case. And of course, networking. I mentioned that earlier as well. How can we link the screening Prolambano program with CCCs, with breast centers? Primary prevention needs to become interconnected, so we need to have a CCC network linked to regional hospitals. Let's not forget that Attica and Athens hospitals receive the largest number of patients in the country. With Iosavas, there's been the launch of an effort with Ecothen, Care at Home. Now this is going to be picked up by Metaxas Hospital and down the line Agianargiri Hospital. But this also needs to form a network. I mean, throughout Europe, we have comprehensive cancer networks, CCNs, and this is what we need to focus on here. And this is why I've been talking about networking, both metropolitan hospitals and regional hospitals. And the most important of all is political engagement and commitment. CCCs and CCNs need to fall under the national plan, cancer plan. We need to have roadmaps and, of course, a long-term commitment of 10, 15 years on behalf of the political leadership. Otherwise, these centers will not be sustainable if there are constant political changes. And when I talk about political changes, I mean strategies regarding the fight against cancer. Thank you for this amazing contribution.
Member of a steering committee of the OECI Working Group Public and Patients Partnership. Ms. Os, what are the benefits of being part of a European network?
Thank you for your question. So first of all, I would like to precise that I'm actually working for a CCC in France, where I am a patient partnership manager, and I also work for the French Federation Unicancer, which is a network of 18 CCCs in France, and 2 members are affiliated. And then I'm also a member of the steering committee of the OECI. And these 3 caps can help me to have a 3-level vision of the interest of being in a network. For example, when you receive treatment in a CCC in France from the Unicancer network, if you start a chemotherapy and then you want to go in another region of France because you want to be a bit on holiday, you can continue your chemotherapy in another CCC center because they talk to each other, they work on the same way, and it's easier for the caregivers to have a good vision of the case of the patient, and for the patient, it's very secure to know that you can continue to live and you can continue your treatment in another CCC. The second thing is that for being part of a network in the Unicancer network, for the caregivers, for the health, for the physicians and so on, it's very good because they can share the best practices, they can share the advance of the research, and they are more efficient, they are more reactive, they can, for example, when they have a question, it goes faster, so it's very important for that reason. And now as I work at a European level, I see that it's a higher level. It's a real higher level when you work with European and beyond countries, and it goes really faster. And we know all here that with cancer we need to go very, very fast. We don't have time 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months to have an answer. For example, I'm working in patient partnership. A few weeks ago, I was looking for an information regarding the assessment of the interest of patient partnership. I was looking for this information in France for several months, and I didn't find the answer. I called my colleague from the OECI and said, okay, perhaps we have the answer to my question in the network. And she said, okay, let me ask. And she asked, and then in 2 days, I had an answer from Greece. I don't say that because I'm here, but I had an answer from Greece and another one from Chile. So I have to study now what they sent to me. But it went so fast, and it was so interesting to have other point of view, others' ideas, other way of work, because you don't stay in your chair. You don't think that you know everything. The more you talk to people abroad, the more you understand how much how many things you don't know, and it's very interesting, important, and vital, I would say, to work with other countries, to work with foreign countries. What I would like to say also, it's about the accreditation. I think it's not only a paper that say, okay, you are good at that in that area, or you are good at the other one. It's really a way of think, a way of work, and you always, when you are accredited or when you want to be accredited, you always look for improving your practices, your way of work, and you always have to, because if you wait, you don't have the accreditation anymore. And for patients, well, when you are ill, to be honest, because I'm a former patient and former caregiver, to be honest, when you go in a CCC, you don't look for the accreditation. You don't, okay, what is it? What is HES, which is the national certification in France? What is the OECI certification? You don't look for that. But after, or when you talk to people, you can see how important it is, because you know that it's a guarantee of quality. So that's what I would like to say for the moment. The first level, the first network is the small area of the CCC, but the more you grow with the foreign countries, the more efficient you are, the more the more speed, or the speeder you are, and that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you very much for your intervention. What you describe during your intervention is our core values, WHO, leaving no one behind. It's exactly this, what you describe now.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for that. Θα ήθελα τώρα να περάσω...
And now I would like to move on to Mr. Christos Vasianos, Governor of the Agios Savas Hospital, Chair of the BOD. What are the administrative and practical changes that the accreditation protocol about, and what are your thoughts for the future? Good afternoon. First of all, let me say how happy I am to be seated next to people like Ms. Balaura and Mr. Karandreas. Olga was the visionary, Tassos was the pioneer, and I came in last, but we gained this accreditation, this European accreditation, which is so important and the first of its kind to take place in Greece. It was a very difficult task. It was something that we received after 2 years of intensive effort, and within Iosavas, the hospital, this was not an isolated incident where we had to show discipline, but it was about transitioning, transforming as a hospital. It brought about many changes in the hospital. We moved from a specialized oncology hospital to being a comprehensive cancer center with specific vision, with a specific business model, with a specific modus operandi. We reinforced central coordination and interdisciplinary collaboration. We implemented and monitored performance indicators, safety indicators, quality indicators. Managing the patient was the key pillar when it came to strategic planning. On an operational front, accreditation meant transitioning from fragmented units to coordinated departments with specific procedures and communication channels. The first results are already visible and measurable. We are looking into resource management, management of complex cases. We have improved waiting lists. And looking towards the future, I would say that this accreditation is the starting point of an ongoing improvement process. And our side objectives are to reinforce our administration, to bring about maturity of our digital information systems, and of course to link care provision to research, with the ultimate goal of Iosavas being a health provider implementing high-quality standards. And in conclusion, after thanking Mr. Kapertanakis for his invitation, I would like to invite all of you to the day conference that we are organizing at Iosavas this coming Friday on the 6th of February on the occasion of the World Cancer Day. Thank you very much for this observation. And now I can move on to Mr. Karandreas, who was the hospital administrator in the past, but now is the Red Cross hospital administrator. How did you launch the OECI accreditation procedure? What was the first investigation like, and what were the landmarks according to you? Thank you. I would also like to thank Mr. Kapertanakis and ELLOK for the honorary invitation. I would like to thank my fellow panelists. Before I reply to your question, I want to say that I speak not as a hospital administrator, but as a surgeon, and as a father, and as a physician. And I want to deeply thank from the bottom of my heart Ms. Palaoura and Mr. Fasianos. Their work has been instrumental in bringing about these changes. And the same applies to Ms. Gioka, who showed us, highlighted the entire pathway that brought us to this successful accreditation. But this is an outcome that is also something that came about thanks to the human resources of Iosavas Hospital. We showed the way, but we were followed and we were supported by our human resources, by our people. When we tell a friend, I went to Iosavas for some tests, the first reaction will be what? Oh my God, is it serious? Iosavas goes hand in hand. It is identified with cancer among the Greek population. And cancer means that once we enter this hospital, we take our patient by the hand so that they traverse the entire journey of cancer care. We implement international protocols based on international standards. We undertake highly complicated surgical interventions and operations. We provide for treatments of a very broad variety. Everything takes place within this hospital. And what we have been able to identify, what has been said by Ms. Balaura, by Mr. Fassianos, is that it's a collaborative effort. With no collaboration, our hospital would never have achieved this result. What do I mean? Ayosavas Hospital is a thesaurus of knowledge. And what we had to do was collect this knowledge, this huge, vast, endless knowledge, register it, enter it, define it, tame it. This knowledge, in order, or rather, all that we did to sum it up was threefold. We had to work together. We launched a collaboration with the National Research Institute based on an MOU. In order to collect the data, we worked with Andreas Sigros on a hospital on rare diseases with an MOU, based on an MOU, and a further third MOU with the German Cancer Institute. These three MOUs allowed us to acquire the know-how on how to collect and crystallize and shape the knowledge that was in the trust fund of Ayosavas Hospital. And I honestly feel that congratulations are due to all the staff of Ayosavas. And we opened up the doors of departments within Ayosavas. The different departments learned how to work together. The pathway that Ms. Balaura showed us when she set us down the course for this accreditation allowed departments to learn, and I know this sounds weird, but it is the truth, to learn how to work together, both horizontally and vertically. It was a unique experience. The fact that our hospital got the accreditation does not mean that we will be accredited for life. It is very difficult to keep this accreditation. We are judged on a daily basis. We are judged based on our results, on the quality of the services we provide, and of course, based on the results. So, Mr. Fassianos, best of luck to you. You are undertaking a very difficult endeavor, but we will be by your side every step of the way if you want us to. Thank you very much for this intervention. It is true that as Greeks, we have proven that when we work together, we can perform miracles. And we see that within the WHO, within the framework of the project Health IQ, and we see from the collaboration between Greek experts and international experts that Greeks have excellent know-how, excellent knowledge. Very often we are underestimated, but people who work with us can ascertain the level of our expertise, the high standards of our work. And this is why so often we see Greeks doing wonderful work abroad. And now I would like to move on to Ms. Braudaki. On the behalf of Prooptiki, which you focus on health policies, I would like to ask you, during the procedure for the accreditation, what were the difficulties, the administrative difficulties you noticed, you identified, and how does this correlate with CCC? Good afternoon, my name is Emanuela Braudaki. First of all, I would also like to thank ELLOK for not just for inviting me, but also for organizing this conference, and in particular this session. This is the first time that we speak in a structured setting about comprehensive care in cancer. And personally speaking, I would like to beseech you to hold, dear Yoros, a specific event regarding the organization of the system and of the units providing comprehensive care for cancer. And we saw this as a main concern. It's not about the services provided. We had many reservations that some of them were voiced in the previous session. It all boils down, however, to collaboration, data, the everyday life of patients, and the need to shape new structures, new roles in terms of coordination, in terms of governance. Now, the attempt or rather, this task that Iosavas Hospital undertook was a very difficult endeavor, a very difficult procedure, which presupposed the ongoing collaboration of all administrations of the hospital, all members of the staff of the hospital, and of course, constant auditing of quality, constant input by Ms. Gyoka, Mr. Tithanopoulos. And of course, it required support and additional help from CMT Proptiki and Plan. It was a collective effort. We all worked together with the hospital, with all the executives, the administrations, the members of the staff, and this accreditation procedure highlighted clearly that the key challenge was not to meet side requirements, but rather to reorganize the hospital. In order to transition into a comprehensive care center, we needed to change the culture, change mentality, and the way we operated at all levels. And this was a major challenge. We needed to streamline different roles, different cultures, so that they would all converge towards a common and shared vision. On our behalf, when we were working with the administration of the hospital, we provided support, especially as regards the strategic planning, in order to provide a cohesive framework for the governance and the quality issues. And OECI standards are very demanding. They will become even more so demanding soon because they are about to be updated and upgraded, their standards. So we had to translate vision into practice. We wanted to create new governance schemes that would allow the CCC, currently Iosavas, to function long-term, sustainably. And pivotal to that was quality. Quality very often is seen as a side issue and not a horizontal aspect. Just imagine that in the beginning, it was quite difficult even to define who would be responsible, which role would be responsible for the monitoring, surveillance, auditing, and evaluation of quality down the line. This is something that is not institutionalized, it's not defined by the state, and procedures such as the ones that OECI has implemented, that ODP is currently starting to implement throughout all stages of the procedure, need to be also implemented within a CCC. And this is precisely what we tried to achieve on a strategic planning level. We focused on documentation, on evidence, on data protection, patient safety, continuous ongoing improvement of services provided, and also safety of the staff. And we saw that all these are correlated, intertwined. If there's no strict strategic goal, accreditation remains a formality and therefore is prone to fail. And it's definitely not what we want to see happening. So with comprehensive, with integrated strategic planning, a CCC can survive in the future. Thank you very much.
Τώρα θα περάσουμε στον κύριο Σοκράτη Ταπεινό από την εταιρεία Q-Plan με χρόνια εμπειρία στο κομμάτι της υποστήριξης και διασφάλισης της ποιότητας στο νοσοκομείο με βάση συγκεκριμένα πρότυπα ISO. Θα ήθελα να σας ρωτήσω, με βάση την εμπειρία σας από την καθημερινή παρουσία σας στα τμήματα, ποιες ουσιαστικές αλλαγές παρατηρήσατε πριν και μετά τη διαπίστευση?
Καλησπέρα σε όλους και ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Θα ήθελα να πω λίγα λόγια για τη δουλειά που κάναμε ακριβώς στο νοσοκομείο, εν συντομία. Η δική μας η δουλειά ήταν να υποστηρίξουμε το νοσοκομείο να εγκαταστήσει και να εφαρμόσει συστήματα διαχείρισης ποιότητας σε όλα τα τμήματά του. Αυτά τα συστήματα προφανώς έπρεπε να καλύπτουν όλες τις απαιτήσεις του OECI για να μπορέσουμε να προχωρήσουμε στη διαπίστευση, αλλά παράλληλα καλύπτουν και τις απαιτήσεις του εκάστοτε αντίστοιχου ISO συστήματος. Συγκεκριμένα, αυτή τη στιγμή στον Άγιο Σάβα έχουμε 23 κλινικά τμήματα τα οποία εφαρμόζουν σύστημα διαχείρισης ποιότητας, 13 εργαστήρια, εκ των οποίων τα 10 έχουν προχωρήσει παράλληλα και σε διαπίστευση συγκεκριμένου πεδίου εξετάσεων από το Εθνικό Σύστημα Διαπίστευσης και έχουμε και 4 ακόμα διοικητικά τμήματα. Όλοι αυτοί συνεχίζουν καθημερινά να εφαρμόζουν διαδικασίες. Αυτός ήταν ο σκοπός. Τα ωφέλη λοιπόν που υπάρχουν από την εφαρμογή αυτών των συστημάτων και αυτό που μπορούμε να δούμε πλέον στο νοσοκομείο είναι προφανώς καλύτερη οργάνωση. Πολλές φορές όλα αυτά το προσωπικό τα έχει στο μυαλό του, αλλά δεν υπάρχουν κάπου αποτυπωμένα και δεν έχουν κάποιον μπούσουλα να ακολουθήσουν γραφτό. Τώρα όλα αυτά υπάρχουν. Έχουμε καλύτερη διαχείριση των κλινικών κινδύνων που εφαρμόζονται. Έχουμε σίγουρα μείωση σε συμβάντα και περιστατικά. Έχουμε καλύτερη παρακολούθηση των δικτών, οι οποίοι πλέον έχουν οριστεί και είναι αυτοί που θα μας οδηγήσουν στα αποτελέσματα και στην βελτίωση.
Now, all these and many more clearly became a reality thanks to the tremendous effort of the entire hospital staff. And I need to highlight this because truly all hospital people, starting from the administration, and I had the chance to work closely with all 3 former administrators and the now administrator that are here today. I had the chance to cooperate with many people from the medical and nursing staff, and their effort was tremendous. I had the chance to cooperate with Ms. Gyoka from the Quality Department. Without all of these people and their combination and their joining of forces, the end result wouldn't have been possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Tapinos. The quality assurance departments in hospitals play a key role, and this needs to be understood by the colleagues that work in them. And give your best, because without indicators, without reliable quality data, nothing can be achieved. We need to be monitoring everything, otherwise we cannot make interventions and get better, because everything we're doing is for the patient only. We are only serving patients. They are at the center of everything. This is why care should be patient and people-centered. Let's now go to Ms. Mary Mahera from ENY, whose team supported the hospital in terms of planning and developing patient pathways. Ms. Mahera, what were the challenges that you faced, and what did this allow you to learn? Hello, good afternoon. First of all, congratulations for the conference. Thank you, ELLOK. It is important to be here and exchange opinions and views. And a big thank you to the administration of the hospital and the health region. It was very important for us to participate in this very big project. As a team, we designed 14 clinical pathways for cancer, for 14 types of cancer, and 2 extra clinical pathways for resources management and palliative care. This made Ayosavas the only hospital in Greece with so good mapping of the care provided to cancer patients. We also helped them with parts of their strategic plan on research. Mr. Karandreas mentioned how important this is for the hospital. Now, to answer your question, as we were in the process of designing and implementing the project, the key challenges were the alignment between different specializations in a joint framework, accepted framework. The standardization of the patient pathway requires consent, agreement by all stakeholders, ongoing communication between departments, and of course, clear roles. So that was a difficult part that we had to tackle because the hospital environment is an environment of pressure, huge workload, etc. So we should all agree on an accepted framework, as I said before. The implementation of these pathways was again a major challenge because it is an ongoing effort. It is a continuous effort that requires consistency from the healthcare professionals. It requires persistence. So that was another part that was challenging, but it was embraced. This effort was embraced by the staff. They managed to overcome all barriers and they keep implementing the pathways and improving them because this is a dynamic project. Improvement plans are ongoing, and this is an ongoing process. And as years go by, there will be reviews. What I would like us to keep from the clinical pathways is that they are not simply technical documents, technical text. It's a practical way of coordination within the hospital. It can be the heart for the transition of a hospital to the model of a CCC. So clinical pathways and their implementation will help so that the care is smooth, not fragmented, consistent, and all healthcare professionals are aligned in how they manage patients. Because what patients receive is predictable, safe care with a lot of provision of information, with involvement of patients in the decision-making for their health, less stress, less anxiety, better efficiency, etc. So all these clinical pathways and their implementation is very important. Thank you once again. It was a very good opportunity for us to see how such a big organization can achieve such an important thing for the society. Thank you very much. Thank you for your thoughts. In order to understand the patient, sometimes we have to be in this role. Last year, I had to stay in the hospital for many days, so I understood what patients go through, this stress, this anxiety, this lack of process, this confusion. It is important for patients to have this pathway when you are hospitalized, to know who is going to talk to you, to whom you can talk to. What's the next step? So I realized this as a patient last year. Unfortunately, and this is a call for healthcare professionals, we don't have to be patients in order to understand them. We have to make sure to understand them before we become patients as well. And now I will give the concluding remarks to Ms. Yoka. Ms. Yoka, you were the head of quality in the first public CCC, and now you are the head of the quality department in the first health region. What do you believe is the most important thing in order for the hospital to remain a CCC? Thank you for your question. I will talk about 4 points. Right now, there are 56 actions of the next 5 years in the plan of the hospital. Most of them are research-related. So the first pillar, in my opinion, is research. We want more clinical trials. We want more translational research. We want more papers being published. The second critical part is clinical audits that come from clinical pathways. Clinical audits are a very important pillar because we are able to monitor indicators such as survivorship rate. So the second pillar for me is clinical audits. The third pillar is governance. A very important pillar because this is an ecosystem. A CCC is an ecosystem. IOSAVAS has truly exceeded expectations. They've built this ecosystem with actual memoranda, with patient associations which are day after day at the hospital providing services. They have signed MOUs for research, and now all these things need to start operating in a consistent way. So governance is very important. And the fourth, last but not least, the fourth pillar is quality, of course, because OCI, in order to tell you that this standard is met, they inspect the improvement action you've taken in order to improve it. They don't inspect whether you have a process, whether the process is implemented. They don't care about that. They come at a later point and they ask you, what improvement actions did you take? This is what they inspect. So these are the four key pillars that will be important in the next 5 years for the hospital. The hospital needs to put an emphasis and made a huge effort concerning these four pillars. The staff has learned how to cooperate, to coordinate. What is missing is specialized training. And of course, what Ms. Balaura said, the specialized roles that need to be highlighted and people should be trained in them. Thank you very much. What Ms. Gyoka said is that you should have process and outcome indicators. Quite often we only measure process and not the outcome, so we don't know whether our actions have been effective or not. If you don't have outcome indicators, how can you measure the usefulness? Mr. Kapetanakis, the floor to you. Thank you. I feel the need and the obligation and the pleasure to take the floor because this panel is exceptional. I would like to thank my friend Emmanuel for joining us from France. We are together in the working group of ACI. Since ELLOK is a member, Ms. Balaura, allow me to particularly thank her because she represents the future of health. She is a visionary. She is insightful. It is what you've described is the future of cancer care. And let me link this with the previous table, the network of breast cancer centers, which are a request of the cancer patients and of the cancer care community in general. So what you're doing, what you announced, what you've demonstrated us is indeed the care we would like to have for cancer. Cancer care of the future. So you're far more forward than the entire system. You open up new roads. We are willing to be always on your side, to stand by you, to do our best to assist you, to support you, and we are looking forward to officially establishing our partnership with IOSAVAS to establish the Survivorship Center, to link cancer care with reintegration of patients into society. Congratulations and thank you. I would like to thank all panelists for their participation. Thank you for attending this panel. Thank you for your attention. Let's take a photo before moving to the next panel.
Thank you very, very much. As You probably realized that time is merciless and we need to move straight on to the next round table. So I would like to invite Professor Achilles Ravanis, pharmacology professor in the University of Crete, to come to the stage to moderate the next round table, which will be focusing on clinical studies. There are many developments in this field, so we're looking forward to this round table. Mr. Ravanis, please come to the stage.
Να παρακαλέσω τους συμμετέχοντες να έρθουν επάνω.
As per the So resuming, on behalf of the interpreters, as per the instructions of the organizing committee and ELLOK, we will be taking a much-needed pause for the next 15 minutes. We will continue interpreting after the 15 minutes have passed. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Επιτρέψτε μου να κάνω ένα σχόλιο το οποίο θεωρώ πάρα πολύ σημαντικό για την αλλαγή που επέφερε η Ένωση Ελλήνων Ασθενών σε πάρα πολλές δραστηριότητες του χώρου μας της ιατρικής επιστήμης στην Ελλάδα. Έτυχε να ζήσω την όλη προσπάθεια από την αρχή σαν μέλος του Επιστημονικού Συμβουλίου της Ένωσης Ελλήνων Ασθενών και νομίζω ότι πλέον έχει αρκετά στοιχεία που μας δίνει τη δυνατότητα να πούμε το εξής σημαντικό. Λειτουργεί και σαν επιταχυντής, αλλά και συγχρόνως σαν ελεγκτής. Αυτό που για πάρα πολλά χρόνια συνέβαινε στην Αμερική καταρχάς, αλλά και στην Ευρώπη και το ζήσαμε εμείς που είμαστε έξω, το βλέπουμε με πολύ μεγάλη χαρά και αισιοδοξία να αναπαράγεται πλέον στη χώρα μας. Οι Έλληνες ασθενείς μπορούν πραγματικά να κάνουν τη διαφορά και να επιταχύνουν την πρόσβαση των Ελλήνων ασθενών σε νέες καινοτόμες θεραπείες, αλλά όχι μόνο αυτό, να βοηθήσουν εμάς την ιατρική κοινότητα να εκπαιδευτούμε σε αυτές τις νέες θεραπείες. Έχουμε μαζί μας σήμερα σημαντικούς συναδέρφους με εμπειρία στην τέλεση κλινικών μελετών, αλλά και την διοικητική και επιστημονική στήριξή τους. Θα αναφέρω τους 5 συναδέλφους που συμμετέχουν. Καταρχάς, ο πρόεδρος του ΕΟΦ, ο κύριος Σαπουνάς, ο οποίος είναι και γιατρός. Ο κύριος Μούντζος, ο οποίος είναι διευθυντής της ογκολογικής κλινικής και μονάδας κλινικών μελετών στο Ερίκος Δινάν. Η κυρία Κοράκη, πρόεδρος του Συλλόγου Επιχειρήσεων Διεξαγωγής Κλινικών Μελετών και CEO της Coronis Research. Η κυρία Κατοντρίτου, Διευθύντρια του Αιματολογικού Τμήματος του Θεαγέννη και online, δεν είναι μαζί μας, η κυρία Μακρυδάκη, Πρόεδρος της Πανελλήνιας Ένωσης Φαρμακοποιών Νοσηλευτικών Ιδρυμάτων. Επιτρέψτε μου να σας θυμίσω μια πολύ σημαντική αλλαγή που έγινε με την αρχή του χρόνου, το καινούριο καθεστώς για τις κλινικές μελέτες. Άρχισε να ισχύει από τις αρχές του 2026 και αφορά κυρίως στην απλούστευση των διαδικασιών, τη διαφάνεια καθώς και την προστασία των συμμετεχόντων. Η αλλαγή αυτή αποσκοπεί στο να γίνει η χώρα πιο ελκυστική για επενδύσεις στην κλινική ιατρική έρευνα και να ενσωματωθεί περαιτέρω στις ευρωπαϊκές διαδικασίες. Επιτροχάδιν σε 2 λεπτά τι προβλέπει το νέο καθεστώς. Πρώτον, ενιαίο και απλοποιημένο πλαίσιο για τις κλινικές μελέτες, για συνάψεις συμβάσεων και οικονομική διαχείριση κλινικών δοκιμών, φαρμάκων, ιατροτεχνολογικών προϊόντων μη παρεμβατικών μελετών, μειώνει γραφειοκρατικά εμπόδια με στόχο να επιταχυνθούν διαδικασίες, προβλέπει διαφάνεια και προστασία των συμμετεχόντων σε πλήθος διαφορετικών τύπων μελετών. Δεύτερον, οδηγεί στην ψηφιοποίηση και ψηφιακές διαδικασίες, με ηλεκτρονικές υποβολές και ηλεκτρονικές υπογραφές στα έγγραφα των μελετών από την αίτηση μέχρι τις συμβάσεις. Τρίτον, προδιαγεγραμμένη χρόνη και ευθύνη καθυστερήσεων. Αυτό, όπως ξέρετε, είναι ένα από τα πολύ βασικά εμπόδια για να προχωρήσει η χώρα σε ανταγωνιστικές κλινικές μελέτες από το εξωτερικό. Καθορίζονται σαφείς προθεσμίες για την αποδοχή έγκριση εγγράφων και εμπλεκόμενων φορέων. Υπάρχουν ρήτρες ευθύνης σε περιπτώσεις αδικαιολόγητων καθυστερήσεων. Τέταρτον, ενίσχυση της οργάνωσης και διαχείρισης. Εντάσσεται ο ρόλος φορέων όπως οι πανεπιστημιακές ΕΛΚΕ, ξέρετε, είναι ειδικοί λογαριασμοί, μέσα από τους οποίους εμείς στο Πανεπιστήμιο, στα ιατρικά τμήματα, μπορούμε να συμμετέχουμε σε κλινικές μελέτες και όλη η διαδικασία χρηματοδότησης να περάει μέσα από τους ΕΛΚΕ. Όσον αφορά όχι μόνο τη χρηματοδότηση, αλλά και την παρακολούθηση της οικονομικής διαχείρισης. Και βέβαια, τελευταίο, προβλέπεται η χρήση υποδειγματικών συμβάσεων που διευκολύνουν πάρα πολύ και περιλαμβάνουν διεθνείς προδιαγραφές, όπως τη ICH-GCP, αλλά και άλλες που εναρμονίζουν την Ελλάδα στα διεθνή πρότυπα. Συνοπτικά, έχουμε να κάνουμε με ένα καινούριο καθεστώς, που είναι ολοκληρωμένο workflow. Από την αίτηση μέχρι τη σύμβαση και τη διαχείριση του προπολογισμού υπάρχουν πλέον ενιαίες διαδικασίες. Εθνικό Μητρό Κλινικών Μελετών προβλέπεται να λειτουργήσει πιλωτικά στις αρχές του τρέχοντος έτους και πλήρως μέσα στη χρονιά, προσφέροντας ένα κεντρικό σύστημα παρακολούθησης εγκρίσεων και οικονομικών στοιχείων. Συμψηφισμός, clawback με επενδύσεις σε μελέτες. Επανέρχεται μερικώς μέτρο που επιτρέπει την αντιστάθμιση υποχρεώσεων με επενδύσεις σε κλινικές μελέτες, κάτι που μπορεί να ενισχύσει τη χρηματοδότηση της κλινικής έρευνας. Θα παρακαλέσω τους αγαπητούς συναδέρφους, γιατί ο χρόνος έχει περάσει, να έχουν 5 λεπτά ο καθένας τοποθέτησης στις μεγάλες αυτές, νομίζω, αλλαγές που έχουν επισυμβεί στην δουλειά σας, και ώστε να βρούμε λίγο χρόνο μετά να συζητήσουμε μεταξύ σας, και βέβαια και μαζί μου. Κύριε Πρόεδρε.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ τον Πρόεδρο, τον κύριο Καπετανάκη, για την πρόσκληση. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, κύριε Γραβάνη, για το συντονισμό και μου δίνετε τον λόγο. Μεγάλη συζήτηση γίνεται για τις κλινικές μελέτες. Όποτε εκπροσωπούμε τη χώρα στα διεθνή φόρα, στον EMA ή στον HMA και γίνονται συζητήσεις για τις κλινικές μελέτες, ακούμε τις αλλαγές που θα έρθουν στη χώρα μας, τα μέτρα τα επιπλέον που πρέπει να πάρουμε, την αύξηση των απαιτήσεων που θα δημιουργηθεί νομοτελειακά μέσα στην τρέχουσα χρονιά, όπως είπατε. Αυτό που έχει αποφασιστεί σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο είναι ότι η χώρα μας θα πρέπει να συμμετέχει σε μεγαλύτερο ποσοστιαίο μερίδιο σε σχέση με το σύνολο των κλινικών μελετών που διεξάγονται στη χώρα, σε σχέση με τις προηγούμενες χρονιές. Άρα, αναγκαστικά θα αυξηθούν οι κλινικές μελέτες που γίνονται στη χώρα. Από εκεί και έπειτα, αυτό που συζητείτε και που μαθαίνουμε συνέχεια είναι ότι ο χρόνος εγκρίσεων θα πρέπει να μειωθεί, και αυτό υποχρεωτικά, και μάλιστα αυτή τη στιγμή βγάλαμε και δελτίο τύπου ως ΕΟΦ την περασμένη εβδομάδα. Υπάρχει κάτι που τρέχει πιλωτικά, το Fast EU Clinical Trials, το οποίο είναι ένα πιλωτικό πρόγραμμα, στο οποίο θα συμμετέχουμε κι εμείς. Είχαμε εξεμείνει τελευταίοι δυστυχώς. Θα συμμετέχουμε κι εμείς, στο οποίο τι θα γίνεται, πιλωτικά θα δοκιμαστεί να εγκρίνονται νωρίτερα και με πιο fast track διαδικασίες οι κλινικές μελέτες. Ξέρετε, το κομμάτι των κλινικών μελετών έχει μια σύνθετη διαδικασία, εσείς το ξέρετε πάρα πολύ καλά, με την υποβολή στο CTAS, την πλατφόρμα, την έγκριση, το διοικητικό, την Επιτροπή Ηθικής και Δεοντολογίας. Είναι πολλά τα στάδια. Όλα αυτά τα στάδια λοιπόν θα πρέπει να γίνονται γρήγορα. Όσον αφορά στον ΕΟΦ. Εμείς στον ΕΟΦ, στο μέτρο που μας αναλογεί, έχουμε φροντίσει να στελεχώσουμε την Επιτροπή Ηθικής και Δεοντολογίας ήδη από την περασμένη χρονιά. Έχουμε κάνει πάρα πολύ καλή δουλειά σε αυτό το κομμάτι. Τουλάχιστον έτσι λένε οι υπόλοιποι, χωρίς να θέλω να περιευτολογούμε εμείς. Λένε ότι έχουμε μειώσει τους χρόνους αναμονής και ότι δεν έχουμε backlog αυτή τη στιγμή. Άρα, ουσιαστικά ενισχύσαμε την Επιτροπή Ηθικής και Δεοντολογίας προκειμένου να βοηθήσουμε στο μέτρο που μας αναλογεί. Η διεύθυνση των κλινικών δοκιμών έπειτα έχει ενισχυθεί με προσωπικό. Τοποθετήθηκε αυτή την εβδομάδα νέος φαρμακοποιός και θα τοποθετούν και άλλοι 2 υπάλληλοι με τις νέες προσλήψεις που έρχονται. Και προσπαθούμε κι εμείς να σταθούμε απέναντι στις νέες εξελίξεις και να προσαρμοστούμε στα νέα δεδομένα. Φαίνεται ότι οι απαιτήσεις θα είναι πολύ μεγαλύτερες. Τα γεωπολιτικά που συζητήσατε και οι αλλαγές έχουν επηρεάσει γενικώς την Ευρώπη και φαίνεται ότι την έχουν αφυπνίσει σε μια ύπνωση που βρισκόταν, γιατί άμα δούμε πάλι ποσοστία και συγκρίνουμε, όχι σε απόλυτο αριθμό, γιατί ο απόλυτος αριθμός έχει μείνει περίπου σταθερός, η Ευρώπη έχει μείνει πάρα πολύ πίσω σε σχέση με όλες τις υπόλοιπες υπήρους και στη διεξαγωγή κλινικών μελετών. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό πρέπει όλοι να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας. Στην Ελλάδα νομίζω ότι έχουν γίνει τα πρώτα βήματα. Το κομμάτι του ΕΟΦ το καλύψαμε. Το κομμάτι το θεσμικό και νομικό, νομίζω το θίξατε κι εσείς. Έχουμε αυτή την υπουργική απόφαση. Η κυρία Κοράκη θα τοποθετηθεί, είμαι σίγουρος, για αυτήν, γιατί ήταν μεγάλος καημός όλων μας να βγει αυτή η υπουργική απόφαση. Έχουμε λοιπόν το θεσμικό πλαίσιο για τη διευκόλυνση και επιτάχυνση των διαδικασιών. Τώρα μένει να ενισχύσουμε λιγάκι την κουλτούρα, την ευαισθητοποίηση του κόσμου, την ευαισθητοποίηση του προσωπικού και να δούμε και λιγάκι τα νοσοκομεία σε τι βαθμό μπορούν να εφαρμόσουν αυτά τα οποία περιγράφονται μέσα στο καινούριο πλαίσιο, δηλαδή τα γραφεία ασθενών και η επιτάχυνση των διαδικασιών και όλα αυτά. Τα βήματα νομίζω ότι είναι περιγεγραμμένα, γιατί συζητάμε για τις κλινικές μελέτες, γιατί δεν γίνεται κάτι. Τέλος πάντων, νομίζω τώρα όμως είμαστε σε πάρα πολύ καλό δρόμο. Υπάρχει σχέδιο, υπάρχει πλάνο, ξέρουμε που είμαστε, έχουμε τα εφόδια και νομίζω θα πάμε πολύ καλύτερα στο επόμενο διάστημα.
Είχα συμμετάσχει σε μια επιτροπή αναδιάρθρωσης
του Εθνικού Οργανισμού Φαρμάκου
και πραγματικά διαπιστώσαμε με την συμμετοχή στελεχών του ΕΟΦ, με μεγάλη εμπειρία, τα κενά, τα προβλήματα που υπήρξαν, τα ελλείμματα σε προσωπικό, σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση που βρίσκεστε, κύριε Πρόεδρε. Υπάρχει βελτίωση, έχετε προωθήσει διαδικασίες αυτή η αναδιάρθρωση να πάρει σάρκα και οστά.
Αύριο στην ημερίδα του ΕΟΦ σκοπεύω να απευθυνθώ στον ίδιο τον Υπουργό που θα βρίσκεται εκεί και να του υπενθυμίσω τα αιτήματα πολλαπλά που έχουν γίνει. 29 Δεκεμβρίου, να το πω από την αρχή, από το Σεπτέμβριο κάναμε ανακατανομή των κενών οργανικών θέσεων, βγάλαμε τις κενές οργανικές θέσεις του ΕΟΦ. Έχω στείλει επιστολή στον Υπουργό που ζητάω να καλυφθούν οι κενές οργανικές. Έχουμε ζητήσει 13 υπαλλήλους επικουρικούς, έχουμε ζητήσει νέα προκήρυξη για υπαλλήλους με μπλοκ και από εκεί και έπειτα κινητικότητα, ειδικό επιστημονικό προσωπικό και όποια πηγή προσωπικού μπορεί να έρθει στον ΕΟΦ, έχουμε απευθυνθεί σε οποιαδήποτε πηγή. Γιατί πράγματι ο οργανισμός, ειδικά τηρουμένων των αναλογιών και των νέων εξελίξεων, χρειάζεται στελέχωση. Είμαστε πίσω και χρειάζεται να έρθουν νέος κόσμος, εξειδικευμένο προσωπικό και εκπαιδευμένο προσωπικό. Δυστυχώς έχουμε και υψηλές απαιτήσεις σε αυτό, αλλά χρειαζόμαστε κόσμο, είναι αλήθεια. Έχουμε κάνει τις απαραίτητες ενέργειες για να αρχίσουμε να γεμίζουμε τα κενά και περιμένουμε κιόλας από μια προκήρυξη του 24 25 μόνιμους, οι οποίοι προσωρινοί πίνακες έχουν ήδη αναρτηθεί και εντός των επόμενων ημερών θα ξεκινήσουν να διορίζονται οι 25 μόνιμοι. Αυτά.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε Μούτσιο. Αυτή η αλλαγή που έχει επέρθει με το νέο καθεστώς, με το νέο νομικό καθεστώς, πώς βλέπετε να αλλάζει προς το θετικό την δραστηριότητά σας, που ξέρω ότι είναι σημαντική στη συμμετοχή σε κλινικές δοκιμές, και τι νομίζετε ότι λείπει ώστε να προσθεθεί το επόμενο χρονικό διάστημα για να κάνει ακόμη πιο εύκολη και πιο αποτελεσματική την λειτουργία σας.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ευχαριστώ και εγώ πολύ με τη σειρά μου για την ευγενική πρόσκληση στην Ελληνική Ομοσπονδία Καρκίνου και ιδιαίτερα τον πρόεδρό της, με τον οποίο έχουμε μια εξαιρετική συνεργασία που διατρέχει αρκετά χρόνια πλέον. Θα χρειαστώ λιγότερο από 5 λεπτά εγώ, δεν θα σας καθυστερήσω. Εγώ μπορώ να μιλήσω από την πλευρά ενός, θέλω να θεωρώ τον εαυτό μου μάχημου ιατρού, παθολόγου, ογκολόγου, ο οποίος μπορώ να σας πω από την πλευρά μου πώς αποτυπώνονται οι αλλαγές αυτές για τις οποίες μιλήσαμε στην καθημερινή κλινική πράξη και ιδιαίτερα στην επαφή και την επικοινωνία μου με τους ασθενείς. Είμαι διευθυντής μιας μεγάλης ογκολογικής κλινικής σε μεγάλο ιδιωτικό νοσοκομείο και έχουμε μια ενεργή μονάδα κλινικών μελετών η οποία έχει μια ιδιαίτερη έμφαση στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Δηλαδή κάνουμε κλινικές μελέτες στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα εδώ και περίπου μία δεκαετία και μπορώ να πω ότι έχουμε πραγματικά σχεδόν όλο το φάσμα των κλινικών μελετών στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα για το οποίο μπορώ να μιλήσω είναι αυτή τη στιγμή διαθέσιμο στη χώρα μας χάρη στις προσπάθειες όχι μόνο των γιατρών, αλλά και όλων των φορέων που κατάφεραν να κάνουν την Ελλάδα πιο ελκυστικό τόπο για την διενέργεια κλινικών μελετών στη χώρα μας. Αυτό που έχω δει εγώ στη δεκαετή πορεία που διανύω τώρα στις κλινικές μελέτες είναι καταρχήν η διαφορά που βλέπω το τελευταίο χρονικό διάστημα είναι η ομογενοποίηση και η προτυποποίηση στη διαδικασία. Είναι πολύ συγκεκριμένος ο τρόπος και τα βήματα με τα οποία περνάνε οι κλινικές μελέτες, κατατίθενται στη Γραμματεία Κλινικών Μελετών του Νοσοκομείου και προχωρά παράλληλα η έγκριση, όχι η έγκριση, θα έλεγα γιατί δεν χρειάζεται έγκριση, η έγκριση παρέχεται από τον ΕΟΦ και την ΕΕΔ, αλλά η γνωστοποίηση των κλινικών μελετών από την Επιτροπή Κλινικών Μελετών και την Επιστημονική Επιτροπή του Νοσοκομείου, παράλληλα με τη διαδικασία διευθέτησης της σύμβασης με τη χορηγό εταιρεία. Αυτό παρέχει μια σημαντική ευελιξία και μειώνει σημαντικά τον χρόνο. Αυτό που μπορώ να σας πω λοιπόν είναι σε πολύ πρακτικό επίπεδο ότι από τη στιγμή που εγώ παραλαμβάνω στα χέρια μου το πρωτόκολλο μιας κλινικής μελέτης και τη σύμβαση μιας κλινικής μελέτης, μέχρι να διεκπεραιθεί η διαδικασία νομικού, οικονομικού ελέγχου, Επιτροπή Αξιολόγησης Προστασίας Προσωπικών Δεδομένων, το γνωστό μας GDPR, και παράλληλα να προχωρήσουν οι διαδικασίες περαίωσης της σύμβασης της κλινικής μελέτης με το χορηγό, είναι στο διάστημα των 6 με 8 εβδομάδων. Δηλαδή, μέσα σε αυτό το χρονικό διάστημα μπορούμε να πούμε ότι μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε τη διαδικασία και να κάνουμε το study initiation visit, όπως λέμε, να ξεκινήσουμε τη διαδικασία για τη μελέτη. Αυτό μας έχει κάνει πιο ανταγωνιστικούς. Θα σας πω ότι πριν από λίγα χρόνια, και οι συνάδελφοι που είναι εδώ στο πάνελ εξαιρετικοί θα καταλάβουν ακριβώς τι λέω, η Ελλάδα ήταν rescue country στις κλινικές μελέτες. Τι σημαίνει αυτό? Ότι έτρεχε μια κλινική μελέτη παγκόσμια και όταν δεν πήγαινε καλά για οποιοδήποτε λόγο η ένταξη των κλινικών μελετών, στο δεύτερο κύμα των κλινικών μελετών και για λίγους μήνες ενεργοποιούνταν κάποιες άλλες χώρες που τις λέμε χώρες διάσωσης για να μπορέσουν να εντάξουν ασθενείς στις κλινικές μελέτες. Αυτό έχει αλλάξει. Τουλάχιστον για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα που μπορώ να μιλήσω, η χώρα μας είναι στην πρώτη γραμμή και το λέω με πολύ χαρά αυτό, στο πρώτο κύμα των κλινικών μελετών, δεν έχει να ζηλέψει τίποτα από τις χώρες του εξωτερικού και είμαστε πολύ γρήγοροι στη διεκπεραίωση των κλινικών μελετών. Επειδή υποσχέθηκα κάτω από 5 λεπτά, τι θα μπορούσε να είναι καλύτερο και τι θα μπορούσε να αλλάξει. Ξέρω ότι ακούγεται τετριμένο, αλλά εξακολουθεί να είναι ο καθημερινός μας εφιάλτης η γραφειοκρατία. Δεν καταλαβαίνω γιατί πρέπει να δώσω το βιογραφικό μου 1 εκατομμύριο φορές στον κάθε καινούριο χορηγό και στην κάθε καινούργια επιτροπή, όταν, και είναι κάτι που θα ακούσουμε στη συνέχεια, τα γραφεία τα οποία συμβάλλονται με τους χορηγούς, τα γραφεία διεξαγωγής κλινικών μελετών και τα οποία διεξάγουν τις κλινικές μελέτες έχουν αυτή την πληροφορία, γιατί πρέπει να δώσω για 25η φορά το calibration certificate και των 25 αντλειών έχυσης φαρμάκων που έχω στο τμήμα μου, όταν αυτό έχει δοθεί ήδη σε μια άλλη κλινική μελέτη που έτρεξε ο ίδιος χορηγός τον προηγούμενο μήνα. Και αυτό που έχει ενδιαφέρον είναι ότι όταν μιλάω με τις ρυθμιστικές αρχές, και στην Ελλάδα αλλά και με συναδέλφους στο εξωτερικό, μου λένε ότι εμείς δεν τα ζητάμε αυτά τα πράγματα. Δεν είναι αυτή η επαναληψιμότητα σε πράγματα τα οποία υπάρχουν ήδη και είναι αρχιοθετημένα και είναι κατοχυρωμένα, δεν χρειάζεται να υπάρχει, αλλά πολλές φορές, και αυτό είναι κάτι που πραγματικά θα ήθελα να ακούσω και την άποψη των Clinical Research Offices, είναι που υπάρχει μία απέτηση από τα ίδια τα γραφεία διεξαγωγής μελετών για πάρα πολλά δικαιολογητικά και έγγραφα τα οποία ήδη έχουν στην κατοχή τους από άλλες κλινικές μελέτες για το ίδιο κέντρο. Απλούστευση της γραφειοκρατίας, απλούστευση των διαδικασιών για να μπορούμε να τρέξουμε γρήγορα, έγκαιρα για τους ασθενείς μας αλλά και για τους χορηγούς, γιατί και αυτοί δίνουν σημασία στην ταχύτητα, και αποτελεσματικά τις κλινικές μελέτες. Αυτό θα ήθελα εγώ.
Ένας τρόπος είναι να ανεβαίνουμε.
A way to do that is to upload these documents onto a registry. For example, we have Appella in our university, so everything we've got, we upload it, and if a colleague, a younger colleague wants to further develop it, they just update the documents. So, dear President, that would be a possible solution, to have a registry from the colleagues that do clinical research. so as to have a pool of these documents. It will be very easy to just send a link, have access and download these documents. The registry of bioclinical research will be ready in 2 months. We start now user training. I don't know whether the CVs of researchers are included. I have to look for it. But these problems are going to be resolved by the registry. I don't know about this specific document, the CV of researchers. Ms. Katodritou, the same question to you. What do you believe about the new regime for clinical trials compared to the previous one? And what should be the extra proposals by the medical community in order to make it more productive? Good afternoon. I would like to thank ELLOK and particularly my friend George Kapetanakis for his kind invitation. It's a great honor for me. We've been working closely for many years now. I don't think we lack a framework. The legislative framework is more than sufficient. What we lack is its implementation. At least in NHS hospitals, this is what is missing. Mr. Muzios described what happens in the private sector. This is where we're lagging behind. I read the latest Greek government gazette that talks about a specific timeline, and it's now below 20 days. If this is indeed the case, we will see a major change in terms of speed, and we all need to understand that every day that goes by, every day missed, is a day we miss in including an eligible patient. And I want to talk about another problem, about inclusion in the CPRS. Even though this is supposed to be resolving problems, in fact, at least for us right now, it has enlarged them. There is a huge delay. It takes at least 90 days to get the approval from CTIS, and this has created extra problems. So we need to take a look at this at the European level. The second thing I would like to say, which is relevant to red tape and what Mr. Muzios said, I think that at least in NGS, this problem will be resolved through the independent clinical trials department. These departments have been legislated. There are clarifying ministerial decrees, but at least in Theagenion, where we conduct many clinical trials, this hasn't worked so far. We have conducted more than 60 interventional clinical trials. For more than 7 of them were for the authorization of certain drugs. And we don't have this office yet. Hopefully, with the new administrator, we see something happening. The request has already been sent to the health region, and I think we will have a fruitful process. This office will upload all these documents, all the CVs of the researchers, the renewals of certificates, etc. So we will stop to go from office to collect the necessary documents. Another point I would like to touch upon is the education and specialized clinical trial units. In the last year, there is a tendency in the pharma industry to open up the range to include sites that are not specialized, that are not trained, for policies suited to pharma companies. My opinion is that we should focus on hybrid trials, hybrid studies, to enroll patients that will benefit from them and to ensure better training of people involved in clinical studies. And finally, the patient information platform. There is a European patient information platform, which is very useful in my opinion, but not very user-friendly, especially for patients. So maybe an initiative should be taken in this regard. It will be improved thanks to the registry of biomedical research, but there should be initiatives from patient associations as well. So when a patient goes to this platform, they should be able to receive the information they look for. That's all on my part. One of the things I found out in my 37-year experience in academic research was the deficit we had. We didn't have colleagues specializing in clinical pharmacology, which is a science now. And it is comforting that now there are already 2 very well organized master's degrees on clinical pharmacology, and allow me to give the credit to a dear colleague in Thessaloniki, Yorgos Papazisis, who is younger than me and really created this clinical trial unit in our country, in Papageorgiou Hospital, which can conduct phase 1 studies. The lab is very well organized, and I think you're very lucky to have him as your colleague. Ms. Koraki, the floor to you. I know that you have recorded many of the system flows that have been troubling you for many years. You have helped us find answers to the problems, so I would welcome your intervention, your remarks on this new regime. And based on your experience, what do you think we would need to do in order to make it even more effective?
First of all, thank you very much for the kind invitation, both Mr. Kapatnakis and ELLOK as a whole. It is always a great pleasure for me when we attend a conference with patients, because clinical trials means patients. We cannot have a clinical trial, a clinical study, without a patient. I am a chemist, but I've been participating in chemical studies for 30 years now, and I will be talking about technical aspects before we move on to legislation, approvals, authorizations, and whatnot. First of all, we are experiencing a time where many things are changing. Digitalization, know-how, research, we are bombarded from each and every side. Clinical trials, clinical studies are very important, and we've mentioned many times that we need to have access for the patients to clinical trials. They need to be recruited. When it comes to science, our clinical researchers, our physicians come to acquire new understanding. It also is wonderful financially speaking. It draws investment, attracts investment into our country. So on a national scale as well as on a European scale, investors are still highly interested in investing in clinical research. According to figures, since 2000, we have seen a tripling of investment up to 55 billion. Out of this 55 billion euro, our country receives close to 300 million, which might appear like a small sum. But let me say the following thing. According to published data, we can see that if we compare our country's population, if we compare our country to countries with a similar population, then we can attract up to 500 million. So we want clinical research to take place in our country. We want this money to flow into our country. Lots of things are already in motion. We want to do even better. What happens in Europe, where our country belongs? It appears that Europe is losing its leading position. China is a strong rival, and so is the US, which means what? That we need to be constantly in motion. We need to not grow complacent. And the EU, in order to regain its leading position, said back in 2024 that we need to streamline procedures and undertook this change that everybody calls CTIS. What is the CTIS? It is an information system, a platform. Whenever we want to run a clinical trial in Greece, we submit a file and we get an approval for many countries. So in the past, the authorization was done on a national scale separately, so each national drug organization had to go through the same procedure. But the EU wanted to become more attractive. Why is that? Because sponsors, investors will invest money in order to regain money to amortize. So they want to get data. That data will be translated later on into drugs. So they want the trials to take place swiftly, rapidly, which means enrollment, recruitment needs to take place swiftly, and conclusion of the clinical trial needs to be achieved swiftly. So this is why we have now the CTIS, and EOF, the Hellenic drug organization, responded beautifully to the prerequisites and the demands, but unfortunately, it didn't go as well as the EU was hoping, because each country faces its own hurdles, and these hurdles were not overcome on a European scale. So now the EU is moving into a new program, Fast EU, a new attempt whereby, once again, numerous member states, Greece being one of them, and that is very good, we will launch a procedure where within 70 days we want to acquire the authorization for the approval of a clinical trial. So all this is happening on a European scale. In 2024, we saw in Greece, coming to Greece now, a very good increase of clinical trials by 15%, but we still could do better. We do have problems. We have researchers of international acclaim that sponsors are begging us to recruit in clinical trials, but we also have many problems, such as red tape. Procedures that are different from one center to the next, and many other differences. So all this is being taken on and addressed by ministerial decree. So back in 2019, a committee within the Ministry of Health tried looking into how we can attract more clinical trials. So they created a workforce, working group with representatives from hospitals and all stakeholders to look at the difficulties, at the obstacles. So they met, this group, they came up with problems and they came up with solutions. And the ministry wants to resolve those problems by implementing those solutions. And the government gazette actually stated and put forth such solutions. And with this ministerial decree, therefore, what we're tackling is the fact that each hospital had its own admittance and recruitment procedure, and signing a contract was a nightmare. And we all know that a clinical study begins as soon as we recruit the first patient. But before we can recruit a patient, we don't only need approval from national authorities, we also need to sign the contract. Why do we need that? Because a clinical study is a very difficult task, very strictly regulated based on international guidelines that we cannot disregard. So the data that comes from clinical studies will be reliable. If we do not abide by those international standards, the data is useless. So international standards are very important. And then we have the digital signature, which is now extremely important. I remember the time when we would use courier services to gain original signatures for the contracts from 3, 4, 5 different parties. And the sponsors, for example, many times were not even in Greece. So electronic signature, e-signing, digital signing was very important. Then files. We thought that each hospital has its own procedures. So what do? We took a look at Cyprus, the model of Cyprus, and we decided to streamline procedures. And within this government gazette, we are stating that this office of the hospital will be in charge of contracts. So this government gazette issue actually maps every step of the way in order to have a clinical study or trial. And then we also have the registry for clinical trials. What is that? When Europe built CTIS, it announced that I'm going to create an online platform, and you member states within 10 years need to commit to building your own platform that will lock on my platform, because I cannot have a one-way route of information. And in 2016, with the government gazette issue, Greece committed to building its own online platform. This was a task that was designed by the group, the workforce. It was funded by European funds, and there will be pilot use at the end of March, and full use, open use, by the end of June 2026. The owner is the Hellenic Drug Organization, which is as it should be, and therein we will submit everything stemming from clinical studies and trials that does not go through the CTIS. Because there are studies about medical devices, non-invasive treatments, retrograde or retrospective trials. These are all data that will be submitted to the registry. And this registry will take data from all involved stakeholders and parties, hospitals, CROs, what have you, sponsors. So this was a very important ministerial decree because it allows for an alignment with Europe. It allows us to streamline the way forward. We know that we need to resolve our own issues, and the registry is a step in that direction. I believe that I have exhausted the topic of, or rather, I've given you the key topics of the government gazette issue and the ministerial decree published therein. These are all steps that we feel are in the right direction. We feel that we are co-traveling alongside the EU, but we need to streamline all procedures. I've been monitoring this effort for the past 5 years, and I've seen at the Ministry of Health many people working in that direction, willing to make it work. Everybody is striving to unite forces in order to implement something that will make us an attractive destination for clinical trials. Could you tell us what are the enemies to that implementation? Well, I want to be honest, and I will use an example. In 2019, when I went to the ministry and we sat down around the table, all stakeholders, I asked, why is it that a contract takes so long to be signed? And the administrator said, I have to read about protocols. And I said, why do you read through that? Because this is something that is approved by EOF. All you need to know is which of your departments will be involved, what money you're going to receive, and what are you going to do with that money. Will you invest in equipment? Will you invest in training? I believe that the first problem is ignorance. People do not know. And this is why we come back to what the previous speaker said. Train, train, train. Trains that people are specialized to run clinical trials, and because this is an ever-changing landscape and we need to be up to date. So I'm guessing that the scientific training community needs to use real data when training specialists. And our colleague from Egypt said something very interesting, that we need to also train politicians who have the democratic power to make decisions so that they are informed and they can truly grasp the importance of such an application. And I believe that the entire ecosystem under the new regime, the new framework, is moving in the right direction. There have been problems, there have been complaints, some pettiness, dare I say, and we saw that the ministry was open to holding this discussion. So as far as I am concerned, this is a very hopeful step and a hopeful indicator that we can work together and we can move forward as a member state of the EU. And I will conclude this panel with Ms. Makridaki, who is with us online, chair of the Pan-Hellenic Association of Hospital Pharmacists, and a member of the Board of Administration of the European Association of Hospital Pharmacists. We have been discussing the problems that pertain to prescription. We have been discussing the changes brought about with the new ministerial decree. What do you think of this new regime, this new framework, and especially given the role of pharmacists within hospitals so that they can do their job more efficiently and more competently in the framework of clinical trials? Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank ELLOK and Mr. Kapetanakis. Fully aware of the importance of hospital pharmacists, he never fails to invite us to participate at your annual conferences. Unfortunately, due to my obligations, I'm not in Greece and I couldn't join you. We spoke about the changes and I was part of those changes. I worked together with Ms. Federi. I think we've taken important steps to launch clinical trials, and that is a major advancement. The next aspect is about the patient and the safety of the patient. This is where we come into play. What is missing right now is an institutionalization of the job description of the role of all specialties involved in clinical trials. Because unfortunately, although in Greece more than 85% of clinical trials make it mandatory to have the participation, the recruitment of hospital pharmacists. In the US, they're also included in risk assessment, in guidance, in pharmacovigilance, in consulting both healthcare professionals and patients and their caregivers. However, in Greece, it is barely 35 to 40% within hospitals where we see pharmacists allowed to participate in clinical trials and studies, despite the fact that we have a legislation reinforcing and stipulating that pharmacists need to be part of clinical trials and studies. And I know that because I contributed to that law. So I believe that the Hellenic Drug Organization should take that into consideration, that based on the Greek legislative framework, the hospital pharmacist has an institutionalized role. Many hospital pharmacists nowadays are clinical pharmacists and they need to participate, they must participate in clinical studies and trials taking place in hospitals of our country. I understand that we don't have much time, but I do want to stress that the participation of a pharmacist is a leverage strengthening clinical studies and trials as regards safety, reliability and credibility of the system. It's not just about drug management, which in itself is extremely important. So it is inadmissible, it is crazy that when we're talking about clinical trials, we see that drugs are kept without any provision for security and safety of the drug in drawers, on shelves, by people who are not hospital pharmacists. And I'm not talking about the hospital pharmacy, which is the right place to store any drug, be it a drug for a clinical trial or innovation as a whole. There are international procedures and statistics demonstrating that the intervention of hospital/clinical pharmacists in clinical trial has brought down the prevalence of errors, in clinical trial design by more than 50%. This is what I wanted to stress. So, 3 words: synchronicity, coordination, unified procedures, speed, communication, collaboration, for the common good, for the good of our patient, because the patient is a patient of a hospital, not just of a doctor, a treating physician. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to thank all the panelists for their presence here, and also all the members of the audience who are here still, despite the late hour, listening to us.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much for all the information that you provided, very crucial information that you shared with us. And now I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Theodoros Paschalis, the head of the Department of Contract Negotiation of the National Healthcare Services Provider, EOP. He will be the moderator of the next panel. I would like to thank you for the invitation and for your presence. I know it's too late, and as it was said before, I would like us all to be a group of friends. So please, come closer. Sit in the tables that are at the front. Let's enjoy this late time. So please, come to the tables at the front. I'm sure that we have a few spare microphones. I won't give more than 1 minute to the speakers because I want all of you to be able to ask questions. Yes, please, join us.
Ελάτε να γίνουμε όλοι μία παρέα. Λοιπόν, θα ήθελα λοιπόν να προσκαλέσω να κάτσουν...
So, for this next panel,
το ογκολογικού ασθενή και το ιατροτεχνολογικό προϊόν. Έχω την τιμή...
I have the honor and pleasure to welcome to this panel Mr. Georgios Maravelis, the chairman of the Hellenic Society of Radio-Oncology. Mr. Maravelis, please join us on stage. You are newly elected, so I wish you the best of luck to your new mandate. And also, Mr. Spiros Gikas, the General Manager of GE Healthcare Greece, Cyprus and Balkans. I would like to give you a few microphones. Yes, I will leave a microphone here for the ladies. I want this to be an interactive session. Don't let them tell you what they want. Let them answer your questions. We're fine now. I will leave a microphone over at this table as well. I will give the floor for 1 minute to Mr. Georgios Maravelis from the Metropolitan Hospital, radiologist oncologist. Can you all hear me? Good afternoon. Dear friends, I know it's late, but I think our discussion will be interesting. We will give you also new information about radio-oncology. It is an important type of treatment with too many technological advancements over the last years. Especially in Greece, the map of radiotherapy has completely changed. We will discuss a few things in detail if we have time. So, first of all, I would like to welcome you for the invitation, both Mr. Kapitanakis and the entire ELLOK board. ELLOK is a very important association, probably the most important one. It's the community of people that have gone through a lot, but they keep going with strength, dignity, and hope. And knowing the developments in radio-oncology, I know that this hope can indeed be conveyed to people that will suffer from this disease. Now, I will give you a snapshot of the latest developments in radio-oncology. Technology in radiotherapy is not just screens, buttons, or impressive equipment that you can see on the video. That's not it. Technology in radiotherapy is the way in which we take better care of the people that come to us. In the past, in oncology and radio-oncology as well, we used to be more general in our approach. And what do I mean? I mean that more or less the same plan of treatment was applied to more than one patient. This has changed today. This has changed a lot. And let me explain why. Modern radiotherapy is designed on an individual basis for each patient, based on their own anatomy, based on the strength of their organs, and their everyday needs. And that's the first type of individualization. Then there are other types of individualization that I'm going to talk about in the future. Please keep it short because I want us to be able to have a dialogue. This personalized approach, this personalized therapy, has this made radiotherapy more safe? Yes. All new techniques that can be used today. You might have heard of radiotherapy techniques such as IMRT, VMAT, and thanks to these techniques, we can very accurately target the tumor anywhere in the body with more safety, more than ever in the past, protecting thus all the nearby organs. Sorry to interrupt again. What you see on the screen is how the equipment scans the patient's body, because every day patients are in the same position of therapy. This is very good for the repeatability and success of the therapy. Sorry to interrupt you. As we said, this is a dialogue. Yes, these therapies are very important because they are based on accuracy and symmetry. And they have to be absolutely safe under the full guidance of the radiotherapists, of the radiologists. Before using these advanced radiotherapy techniques, we undertake a small imaging test, a small CT scan, let's call it, on this linear accelerator equipment, and we know what to treat every time. It's not something that we assume. It's something we control every single day. Sorry to interrupt again. In the 90s, 2000s, we used to talk about how to radiate a tumor effectively, efficiently. Now, apart from the efficient radiation, we are talking about accuracy as well. So what Mr. Maravelli says is very important. I will interrupt for a moment to give the floor to Mr. Gikas Panoussis. And I would like to ask you, how does this new technology contribute to intervene more quickly to the benefit of cancer patients? What does it offer in terms of speed? I would like to thank you for the invitation as well, and for giving me the opportunity to be here and address the audience and talk about something I've been dealing with for the past 30 years, which is medical technology. I am the general manager of GE Healthcare and the president of the Medical Devices Committee of the Hellenic American Chamber. So every day we are spending a lot of money to boost innovation. And what's very interesting to discuss today is that oncology, particularly oncology, is the field which allows for such innovation because it is a very threatening condition. The entire medical technology industry wants to contribute to this field because we want to discover technologies that will serve other diseases as well, apart from cancer. Let me say just two things. I will fully agree with Mr. Maravellis in the following. This entire effort of innovation is people-centered. Our effort is to individualize our approaches based on the patients, and there are three pillars to do that. The first one is digital transformation. The second one is AI, and I can further elaborate on that. And the third pillar, already mentioned, is the precision medicine, meaning personalized approach to each single patient. So technology and innovation are truly focused on resolving the problem. How we are going to do it faster and more efficiently? Well, we are able to do that because new technological advancements allow us to treat the disease much earlier. Can you give us an example of such a tool? I will give you an example, yes. An example I truly enjoy, because now in Greece we are able to have access to such technologies. As it was said earlier on, we use a certain technology in staging, the so-called PET-CT. Now, PET-CT allows us to very early identify a tumor. The sensitivity of this equipment is impressive, and it allows us to detect something at a point in time which increases the chances of a successful treatment. Is this equipment available in the public and private sector alike? Do people have access? Well, this equipment is available in Greece, and now, thanks to the recent donation by Stavros Niarchos Foundation, there are 5 digital PET-CT systems, not only in Athens, but in other areas as well, in Crete, Giannina, Larissa, Alexandroupolis. So these technologies can be accessed and they are free of charge for patients. This gives treating physicians important tools to diagnose and design treatment properly. Now, I would like to give the floor again to Mr. Maravelis to describe how radiotherapy is accessible to patients in Greece in the public and private sector. Because 15 years ago, we were very optimistic about it. Are we still optimistic? I will answer, but before giving an answer to your question, let me add to what I said before. And to add something to what Mr. Gikas said on PET-CT. We are utilizing the information from PET-CTs. We merge all data from all these imaging tests because this merging allows us to have the actual picture, the actual image of the tumor that needs to be radiated. The clearer the image, the more accurate the image, the safer the treatment. When it comes to access, especially in general, access to new technologies, we have to be clear about it. In the last years, first of all, let me do a short flashback. New or super new technologies, such as IMRT, have been around for 10 to 15 years in the private sector. We were lucky enough in the past years, thanks to donations by the Niarchos Foundation, and thanks to the efforts of the Greek government, thanks to the PPP programs, to have a radical remapping of the radiation landscape in Greece. More and more equipment in more and more hospitals in Athens and outside Athens are equipped now. Outside Athens now there are new departments of radiation that are being established to cover the needs of large geographical areas. In Lamia, for example, there will be such a unit which will facilitate many cancer patients in this area, and there will be other smaller departments on islands as well. We are doing very well. Our equipment is being modernized and we have more and more of them. Does this mean that waiting times will be reduced for radiation therapy? Well, that's a multifactorial question. When we have more machines, more equipment, it is indeed expected to see the waiting time being reduced, which has always been a major problem in Greece, because delay has an impact on survivorship. It's a number one factor. For example, in the UK, the waiting time is 30 days. Now, we are starting going below 30 days by using all-day departments, so not only morning appointments, but afternoon appointments as well. And with these new devices, we shouldn't forget that devices don't operate on their own. We need staff, we need new radiologists, radiophysics, radiotechnologists, and the state needs to assist. The state needs to staff the relevant departments to have zero waiting times. That's the objective.
It is true that we need a continuum in the care in the public sector. That is a fact. For an oncology patient, for a cancer patient who is unable to land a swift appointment in a public hospital and needs to go to a private center for radiation, what do they need to pay? Institutionally speaking, as regards AOP and the health service provider of AOP, there is a minimum contribution on behalf of the patient. Is that true? To a great extent, yes. Let me explain. Novel devices, new equipment, and I cannot speak about all hospitals and clinics throughout the country because hospitals, as we've already heard, have different procedures in place. But there are some hospitals that allow for zero contribution on behalf of the patient when it comes to innovative treatments like stereotachy. We are talking here about a very advanced, very highly specialized treatment. And I know of hospitals that do not charge their patients for that, which might sound crazy because this requires paying the fee of the technician, radiologist, physician that will be involved in this treatment plan. Our goal is, of course, to attain equality and free access for all patients to all clinics and departments. And of course, according to each patient's needs. If a patient wants to go to one hospital, they should be able to go to that hospital and not be forced to go to another one. Yes, what you're saying makes perfect sense. And I see that we have a question from the audience. This is perfect. Could you introduce yourself? Παρασκευή Μιχαλοπούλου. Let me just say that what you just said, that patients don't have to pay, no, that is not true. But I want to ask an optimistic question, not stick to the fact that it's not true. Can we hope that at some point we will no longer need surgery or chemotherapy, but we can only use radiation to hit tumors? And then we're done. I didn't say that they don't need that patients don't need to pay anywhere. I said that each hospital has its own procedure and some hospitals allow for patients not to pay. That is not the case. Off microphone. Fine. Now, whether radiation can substitute surgery. Listen, this is a huge issue. Surgery is the mother of all specialties in oncology. Contemporary radiation is close to surgery nowadays, thanks to all the developments, thanks to all the technological evolution. And lung cancer serving as an example of the direction in which we are headed, I would say that surgery will continue playing an important role for the coming 20-30 years. Radiation cannot substitute surgery. If surgery is allowed, we will opt for that. According to some trials that are currently underway and to the findings of from these trials, we will move forward. We are not biased. We will accept the findings of those trials and studies. But usually surgery has the tradition, has the know-how, has the knowledge that for the time being cannot be surpassed by radiation. We are close, but we're not there yet. Thank you. And in order to reintroduce Mr. Panousis to this discussion, I would like to ask something. Recently, a study was publicized on behalf of the European Commission, according to which Greece is the champion, the leading company in the EU in unnecessary imaging tests, which could, down the line, long term, cause secondary cancer occurrence due to the residual radiation. So, Mr. Gigas, according to your experience, according to your career path for many years now in this arena, what about this? Okay, I also want to start off on an optimistic note. We have such technology that MRI devices and all ionizing radiation devices have very low radiation dosages. This is an achievement of technology. This does not mean that this is a test that should be prescribed unnecessarily when it is not necessary. I have seen the study you mentioned. Lots of discussion has been held because of it, rightfully so. I think that it's all about justification. The study said that close to 50% of the patients scanned with such devices did not really meet the criteria for such an examination. We were unable to find out what precisely were the exams that led patients to undergo inadequately justified imaging tests. But there are a couple of considerations here. First of all, we need to have clear-cut diagnostic protocols. Mr. Kapitanakis, can you hear that? Very important. So far, we don't have diagnostic protocols, and this is why there's such overprescription of tests. We've been discussing this for years now, ever since we've had the paperless prescription. This does not apply to all conditions and all diseases, of course. And what we hear that the algorithm cannot be easily adapted, it's not the case. We have data for each and every one of us based on e-prescription since 2011 for the past 15 years now. Apologies for interrupting you, Mr. Gigas. Let us also not forget that in some cases, okay, we are doing well, technology is advancing, and it is coming to Greece more and more so. There are some disparities, social disparities, geographical disparities. Some areas are not as well covered in Greece. For example, could some MRI tests be repeated because the patient went to an MRI device that was an imaging center that had outdated imaging equipment, and the image acquired was not sufficiently good, and therefore they had to run repeat tests in order to have a thorough understanding of what's going on. This is something that does come into play. So the quality, the contemporaneity of a device, they're both very, very important. And I believe that with the assistance of European funds, this is changing. And the quality criteria, right? What do I mean by that? Quality when it comes to CT scans and MRI scans, we have in Greece one of the most upgraded, updated fleets compared to the average, the European average 10 years ago or 5 years ago. So we thought about having this and held as an interactive session. Do we have any other questions from the audience? So, good afternoon. I would like to ask our radiologist, is the specialty of radiation attractive enough to appeal to young people so that we might be able to staff with new arrivals, units in hospitals that have the devices offered, for example, donated by the Stavros Narhos Foundation, but we don't have people able to run it in the afternoon. How can we resolve, how can we overcome this problem? That was a great question. Listen, ever since 2010, there was a time in therapeutic radiation where young physicians did not really find radiation attractive as a specialty. Gradually, over the past decade, the number of interns decreased year after year. But as of the beginning of the 2020s, there is a slight rebound to the numbers. However, I need to say that the vast majority, perhaps more than 75% of radiologists are 45 to 50 years old. And this means that in the coming years, if you, on your behalf as well, do not help try to convince young physicians to turn towards that specialization, then we will have a problem when the radiologists will retire. Comment off microphone. No, it is a question of political will. And experience has shown that as soon as there were financial incentives, there was a strive, there was a shift from other specialties. People turned to becoming general practitioners. This is a political leadership issue. It's not your problem, but you can fight against it. We can fight against it because we are all active citizens of this country. I could point out a way, perhaps a way forward could be in conferences such as this one to highlight the importance of radiology. Otherwise, we will be faced with a problem. We need to make radiology attractive to young physicians. Most internists nowadays turn towards medical oncology, and I understand the appeal, but we see that, for example, in France, they need to import radiologists because they don't have sufficient numbers of radiologists to allow for immediate care of the patients. And we need to fight against that. We are already striving to fight against it. We have with us the new professor of therapeutic oncology and radiation in the University of Crete. We're hoping that she will make radiation more appealing to students, but we need to rebound. Otherwise, we will not have the quality required in radiation. You mentioned the PET-CT unit in Alexandroupolis Hospital, and I would like to point out that in nuclear medicine, in the recent years, physicians were not attracted to the specialization, but things have evolved so rapidly and so spectacularly. Things have become much more attractive. We have new technologies that allow us to look at it at a molecular level. We can use one side of the molecule for diagnosis and another side of the molecule for the treatment. It's truly mind-blowing. A few years ago, let's not forget, we had 12 to 13 PET-CT units throughout the Greek territory. Now we've got close to 30, and I believe that we can appeal, we can attract young physicians. And let's not forget that the medical industry is doing its best because they're hoping that this technology will indeed be made accessible to the people, to the patients. Our society alone ran 70 workshops, and we trained more than 600 specialized physicians, because this is the only way that the industry can convey this know-how to physicians, because these are very complex technologies that specialists need to be made aware of. Perfect. Thank you all very, very much. It is true that medical devices, technology, innovation as a whole are useful when they have an impact on each and every one of us. So access needs to be there. We cannot have innovation without access. So to me, the take-home message here is that now in Greece, we are lucky. when it comes to radiation oncology, to nuclear medicine, to imaging. We have nothing. Or rather, we are in no way inferior to what takes place abroad. So thank you very much for your comments. Thank you to the panelists. I hope we didn't take up too much time. Thank you.
The photo, please.
Να ευχαριστήσω λοιπόν ένα πάρα πολύ όμορφο.
Thank you. That was a really nice round table which helped us understand a lot of things. I would like to thank Mr. Gikas Panousis, Mr. Maravelis and Mr. Paschalis for helping us see the developments in medical devices in another perspective. So today, in order to conclude the second day of the conference, we had the chance we started with the minister who talked about the future plans and about the already achieved successes. The next roundtables were focused on prevention, smoking, vaping, HPV. These roundtables are an event on their own. They are very important. We can talk forever, but I think we held really nice discussions. We talked about cancer and mental health, which is something we are going to focus more in the future. It's true that we may have neglected it a little bit. Maybe we haven't focused enough, institutionally speaking. The mental health experts shared really nice thoughts and made exceptional recommendations. So in the future, we're going to do something based on them. We heard about screening, diagnosis, and cancer care. They talked about the guidelines of the European Commission, tools that are ready to be used by the member states, by the political leadership and regional authorities, the health regions and the hospitals. And then we talked about the round table on an efficient, transparent and sustainable healthcare system. We talked about DRGs, we talked about the latest developments and the audits by EOP and how this can help create a healthier and more efficient environment. But we also talked about the challenges because of the limited resources, which is probably going to hinder access of patients in the future. There was another exceptional panel on cancer and obesity. It gave us a different perspective. In the past, we tried to speak about that again, but now I think we went straight to the heart of the problem. And I'm really happy because everything we said has a true value for all of us. Moving on, there were two major achievements in our opinion. The first one is the network of breast cancer centers, meaning organized centers for breast cancer, comprehensive centers that will focus on breast cancer. And then we talked about the processes and how IOSAVAS managed to become a CCC, the first CCC in Greece. That's a major development, future-oriented. I know that we may not have the return on investment yet, but this is an ongoing process. You cannot just switch a button and go from A to B. A process is needed. And when systems are being transformed, there is also resistance, there are unexpected events and challenges. unforeseen challenges. But at least there is the will to move forward, and this initiative is underway. Finally, our day was concluded with the two last roundtables, one on clinical trials. Clinical trials, as it was said, I was a member of the Ministry Committee on Clinical Trials, so there is this new framework. This process started last April, and it was voted a few days ago. So now many of the requests we had, many of the requests of the industry, of the scientific community, and of the people involved in clinical trials have now been accepted. This means that in the period to come, this framework will change. And we ended with a really nice roundtable on medical devices. We live in an era where there are very fast technological advancements, and this has an impact on the quality of care, on the timelines. Most tests or procedures now take less time, and this is good for efficiency, for quality, for sustainability. And we are here because we do want to promote innovation and technology, and we want to understand it better. Many years ago, I remember that cancer patients used to say that in this hospital they use a machine. They don't use a machine in said hospital. Nobody understood what kind of machine they were talking about. We didn't even know what kind of devices we were talking about. And we want to change this. We want to be able to understand better the types of technology, the types of devices. We want to learn more, to know what to ask for, where to go. And we've discussed this in the past with EOP, and we want to continue discussing in the future. At some point, excellence should be rewarded. We should know what center is the best, and it should be a priority center. So this should be at the table at some point in order to create some fair and healthy competition. And this will ensure quality and use of new technologies. On this note, I did a wrap-up of the second day of the conference. We are very happy for seeing so many of you in the room. Unfortunately, we were a bit late. Tomorrow we will start on time. There was no availability in this hotel to spend some fun time together. We've booked the roof garden of Stanley for a cocktail. We would be more than happy to see you there. It's 30 meters from here. The roof garden of Stanley Hotel.
Για σήμερα και θα τα πούμε πάλι όλοι αύριο το πρωί. Να είστε καλά.